Chapter 840. Linglong Shui gritted her teeth. She didn't think much of it, but when this bastard said it, she felt bad. He didn't have any good intentions. Then, Linglong Shui gave Lin Xian a new blanket and threw it on the bed. "What are you doing?" Lin Xian asked in confusion. "One blanket for each of us." Lin Xian. "Hey, honey, you can't do this. You're too heartless. Because you made me feel that you were up to no good." Linglong Shui said honestly. That's right. She did agree at first. Then, when she saw Lin Xian walk in, she inexplicably saw bad intentions in his eyes. It was as if the big bad wolf had entered the little white rabbit's house. It was very strong. "No, we're already in a relationship. You're making my heart ache." Lin Xian looked like he was heartbroken. "Sleep if you want." Linglong Shui then lay down on the bed, leaving Lin Xian half the bed and a soft blanket. "Fine, you're ruthless." Lin Xian then took off his clothes and jumped on the bed. Linglong Shui turned her head to look, and her face immediately turned red. "You!" She gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Xian angrily. Lin Xian crawled under the blanket. "What's wrong? Can't I sleep naked? Anyway, I'm not in your blanket," Lin Xian said with a very reasonable look. Linglong Shui was speechless for a moment. Then, she turned her back to Lin Xian and closed her eyes. Lin Xian then laughed evilly and turned off the lights. Anyway, there was plenty of time at night. He could take it slow. In the darkness, Lin Xian slowly reached out his hand. "Take it away. I'm hugging you." Lin Xian then put his arm under Linglong Shui's head. The two of them were separated by 2 blankets. It was nothing. Linglong Shui sighed slightly and then rested her head on Lin Xian's arm. She didn't say anything. "Come closer. Turn around," Lin Xian said with a smile. "You promised me." Linglong Shui said softly. "Yes, but is it okay if I hug you?" Lin Xian said very logically. It seemed like it. Then, she slowly turned and curled up in Lin Xian's arms. After all, they were separated by 2 blankets in the winter. Lin Xian then slowly leaned over and kissed Linglong Shui's pink cheeks. Linglong Shui. Sigh. It's nothing. This is normal. She slowly closed her eyes. In the darkness, Lin Xian slowly revealed a mischievous smile. "I want a kiss," Lin Xian then said with a smile. Linglong Shui didn't respond. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes." After saying that, Lin Xian didn't give her time to react and kissed her. Linglong Shui instinctively wanted to dodge, but Lin Xian was too strong. "Xiao Linglong, I want to see our baby," Lin Xian whispered in Linglong Shui's ear. I can't see," Linglong Shui said with a blush. "Who said that?" "Others can't see, you can't see, but I can. I can be the closest to our baby." Lin Xian then whispered in her ear. Her face immediately turned red. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Linglong in his arms. That's right, the 2 of them were in the same bed. Last night, when he kissed Linglong Shui, it was already destined that Linglong Shui would be bullied by Lin Xian. As expected, although Linglong Shui repeatedly rejected Lin Xian, he became more and more overbearing. She was half-hearted and half-willing to give in to Lin Xian. That's why men's words can't be trusted. As long as you're taken advantage of even a little, you can forget about it. Smack. Lin Xian looked at the beautiful Linglong Shui and gently kissed her again. Linglong Shui's long eyelashes trembled slightly, then she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. "You're awake?" Lin Xian said with a mischievous smile. Linglong Shui then turned her back to Lin Xian in disdain. She lazily closed her eyes and didn't want to move at all. Lin Xian smiled. "All right, you should rest. I've seen our baby, and I'm satisfied. I'll leave first." Lin Xian then got dressed on the bed and looked at her dotingly. He then opened the door and walked out while massaging his waist. "Did you accidentally injure your waist during a battle?" Lin Xian muttered to himself while massaging his waist. In the living room, Bing Lingyue was wearing home clothes and heating a cup of milk for herself. Then she saw Lin Xian walking out while massaging his waist. "What's wrong?" Is your back uncomfortable? Bing Lingyue asked. I don't know. Maybe it's from a fight. Lin Xian shook his head and then sat on the sofa. I'm afraid there are too many women around, Bing Lingyue said. Lin Xian. Wow. That makes sense. It can't be, right? Is my waist that weak? No, it's not that his waist is weak. It's that regardless of whether it's Lingying, Han Chuxue, or Linglong Shui, they're all too beautiful. He'd rather have a weak waist than stop. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed dryly and blushed. Lie down, I'll give you a massage, Bing Lingyue said to Lin Xian. Ah? So nice? Up to you. Hee, thank you, little Bing Lingyue. Lin Xian then lay down on the sofa happily. Bing Lingyue passed the warm milk to Lin Xian and then put her slender hands on Lin Xian's back. Then Lin Xian felt a cool sensation enter his body. Wow. Don't be too comfortable. Bing Lingyue is really virtuous. No, she's only virtuous to Lin Xian and her friends. Outside, she's a cold empress. She's very similar to Linya in this aspect. All right, it shouldn't be sore for a while. Bing Lingyue released her hands and said. Lin Xian sat up and twisted the girl. It's really not sore anymore. Little Bing Lingyue, you know medicine too? It's not medicine. I just used a bit of cool ice elemental energy to heal it. However, I still have to remind you. Oh? Although Ling Long is very beautiful, as a man, your body is still quite important. Lin Xian. Ahem, Lin Xian coughed awkwardly. But that shouldn't be. I'm at least at the law realm. How can this happen? That's because Ling Long is at the heavenly Dao realm. Oh. Bing Lingyue said. Ling Long is considered alright. The Void Fox is a relatively gentle race. Some Fey women reach the Great Void Realm, and men at your level can't even have intercourse with them. The energy in their bodies is too strong. Once they have intercourse, the man will definitely self-destruct. Therefore, for you to be intimate with Ling Long, who's at the heavenly Dao realm, it's already very good that your waist only hurts. It just means that too much of your yang energy and essence has been absorbed. Lin Xian. Then what about you? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Bing Lingyue was speechless. Chapter 841. Her beautiful face had a faint blush that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Then, Bing Lingyue took the cup of warm milk from the coffee table and took a sip. She seemed very calm about Lin Xian's question, but she had given the milk to Lin Xian before, and Lin Xian had drunk half of it. Because of the panic in her heart at that moment, she forgot about this. She looked very calm, but when Lin Xian saw that she was even drinking the milk that he had drunk, he knew that she was not as calm as she appeared. This was a good thing. Do you believe that I won't tell Ling Longs? After a long time, Bing Lingyue said this. Tell her then. I've already told her the truth, and she has forgiven me. She allows me to have multiple wives. Lin Xian said with a grin. This was within Bing Lingyue's expectations. Linglong Shui looked noble and cold. Of course, that was the truth. It was just that she was kinder. She might not show her feelings, but it did not mean that she had no feelings. For example, she would never show her love for Lin Xian. For example, she would never tell Lin Xian, I love you, I like you, or take the initiative to hug Lin Xian. She would never do that, even with her current relationship with Lin Xian. But she cared more than anyone else. It was easy to see that she would do a lot of things now, including in the past. Whether it was the spirit restoration pill, or something else, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to give it to Lin Xian. However, those were all things she had prepared for Lin Xian. Even when she went to Lin Xian's house for the new year, she had spent a lot of time choosing her own clothes and gifts. It was all because she cared too much. Therefore, she would definitely indulge Lin Xian. Ling Long has suffered because of you. You have to be nice to her. Bing Lingyue put down the cup of milk and said softly. Then, she was stunned. She looked at the cup of milk in a daze. Only then did she realize that she had only given it to Lin Xian. Oh no, oh no. Lin Xian didn't notice, did he? Lin Xian nodded. I know. That's why I feel sorry for her. Yes, with Linglong Shui's beauty, temperament, and excellence. How many people in this world, including the human race and the demon race, would dare to say that they were worthy of her? It's good enough that you don't feel inferior in front of her. Actually, it's nothing, but you can't let a girl protect you. As a man, you have to protect her. Just work hard and become stronger. Yes, little Icy, you're the one who sees things clearly. I'll definitely work hard to become stronger and then protect you all. Bing Lingyue was speechless. Lin Xian was referring to all of you. Did that include her? Then, Lin Xian grinned. I want a kiss. Bing Lingyue was speechless. You can ask Ling Long for it. After saying that, she got up and walked into her room. Lin Xian smiled and left. In the room, Bing Lingyue stood there motionlessly with her back to the door. She had a very strange feeling. She didn't understand why she had such a feeling. When Lin Xian talked to her, she inexplicably liked talking to him. She was also inexplicably willing to do things for him. She even felt touched when Lin Xian teased her. What's going on? Bing Lingyue's face was filled with pain. She hit her head. She felt that she was missing something very important. Then, something else appeared. It was very messy. She didn't know what it was. What scared her the most was she didn't hate Lin Xian teasing her. Instead, why did she like the feeling of being intimate with Lin Xian? This made her very afraid. After all, she was Ling Long Shue's man. After Lin Xian left, he went to Lin Ye's Art Xian group. He took a look at Lin Ye and stayed with her for a while. He felt sorry for her. He came back, but he didn't spend the first night with her at home. Lin Xian swore that when he was done with work, he would spend the whole day with her. There was also Lu Yufan. No matter what, this girl was still Lin Xian's girlfriend. Lin Xian really didn't spend much time with her. However, it was still alright to be able to play games with her. Murong Qing had been busy with the bubble gun project recently. Lin Xian was still very grateful to her. Her existence didn't talk about other things, but he didn't know how much she helped him and Lin Ye. But the most worrying thing was missions. Now, Bing Lingyue and Ling Longyue's missions were constantly depleting Lin Xian's Adonis points. It wouldn't be long before Murong Qing's missions started depleting as well. If Xiao Xinyue didn't complete it soon, Xiao Xinyue's Adonis points would start depleting. Lin Xian was glad that Xiao Runing and Yi Yi's missions hadn't been triggered yet. If they were triggered, Lin Xian would be even more worried. Perhaps Yi Yi was relatively easier to woo. Although Xiao Runing and Lin Xian were very close, she had a lot of things to consider. It was similar to Ling Long Shui. It was the kind of thing that would cause your confession to fail. Although he was puzzled as to why neither of them triggered a mission, regardless of whether it was triggered or not, they were already Lin Xian's women. Unless they found a guy they liked. When leaving the Art Xian group, Lin Xian ran into Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun was standing outside the Art Xian group, leaning against a sports car. When he saw Lin Xian, he quickly waved his hand. Young Master Lin. Lin Xian walked over. Young Master Yi? Yo, this sports car isn't cheap. Yi Qingyun smiled and said, Young Master Lin, don't make fun of me. With your family's wealth, you can buy this brand of car company.
No, no, no.
That's my sister's property, not mine. It's all done by my sister. How can you say that it's my property? Lin Xian smiled. In fact, Yi Qingyun knew that although it seemed to be Lin Ye, he didn't know how much of it Lin Xian was, but it must be because of Lin Xian. However, in Yi Qingyun's opinion, Lin Ye should be the majority. After all, this woman was as outstanding as a dazzling star in his eyes. Young Master Yi, you're too humble. What's the matter? If it's about business, wait for my sister to draft the contract. When the time comes, we'll contact you to discuss it again. Lin Xian.
No, no, no.
I'm here specifically for you, young Master Lin.
Me?
Lin Xian pretended to be stunned. Why are you looking for me? Lin Xian scratched his head and said. Yi Qingyun handed Lin Xian a cigarette. No, I don't smoke. Young Master Lin doesn't smoke. As a male martial artist on this continent, it was basically a smoker. After a battle, or before a battle, one would indeed have a miraculous effect on one's spirit. Lin Xian smiled and said, Yes, after all, I live under the same roof as my sister. My sister hates the smell of smoke the most. How can she smoke? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yi Qingyun directly put out the cigarette and patted his body. Chapter 842. Since Lin Xian had said so, there was no way he would smoke anymore. Let's have a drink together? I have some things to discuss with young Master Lin. Oh, then I'm sorry. I have to go to Ice Country for some matters, so I'm afraid I don't have time. If young Master Yi has anything to say, you can tell me now. Yi Qingyun only had one goal in coming to Lin Xian. As Linya's younger brother, Lin Xian had the highest authority and presence around Linya. His words would be very useful, and he liked Linya. If he could rope in Lin Xian and have him help him pursue Linya, it would be much easier. It's like this. You should know that I'm pursuing your sister, right? Lin Xian nodded. That's why I want your support. Don't worry, if I can pursue your sister, I'll use my entire life and everything I have to protect her. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. But I can't. I know I'm being too abrupt, but I really like her too much. But she won't even see me. At most, she might meet me for business, so I think, young Master Yi. Lin Xian patted Yi Qingyun's shoulder. It could be seen that this person really liked Linya. Lin Xian didn't know about his character, but even if his character was good, but Linya was his.
He was really sorry.
Young Master Lin, do you have any advice for me? When pursuing a girl, you have to rely on your own sincerity. Relying on others to pursue her is never right, especially when she's my sister.
Oh, right.
Also, if young Master Yi is only here for this, then I think you can go back because my sister already has someone she likes.
What?
Yi Qingyun revealed an expression of disbelief. He had never seen Linya get close to any guy. Yes, I'll tell you clearly. My sister already has someone she likes. She won't accept anyone else. Lin Xian said. In that instant, Yi Qingyun felt as if the sky had collapsed. But I've never heard of or seen him before.
Who is he?
Lin Xian shook his head. Young Master Yi, you don't need to know that. All you need to know is that you won't have a chance no matter what. There are plenty of beautiful girls in this world. Young Master Yi, you should consider the others. With that, Lin Xian patted him on the shoulder and walked away. Yi Qingyun's face was ashen. It was the feeling of losing one's true love. Wait, young Master Lin. Yi Qingyun called out to Lin Xian. Is there anything else? I want to know who he is. What kind of man is worthy of her? What kind of man does she fancy? Yi Qingyun said, unwilling to give up. Or rather, he had given up, but he wanted to know. He's not that outstanding. He just likes her. Who could say for sure if they like something like that, right? Let's go. Then Lin Xian waved his hand and walked away. Yi Qingyun secretly clenched his fists. After a while, he loosened them slightly. Sigh. Yi Qingyun, you finally fell in love with a girl in this life. In the end, it's too late. How good would it have been if you had met her earlier? Yi Qingyun sighed. Forget it. If we can become friends, that's fine. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Yi Qingyun sighed and walked into the art pavilion building. How should he put it? Suddenly, he didn't pursue Linya anymore. Instead, he let go. Then he would go and have a good chat with her. He was satisfied that they could be friends. At this moment, Lin Xian was already sitting on a plane to the Ice Nation. Because the accident rate of flying vehicles like planes was simply too high, there were very few planes as a means of transportation. Very few people were willing to take planes, even though it was faster. But even though there were very few, it didn't mean that there weren't any. As for why the accident rate was high, it wasn't because of the plane itself, but because of the demonic beast domain. In the demonic beast domain, there was no lack of flying-type demonic beasts. When a flying-type demonic beast saw a plane flying past them, they would directly blast it with a demonic skill. The plane would be gone, and the entire plane would die. If there was no threat of demonic beasts, the accident rate of a normal plane was 1 in 3 million. If there were demonic beasts, it would be 1 in 100,000. Although the 1 in 100,000 chance seemed very low, it was indeed dangerous. However, to go to a place like the Ice Nation, it was too far away. Firstly, it would take a long time to take the Star Cloud car, and secondly, the danger level was actually higher than that of a plane. Because your journey was far, and you were traveling across borders, the chances of encountering powerful demonic beasts were higher, and the chances of being attacked were higher. Moreover, that area belonged to the demonic beast domain, so it was even more dangerous. Lin Xian, are you here? On the plane, Lin Xian was having a video call with Xiao Runing. The planes here were much more advanced than those on Earth. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about the phone's signal threatening the plane. I just got on the plane. It's going to take 23 hours. I'm fucking drunk. Lin Xian had never sat in a car or plane for more than 10 hours in his life. He had never sat in a car or plane for more than 10 hours on Earth. He felt that it was a kind of torture. When he went to Tiandu, he had to take the Star Cloud car for about 8 hours. Fortunately, he still had Ling Longyue to talk to and cultivate their relationship. There weren't many people on the plane, only about 10 passengers. However, the plane ticket was extremely expensive. In any case, Lin Xian had spent 50,000 yuan to fly from Lin City to Ice Nation's ice capital airport. After all, there were too few people taking the plane, so they couldn't recoup the cost. Therefore, the price would be very high. It's fine. Have a good sleep, Xiao Runing said with a smile. Hey, 50,000 yuan for the plane ticket. You have to reimburse me. Xiao Runing couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Xian. All right, I'll reimburse you, but the prerequisite is that you have to act well for me. Don't worry. Lin Xian looked at Xiao Runing's background. It seemed like they were in the living room. Is this your home? A villa? It was reasonable for Xiao Runing's family to live in a villa. However, Lin Xian really didn't understand Xiao Runing at all. What? I can't live in a villa? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes again. At this time, a girl in pink pajamas walked past Xiao Runing. She was eating delicious food as she passed by. Then, she took a look and was very curious. Who are you video chatting with? Xiao Xinyue walked over. This sister was video chatting with a boy. Hello, little Xinyue. I missed you so much. Give me a kiss. Lin Xian saw Xiao Xinyue and waved with a smile. Xiao Xinyue. Hey, I advise you to be kind, Xiao Runing said unhappily. Then, Xiao Xinyue sat next to Xiao Runing. You're video chatting with Lin Xian? It was very strange. Even if they were close, they could have just called. Video chatting. Chapter 843. In Xiao Xinyue's eyes, even if Xiao Runing had never had a boyfriend, she was very outstanding. It wasn't that she couldn't find one. But no matter what, Xiao Xinyue had never seen Xiao Runing call a guy, let alone video call him. Anyway, Xiao Xinyue didn't know anything about relationships. She only felt that video calls between men and women were very ambiguous. Ask him to come over and help, Xiao Runing said helplessly. Help? Don't tell me. Xiao Xinyue suddenly thought of something. Hey, you haven't even told your sister? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Xiao Runing shrugged and said, Yeah, I just want to ask Lin Xian to pretend to be my boyfriend. Xiao Xinyue. She knew it. How could her sister have a boyfriend? She even told her parents that her boyfriend would come to visit in 2 days. She was very curious. She asked once, but Xiao Runing gave an ambiguous answer, so she didn't continue to ask. So she wanted Lin Xian to pretend to be her boyfriend. Then you better pray that mom and dad don't find out. Xiao Xinyue leaned on the sofa and said softly,
It's okay.
We've already rehearsed. Lin Xian said with a smile.
Huh?
Xiao Runing's face suddenly turned red.
No.
Nothing. That. Call me when you're almost there. I'll go pick you up.
Bye.
Hey, don't. Little Xinyue, you still haven't told me if you miss me. Lin Xian hung up just as he finished speaking. The two girls' faces were slightly red. They sat on the sofa and didn't say anything. Anyway, they each had their own thoughts. As for Xiao Runing, because of Lin Xian's words, she had a guilty conscience. What was there to practice? Of course, they were boyfriend and girlfriend. They even slept together. She was taken advantage of by this bastard. Because of her guilty conscience, She was afraid that Xiao Xingyue would find out. If she found out, she would be too ashamed to continue being an elder sister. Xiao Xingyue was right beside her. And Xiao Xingyue, how should he put it? She naturally had a good impression of Lin Xian, but Lin Xian was teasing her again. For those who didn't have a good impression of him, teasing would only lead to anger, but for those who had a good impression of him, it would make her shy. Although she had countless pursuers who would dare to flirt with her in front of her, it was none other than Lin Xian. Mom and Dad are very smart. You suddenly said that you have a boyfriend, and that your boyfriend is coming to visit. Mom and Dad will naturally suspect that you found someone to pretend to be your boyfriend. They will definitely test you. Xiao Xingyue broke the silence and said softly, "Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. But if I don't let Lin Xian impersonate me, I'll probably be nagged to death this year. Also, my parents will definitely arrange all sorts of blind dates for me."
I'd rather die.
Xiao Runing said helplessly. After all, you are also quite beautiful. There are countless people who admire you in Ice City. This is normal. Pretty? I say, my dear sister, why do I feel that you don't admit that I'm particularly beautiful? Tell me, do you think that I'm inferior to you in your heart? Xiao Runing hugged Xiao Xinyue's waist and laughed as she questioned her.
Yes.
Xiao Xinyue nodded. Good. You don't give me any face at all. You're asking for a beating. Then the two of them started to quarrel in the living room. Xiao Xinyue was a relatively cold girl, but when she was alone with Xiao Runing, she would be a little more open. After all, the two sisters were indeed very close. Lin Xian chatted with Lu Yufan, Miao Xiao Miao, and the other girls on the plane to kill time and cultivate their relationship. They had chatted for about 3 hours. Lin Xian's neck was sore, so he lay down and closed his eyes to sleep. Beside him, a particularly fair-skinned girl wearing sunglasses had just passed by the washroom. Because there were very few people on the plane, there were only about 10 people on the plane. As a result, when passing by a place and seeing someone, she would take a special look. This was human instinct. Then she saw Lin Xian. She pulled down her sunglasses slightly to see him more clearly. The girl was slightly stunned for a moment, then walked away. Because she recognized Lin Xian. Of course, she didn't know him. She only said that she saw Lin Xian on the Nebula car to Tiandu. Because there was a small conflict on the Nebula car at that time, the male lead was him, so she paid special attention to him. She didn't expect to see him on the plane to Ice City. The girl then sat in the seat in front of Lin Xian.
Scumbag.
She then muttered something. Why was she called a scumbag? She was sitting in front of Lin Xian. Just now, Lin Xian had been talking on the phone with someone. Although she didn't see it, she could tell from the content that this person was talking to at least 4 different girls, flirting, and asking for kisses. Wasn't this a scumbag? Although she had never been in a relationship, she had acted in many teen idol dramas. She could still tell if this man was talking to his sister or girlfriend. Obviously, it was his girlfriend. He was probably going to Ice City to see his girlfriend. It might be an online relationship. Stepping on 4 boats. The lowest. Tui men. She flipped through the magazine in peace. This time, she was going to Ice City to prepare for her concert. Usually, no matter where a celebrity went, they would have a lot of bodyguards. At least, they would have their own manager or something along. Normally, she was the same. Although she didn't like such occasions, she had no choice. It was just that she had returned to Tiandu for the New Year 2 days ago, so after the New Year, she directly flew to Ice City. The others had already arrived and were preparing for the venue. There were very few flights by plane. There were only a few in the entire empire. Therefore, this plane flew directly from Tiandu to Lingan City and then to Ice City. This was also the reason why Lin Xian and she could meet again. She boarded the plane in Tiandu. The plane flew for about 5 hours. The sky was already dark and basically everyone was asleep. At this moment, something strange happened. The whole plane suddenly emitted a loud bang and then suddenly shook. Everyone was suddenly awakened from their sleep. Fortunately, they were all wearing seatbelts. Otherwise, they would have been knocked around in the cabin. At this moment, the whole plane was falling at an extremely fast speed. Although the plane wasn't big and there were very few people, after encountering such a terrifying thing, everyone woke up and instantly fell into despair. Screams and cries were heard. Boom. There was another sudden tremor. Lin Xian opened his eyes. His pupils constricted as he looked out the window. Outside, a huge black demonic beast was releasing lightning and bombarding the plane. Lin Xian. What the fuck? This was the first time in his life on a plane, and he encountered it with a probability of 1 in 100,000? Did it have to be so unlucky? But perhaps for others, this was a disaster and a hopeless situation. But for Lin Xian, a martial artist with spatial attributes, there was hope. Chapter 844. The plane itself was particularly noisy. In such a noisy environment, the screams of the passengers in the cabin seemed insignificant. However, it was precisely in such an environment that the screams coming from Lin Xian suppressed the noisy whistling of the plane. Lin Xian frowned and quickly unbuckled his seatbelt. Then he grabbed the back of the chair near the window. Bang! Lin Xian smashed the glass with his fist. The whistling wind made it difficult for him to breathe. However, he had no choice. He had to do this because he needed to check the distance to the ground. Lin Xian could only release his spatial energy accurately if he knew the distance to the ground. Then Lin Xian went against the wind and stuck his head out. At this moment, the plane was diving down at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xian got a rough idea of the distance in an instant. If he was alone, he could leave immediately. However, Lin Xian wanted to save everyone on the plane. Including the passengers, the captain, and the flight attendants, there were more than 20 people. They didn't deserve to die. Since he had the ability to save them, he naturally had to save them.
Bang.
Just as Lin Xian was about to release his spatial energy, a figure flew over and smashed into Lin Xian. Lin Xian was stunned. It was a little soft and a little fragrant. Hey, stop screaming. Be quiet, Lin Xian shouted. He grabbed her with both hands and pushed her away. After pushing her away, he grabbed her arm tightly. Ding! Because you squeezed the girl's Mimi too hard. Adonis points plus 1 million. Lin Xian. Wah! He didn't do it on purpose. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. And Xian's eyes were red. Die, your sister. Stop screaming, Lin Xian shouted. Then, he took a deep breath and released his spatial energy. Whoosh! In the next moment, everyone on the plane disappeared.
Boom.
A few seconds later, a roar came from a barren plain. The plane crashed. Lin Xian pulled an Xian and landed not far away. As for the others, Lin Xian didn't know where they were sent, but it shouldn't be too far away. Because he pulled an Xian, the two of them were together. Those people all landed safely. They were also very confused. Why didn't he die? As for whether they lived or died, Lin Xian didn't care. The easiest way was to make a phone call. I'm not dead. And Xian's mouth was slightly agape, her face full of disbelief. Then she tried to step on the ground.
Wow.
I'm not dead. She couldn't help but cry out in excitement. Lin Xian shook his head.
Fuck.
Were all women dogs? When she was in extreme danger, she instinctively grabbed Lin Xian and scratched Lin Xian's arm. Hey, we're not dead. And Xian walked over to Lin Xian and patted Lin Xian's back. Lin Xian lifted his sleeve. There were 5 deep fingerprints. No, it wasn't as simple as fingerprints. It was completely sunken and bloody. And Xian looked at Lin Xian's wound and suddenly recalled that she seemed to have grabbed someone on the plane. She seemed to have used a lot of force. Could it be? Then, Lin Xian released the law of creation, and the wound on his arm instantly healed. And Xian's mouth was wide open. Lin Xian then turned to look at her. Scumbag. And Xian subconsciously called out after seeing Lin Xian clearly. Lin Xian. What the hell? Ding. You have triggered the mission. Mission time limit, 3 months. Mission reward. All existing attributes are improved. Mission punishment. Poison attribute disappears. Currently, it has been forcefully accepted. Lin Xian. That's right, it had been a long time since he triggered a mission. He didn't expect to meet a girl who triggered a mission on the plane. Lin Xian then carefully sized her up. He had to admit that since the mission was triggered by the system, this girl was truly beautiful. She looked like she was about 18 or 19 years old. She was still quite young. She was very youthful, bright, lively, and cute. Her skin was as white as milk. After experiencing that kind of thing, her hair was messy, but it just so happened that this kind of messy hair gave people a special kind of beauty. Naturally, there was no need to talk about her figure. Perhaps the thing that left the deepest impression on people was the pair of eyes on her beautiful face. He felt that her eyes were just so, but for some reason, they were super beautiful and full of spirit. It was as if they could speak. And Xian looked at Lin Xian's eyes and was secretly angry. He was indeed a scumbag. But she felt that the reason she was able to survive was because of him. He saved her life. Are you okay? Lin Xian asked.
Ah.
I am fine. And Xian shook her little head and then slightly frowned. What's wrong? It hurts. Only then did she realize that her chest hurt. It was burning.
Why?
Could it be that she was hit on the plane? Hurts? Where? Chest. She subconsciously rubbed it and suddenly realized something.
Ah.
I am fine. Lin Xian. He remembered that when they were on the plane, this girl suddenly broke free from her seatbelt and flew onto him, grabbing him tightly. At that time, Lin Xian still had to focus on releasing the space attribute. After all, there were dozens of people on the plane. Also, he had to control the distance. If the distance was not right, they might fall to their deaths in midair. So, at that time, Lin Xian did not notice. In addition, the wind was especially strong. Her entire weight and some kind of strength were on him. Lin Xian directly grabbed her and pushed her away. If it was not for the system notification, he would not have noticed that he was grabbing onto something. At that time, the situation was urgent. Lin Xian had to grab onto her with all his strength. Otherwise, she would definitely be injured when she flew out. If she hit her head, that kind of force would probably kill her. So, her chest was probably really bruised. Lin Xian knew how hard he had used it that time. Damn it.
Sorry.
It really hurts. And Xian only realized that it was too painful. Tears were about to come out. Did you hit something? Lin Xian pretended to be confused and asked. Maybe. No. At first, she also thought that she had hit something, but when she calmed down and thought about it, no, this was a scumbag.
Ah.
But she was embarrassed to say it. After all, he had saved her. I think so, and Xian said sadly. Give me your hand, Lin Xian. I'll give it to me. Then, Lin Xian grabbed her hand and released the creation rule slightly. At first, and Xian thought that he was going to take advantage of her, but then she realized that it did not hurt. It actually did not hurt. How magical. What attribute? Thank you, she said softly. That were you the one who saved me? Then she looked up at Lin Xian and asked. Chapter 845. Lin Xian stretched his body. Of course. Do you think God saved you? And Xian's face was slightly red. Although she felt that this person was quite annoying, was a scumbag, and had hurt her so much, he had saved her after all. Thank you, and Xian said softly. Then she raised her head and stretched out her hand to Lin Xian. I'm an Xian. Lin Xian. Lin Xian. And Xian tilted her head. You know him? No. I just feel like I've heard of him before, and Xian said softly. Lin Xian looked into the distance and took out his phone. This was a little fucking awkward. There was no signal. It was normal for there to be no signal in this place. And Xian copied Lin Xian and took out her phone. There was also no signal. Then what do we do now? When hadn't Xian ever encountered such a situation? If she was left alone in such an environment, she would be dead. She knew that she could only follow Lin Xian. What else can we do? Let's go. We'll talk when we reach a place with signal. After Lin Xian finished speaking, He walked in the direction of the ice country.
Oh.
And Xian obediently followed Lin Xian. Then she secretly rubbed her Mimi. It really didn't hurt anymore. Bastard. Couldn't you have gone somewhere else to grab her? She wasn't sure if Lin Xian did it on purpose or if it was just a coincidence. But it should be a coincidence in that situation. She couldn't let others know. But she felt so wronged. She hadn't even been in a relationship, and her Mimi was pinched like that. Damn it. And Xian was going crazy behind them. This girl was a dream lover in the eyes of the public. She was elegant, pure, and noble. However, she had a mischievous heart. It was just that in front of the big screen, the company wanted her to be like that. She couldn't do anything about it. Lin Xian, are the others dead? And Xian asked from behind. No, I don't know where I sent them. Life and death are up to fate. However, they should be together. Plus, the captain and co-captain of the plane should be quite strong. They shouldn't be in too much danger.
Oh.
And Xian nodded lightly. Strange, does he not recognize me? She thought from behind. That shouldn't be the case, right? Do you usually watch TV and listen to music? And Xian caught up with Lin Xian and asked tentatively. I usually play with girls. And Xian, scumbag. Then, Lin Xian turned to look at her with a smirk. Especially a pretty girl like you. And Xian. She instinctively took a step back and looked at Lin Xian warily. What are you doing?
Yes.
And Xian. Lin Xian then approached her step by step with a smirk.
I
will sue you. She really didn't know if Lin Xian was real or not. He was a scumbag, and there were only the two of them. They were outside, and he was much stronger than her. If he was real, oh my God, could he be that unlucky? Sue me? Who are you going to sue? Plop, and Xian took a step back and fell to the ground, sitting on her butt. Lin Xian walked in front of her and squatted down, using his hand to lift her delicate chin. Say, I saved your life, so you have to repay me, right? And Xian looked at Lin Xian warily, her big eyes filled with fear. I can give you money. And Xian said weakly. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't lack money. And Xian was so scared that tears flowed down her face. Ding. Prince Charming points plus 200,000. Lin Xian was satisfied with getting the Prince Charming points. I'm just teasing you. Lin Xian then stood up and smiled. And Xian. Use. And Xian then stood up and wiped her tears as she stared at Lin Xian angrily. She was angry and scared. It's fun. And Xian stomped her feet and said angrily. Yes, it's fun. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Humph. Let's go. If you don't want to die, then follow me. One day passed just like that. Normally, Lin Xian would arrive at Ice City the next morning, but Lin Xian walked for half a day, so he didn't know where he was the next morning. Xiao Runing was also trying to contact Lin Xian. Normally, he would arrive at that time, but she found that she couldn't contact him at all. His WeChat was offline, and she couldn't get through to his phone. Could something have happened? Xiao Runing thought worriedly. He's not here yet? Xiao Xinhua looked at Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing shook her head. I can't get through to his phone. I don't know if his phone is turned off or there's no signal. It's normal to have no signal in the beast domain, but the plane has its own signal. That means he might be in the beast domain now. Xiao Runing frowned. It seems that something really happened. Then she quickly made a phone call. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Help me check the plane that flew from Tiandu to Ice City and Lind and City yesterday. After a minute, he received a message. The plane had lost contact. Xiao Runing felt as if all her strength had been sucked out of her body at that moment. She was really worried that something might have happened to Lin Xian. If something really happened to him, Xiao Runing would die of guilt because he came to Ice City for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. But now, he had lost contact with her. If something happened to him, it would be because of her. It's okay. Doesn't he have the space attribute? Even if the plane was attacked by the beast domain with his space attribute, he can at least guarantee that he will be fine. Xiao Xinhua comforted.
Right.
Lin Xian was of the spatial attribute. If it were someone of another attribute, they would probably be dead for sure. Be it the explosion of the plane or the attacks of the demonic beasts, they would all be able to take their lives. But if it was someone of the spatial attribute, but in the end, she was just comforting herself. I'll go find him. Xiao Runing stood up. How can I find him in such a big place? At that moment, Xiao Runing received a message on her phone. She quickly picked up the phone and saw Lin Xian's profile picture. At that moment, she almost cried. Then, she quickly called Lin Xian. Hello, where are you? Lin Xian's voice came from the phone. Don't mention it. The plane had an accident. Fortunately, this young master has the space attribute. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see you. I don't know where I am. My phone just got a signal. Xiao Runing sighed in relief. Send me your location. I'll come and pick you up.
Okay.
Xiao Runing put down the phone. This bastard is really pitiful. Even with such a small chance, he still encountered it.
Fortunately, he's fine.
Then, she looked at Xiao Xinyue and said, I'll go and pick him up. I'll go with you. On the other side, Lin Xian was sitting on a rock. Next to him was an exile. Let's wait. It's more than 1,000 kilometers. My friend will need a few hours to get here. An exile nodded. Thank you. So, you haven't told me how you're going to repay me? Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. Chapter 846. An exile blushed slightly when she heard Lin Xian's words. Because when Lin Xian mentioned this, she thought of the scene where her Mimi was pinched by him. However, she had to admit that Lin Xian was indeed her savior. After spending half a day with him, she realized that other than being a little naughty, he seemed to be quite nice in other ways. Pay. Impossible. Impossible. Wasn't he a scumbag? Could he be a scumbag? He was the type that could make girls happy, and he was good at talking and teasing girls. Because of this, girls would jump into his arms. That was why he was a scumbag. If he was a real guy, shouldn't he be straight? Look at his glib tongue. Humph. Iron scumbag. But I don't know how to repay you. I only have money. Other than money, I don't have anything else. I'm not powerful, so I can't help you. An Exian lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes. Don't you still have your beauty? Don't they always give their bodies in the movies? I don't need you to give your body to me. Just give it to me. Lin Xian smiled. An Exian. Go and die, scumbag. An Exian went crazy. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. All right, ungrateful woman. An Exian. No. Can't you make a normal request? How could an Exian let others say that she was an ungrateful person? But how could she give her body to him? A normal request. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and pondered. Normally, Lin Xian wouldn't have any interactions with this girl. However, she allowed Lin Xian to trigger a mission, and the mission reward was very tempting. Lin Xian's proficiency in all his attributes had reached large success. What kind of concept was that? Aside from his mastery of space, Lin Xian's mastery of other attributes was only slightly higher than his thunder attribute. His ice and fire attributes were pitifully weak. Since he didn't use them much, his mastery was naturally trash. However, if he completed her mission and reached large success in all his proficiency, he would be able to control all his attributes perfectly. He would be much stronger in actual combat. This was a fundamental increase in his strength. It wasn't through martial arts or spiritual equipment, so it was really important. Then give me a kiss, Lin Xian said to an Exian. He had no choice. Although he didn't want to go around showing mercy, who could withstand the fucking mission? An Exian. Wow. I saved you. Don't tell me you can't even fulfill such a small request? You ungrateful bastard. Leave. Lin Xian had a pained look on his face. An Exian.
Bastard. Rogue.
Scumbag. But a kiss shouldn't be a big deal, right? Although she had never kissed him before. Only your face only. An Exian blushed and mumbled. Come. Lin Xian tapped his cheek. An Exian raised her head. Her mouth was filled with resentment towards Lin Xian. Humph. I'll return the favor after the kiss. Then she closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly due to the turmoil in her heart. She was so adorable. Then, she slowly stood on her tiptoes and slowly walked towards Lin Xian's face with her pink lips. Lin Xian only felt a trace of coolness and softness. It was quite exquisite. Ding! Tricked a big sister into kissing you. Adonis points plus 300,000. And Xian hurriedly retreated and opened her beautiful eyes. It's done. Lin Xian touched his cheek and grinned. You can't tell anyone. And Xian mumbled softly.
Don't worry.
No one will know you. Who can I tell? Lin Xian smiled. And Xian. He really didn't know her. Was he from Mars? It was normal that he couldn't recognize her when she was wearing those big sunglasses. But now, forget it. Didn't he say that he played with girls every day? He didn't watch TV either. Are you from Ice Country? Lin Xian asked.
No.
And Xian shook her head. And Xian blushed and shook her head. I'm from China's Tiandu. I came to Ice Nation to travel. Lin Xian. Amazing. Who the hell would take the risk of traveling across countries? Of course, there were, but it was really dangerous. Most people were unwilling to take the risk even if they had the ability. Lin Xian didn't suspect anything. He really didn't know her because he didn't watch TV. Wouldn't it be great if he had the time to go out and accompany girls? The TV was about other people's lives. But since she was from Hua country, Lin Xian was relieved. After all, he had to confess in the future. How would she get along if she was in Ice Country?
What about you? She asked.
Lin and City. And Xian mumbled, and then secretly made a decision. I'll definitely go to Lin and City,
she said.
Lin and City was the most border city and the company didn't want her to hold a concert there. But now, she felt that there was a need to hold a concert there. Lin Xian nodded. At this time, a private jet flew over from afar. It was obvious that it had noticed Lin Xian and an Xian. Fuck. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile when he saw the private jet. This Xiao family was extraordinarily rich. They even got a private jet. Then the jet landed, and a dozen people came down. And then, I told you not to come alone, but you insisted. What if something happened to you? A woman close to 30 years old hugged an Xian. She looked very scared. Lin Xian. Fuck. He was happy for nothing. An Xian had sent a message to her people, and they came first. Sister Ling, I'm sorry. An Xian stuck out her tongue. It's good that you're fine. Hurry up and leave. It's not good to stay in the beast territory. An Xian nodded and ran towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian, come with me. Lin Xian shook his head with a smile. No, I'm still waiting for my friend. If I leave, wouldn't she have come for nothing? You guys go first. I have the space attribute. It's very safe here. Then I'll accompany you. No need.
Go.
Lin Xian patted her shoulder.
Oh.
And Xian nodded. Suddenly, she thought of something and quickly took out her phone. Can I add you on WeChat? The people behind looked at each other. Since the girl took the initiative to add me on WeChat, I'll definitely agree. Lin Xian smiled and added her on WeChat. And Xian smiled sweetly. Thank you. Then you must be careful. Lin Xian nodded. Let's go. Then, an Xian boarded the plane with them. On the plane, she kept looking at Lin Xian. Bye-bye. An Xian waved at Lin Xian, and the cabin closed. Lin Xian was relieved when he saw that there were a few powerful people behind him. Then, the plane flew into the sky. Chapter 847. And who is that? Why did you add him on WeChat? If your fans find out about this, I'm afraid there will be bad consequences. An Xian's manager, Zhang Ling, said to an Xian on the plane. He's my savior. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, I would have been dead. An Xian said truthfully. I see. On the other side, Lin Xian was browsing an Xian's WeChat moments. He had only known her for a short period of time and didn't know what kind of person she was, but she seemed to be quite nice. It was said that WeChat moments could reflect a person's personality and habits. Since Lin Xian didn't know much about her, but since he was going to woo her in the future, there was no harm in knowing more. After Lin Xian opened her WeChat moments, he found that her WeChat moments were mostly photos of her life. Then, there were some itineraries. She mentioned which city she was going to today and which city she was going to tomorrow. What was even more ridiculous was there were many photos of her with boys in her WeChat moments. She was smiling brightly. More importantly, these boys, whether they were 17, 18, or 30, were all very handsome. At a glance, one could tell that they were not the kind of handsome that ordinary people were. Fuck. This an Xian can't be a support girl, right? Lin Xian suddenly thought of this possibility. Otherwise, why would there be so many photos of boys in her WeChat moments? Many girls would post photos of themselves with handsome guys to show off. What was there to show off? To prove that they were beautiful. It can't be, right? Lin Xian scratched his head. That was his first reaction anyway. However, he felt that an Xian's personality should be very conservative. But who could say for sure when it came to personality? There were too many girls who looked pure and innocent on the surface, but in reality, they were a different kind of person. I hope not. Otherwise, I won't even have the thought of chasing her. Lin Xian muttered to himself. However, some of the boys in her WeChat moments looked very familiar. After a while, another private jet flew over. Here. Lin Xian waved at the sky.
Whoosh.
The plane slowly descended, and two beauties jumped down from it. Xiao Runing ran over and rubbed her hands on Lin Xian's body. What are you doing? You're taking advantage of me the moment you arrive? Lin Xian said shyly. Shoo, are you hurt? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Tisk, I'll only get hurt in the hands of a woman. Xiao Runing. How shameless. Then, Lin Xian waved at Xiao Xinyue, who was standing behind him. Hello, little Xinyue, I want a kiss. Xiao Xinyue was speechless. She dodged Lin Xian, who was approaching her. Kiss my sister. Xiao Xinyue said helplessly. No, I want to kiss you, Mua. Xiao Xinyue was speechless. Go to hell. I won't let you kiss me even if you want to. Keep dreaming. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. The point is, I don't want to kiss you either. Lin Xian left. Xiao Runing was speechless. Ding. Feeling Xiao Runing's displeasure. Adonis points plus 100,000. Just you wait. Xiao Runing threatened Lin Xian fiercely.
Oh?
I'll wait? Little girl, who's helping who now? When I meet your parents later, sigh, I might forget something or say something wrong.
Sigh.
If someone apologizes, I shouldn't make any mistakes. Xiao Runing was speechless. Aha. I'm wrong, okay? Not sincere. I'm wrong, Xiao Runing said, feeling wronged. Then I want a kiss. Lin Xian smiled and tapped his cheek. Go to hell.
Sigh.
You won't even give me a kiss. I'm going to act as your boyfriend. I came all the way here and even encountered danger. If I didn't have the space attribute, I would have died here. Now you want me to die? Lin Xian clutched his chest and said with heartache. Go away. Stop fooling around. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes. If Xiao Xinyue wasn't here, she might have kissed Lin Xian's cheek. But with her sister here, she couldn't let go. Xiao Xinyue was also quite surprised. She felt that Lin Xian and Xiao Runing's relationship was really good. It was far beyond the category of normal friends. She could feel it. All right. Since we're sleeping together tonight, I'll let you kiss me as much as you want. Lin Xian said with a grin. Xiao Runing was speechless. How shameless. This bastard's shamelessness seemed to have deepened. Ladies, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go back first. An old man in his 50s poked his head out of the plane and said to them. Yes, let's go back first. Xiao Runing breathed a sigh of relief. She finally found an excuse to escape. Then, she quickly pulled Lin Xian onto the plane. The plane flew into the sky. The plane was very small. It was just a helicopter. Other than the captain, there was only the old man sitting in the plane. Obviously, they were worried about danger. Lin Xian, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Zhang, the butler of the Xiao family. He has been in the Xiao family for as long as I can remember, just like me and Xinyue's grandfather. Xiao Runing introduced Lin Xian. Hello, grandfather. Lin Xian said with a smile. Uncle Zhang was speechless. Xiao Runing was speechless. Xiao Xinyue was speechless.
Wow.
This bastard is so shameless. Uncle Zhang smiled. He looked at Lin Xian and said, I'm not the two young ladies' grandfather.
Please don't call me that.
I've only carried the two young ladies when I was young. The old man is at home, so please don't call me Uncle Zhang like the young ladies do. Okay, Uncle Zhang. However, Lin Xian was speechless. It was normal for the Xiao family to have a butler. After all, they lived in a big villa. No, even if they lived in a big villa, they wouldn't hire a butler. A manor?
Fuck. It was definitely a manor.
If it wasn't a manor, there wouldn't be a butler. Furthermore, this butler was at least at the Grand Dominion realm. To be able to hire a Grand Dominion realm expert as his butler for so many years at that, this Xiao family might be more powerful than Lin Xian imagined. Xiao Ningning, what kind of family is your Xiao family? Do you even have an expert like Uncle Zhang as your butler? Uncle Zhang asked in surprise. Young master, didn't the young lady tell you? No, I asked her, but she didn't say. Lin Xian shrugged. Young master, you'll know when you get there. Lin Xian was speechless. It felt so mysterious. That's right. You'll know when you get there, Xiao Runing said with a smile. Actually, she didn't want to expose her family background. However, she had no choice. Did you want her to find another man to pretend to be her boyfriend and sleep with him? That was impossible. She had an ambiguous relationship with Lin Xian. It was only possible if she had feelings for him. Since it was exposed, then so be it. As long as Lin Xian didn't say anything, it would be fine. Chapter 848. Soon, the plane reached the edge of the city and flew further away. The Ice Nation was the capital of the Ice Nation. The reason why the Ice Nation was called the Ice Nation was because there were 3 seasons of winter in a year. Even if that season was spring, the snow and ice of the Ice Nation would rarely melt. It was truly an empire of ice and snow. Now in the sky of Bing City, Lin Xian looked out the window. It was very, very beautiful. But it had to be said that the people of Bing country were really resistant to the cold. It might not be a big deal for martial artists, but for ordinary people without realms, they would feel cold all year round. But even so, it was cold all year round, so the ice country was super good at keeping warm. Whether it was the structure of the house or the floor heating, everyone had it, and relatively speaking, the price was much lower than the price of any other country. Moreover, the Ice Nation was different from the other 4 empires. The Ice Nation was similar to a constitutional monarchy. Although the 3 major forces ruled the entire continent and had the highest say in any place, they would not interfere with the management of the Ice Nation. They were more concerned with protecting the city and the country, developing themselves. This was because Bing country had its own set of national laws. There was an emperor in Bing country, and the emperor had the greatest power. Of course, although the emperor had great power, he could not act recklessly. He had to consider the common people. Simply put, the emperor of Bing country had the greatest power in Bing country, far surpassing the 8 major families of China. He could give orders to the entire empire, but the people always had the greatest power. As long as you did something bad, the people could dismiss you, and the 3 major powers also had the right to do so. Therefore, although the power was great, it was not like the ancient emperors who could do whatever they wanted. The emperor had his own power that belonged to the T2 level, which was only lower than the 3 major powers. However, it was many times higher than a normal T2 level power. And the emperor had his palace, which was in Bing City. The entire ice country gave people the feeling that it was somewhere between modern and ancient times. 3 hours later, they arrived at a brand new city. It was the largest city, and its prosperity was not inferior to Tiandu. Tall buildings towered into the clouds, and the entire city was silver-white in color. It was super beautiful. Uncle Zhang, are Grandpa and Grandma here too? Old Master and Old Madam should be in the palace. Isn't the annual meeting about to start? They need to organize themselves, so they might not have time to meet you today. Lin Xian, Imperial Palace? The palace where the Ice Emperor resided?
Fuck.
Xiao Ningning, you can't be the princess of the Ice Nation, right? Lin Xian stared at Xiao Runing with his mouth wide open. Of course not. Xiao Runing said, if I were the Ice Princess, how could my family let me casually find a man to be my boyfriend? Lin Xian. That's true. However, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If this girl was the Ice Princess, then she would be awesome. However, the old madam is the daughter of the previous emperors. Uncle Zhang said. Lin Xian. So Xiao Runing's grandmother was the elder of the current emperor? She only said that her family was very big. Maybe her grandmother was just a collateral relative or something like that. But no matter what, it must be very impressive. So you're a relative of the emperor? Xiao Runing nodded. You can say that. In this era, there's no such thing as a relative of the emperor. Although the Ice Nation is like this, it still has to listen to the three major powers. Actually, in simple terms, the palace where the emperor resides and his family are just one of the big families in the Ice City. The emperor is just a title, nothing much. Then what do you call the emperor now? Uncle. Lin Xian. Oh, okay. We're here. Xiao Runing said. Then, the plane slowly came to a stop in a huge manor. Lin Xian felt that this manor was much bigger than the Ling families. There were many people gathered here to welcome Lin Xian's arrival. This made Lin Xian feel flattered. When he went to the Ling family and the Han family, it wasn't like this. Lin Xian even had the illusion that he would have to face all kinds of difficulties. A few people walked down from the plane. Dad, Mom, Lin Xian is here. Xiao Runing pulled Lin Xian behind her and said. The beautiful woman who looked like Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyu directly pushed Xiao Runing away as if she was her own mother. Then, she pulled Lin Xian's hand. So this is little Xian. As expected, he's handsome and talented. He's much more handsome than in the photos, right? Madam is right. Son-in-law is really handsome. A few girls at the side said with a smile. Lin Xian. Wah. I'm not used to this. I'm begging you. Please send a few people to cause trouble. I beg you. Annie, Uncle, I brought a lot of gifts on the way here. But the plane had an accident and the gifts were all gone. Lin Xian said, a little embarrassed. Actually, there was no need to buy gifts. He planned to buy them in Ice City. It's fine. It's fine as long as you're fine. It's Ningning's fault. Xiao Zun said to Lin Xian with a smile. Xiao Runing couldn't say anything. Who is the real father?
Wah.
My parents-in-law are really nice. Quick, go into the room. It's cold outside. Let's go. Then, Yi Qianling pulled Lin Xian's hand and walked into the villa. Yes, since they got off the plane, she held Lin Xian's hand and didn't let go. Lin Xian was flattered. Then, they entered the warm and beautiful villa. Ning, get little Xian a glass of water. Oh, got it? Xiao Runing pouted. Xiao Xinyu had just sat down when Xiao Zun glanced at her. Go get some fruit for your brother-in-law. Xiao Xinyu. Oh, then. She got up and left helplessly. Come. Drink some milk. It's just warmed up. Yi Qianling handed the milk to Lin Xian. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Xian took it. Damn it. Instead, he felt even more reserved now. In the Ling family, the Han family wasn't reserved either.
Damn. That.
Little Xian, when do you plan to have a child with Ning? Yi Qianling asked abruptly. Cough. Lin Xian choked on a mouthful of milk.
What?
This mother-in-law. Hey, you don't know. Ning and Xinyu don't even like to stay at home all year round. They don't even like to stay in the ice country. How can we, as their parents, not be anxious? So, You should have a chubby child early so that Ningning's father and I can raise it. It won't be so boring. Yi Qianling said with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about? No matter what, you have to get married before you can have children. Xiao Zun said. What? We can't have children before marriage? Didn't I give birth to Ningning for you before I got married? Yi Qianling glared at Xiao Zun. Xiao Zun took a sip of tea and didn't dare to talk back. Clearly, Yi Qianling was in charge of this family. Of course, it wasn't that Xiao Zun didn't have any status. Maybe he was a henpecked husband. Chapter 849. Lin Xian helplessly drank a mouthful of milk. Annie, uncle, you can't rush things like giving birth. Xiao Ningning said she doesn't want to give birth, so we haven't been intimate even when we're living together. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. That means Xiao Xian, you want a child, right? That girl doesn't agree to it? Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Thumped Xiao Runing, who had just walked over, staggered, and almost fell down. What was this bastard talking about? Lin Xian stifled a laugh in his heart. Little brat, I'm going to kill you. Why aren't you obediently submitting to me? Ningning's. Yi Qianling glared at Xiao Runing. Mom, don't listen to Lin Xian's nonsense. Xiao Runing said, feeling wronged. I told you a few years ago to bring back a grandson for me. How many years has it been? Xiao Xian wants a child so badly. Your dad, and I want one too. You're the only one who doesn't listen. Xiao Runing couldn't say anything. Auntie, don't blame her. Maybe it's my problem.
You?
Too little time? Lin Xian. Ahem. Xiao Xingyue came over with a fruit platter and couldn't help but cough. She just went to get a fruit platter. What were they talking about? Lin Xian was also stunned.
Damn.
This mother-in-law wasn't any worse than Ling Ying's mother. Of course not. Auntie, you really know how to joke. Lin Xian said resentfully. Thank goodness. Yi Qianling also patted her chest. As a woman, she understood this kind of worrisome thing the best. If a woman couldn't be satisfied in that aspect, she would feel terrible. So she was really worried that Lin Xian had that problem. Fortunately, it wasn't. Then, Lin Xian sighed and said, Auntie, you also know that your daughter is very outstanding, and there are many people pursuing her. Hearing Lin Xian's praise, the two of them were very satisfied. This was equivalent to praising them for being born with good genes. It wasn't easy for me to get her, but she's too outstanding, so I don't have much status in front of her. You know? So that depends on her mood. If she's not willing, I can't do anything no matter how hard I try. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Xiao Runing. Xiao Xingyue was speechless.
Wow.
This bastard is so shameless.
Fuck.
Condense. Yi Qianling looked at Xiao Runing reproachfully. How unpleasant. Lin Xian stifled a laugh in his heart. I understand. She could only swallow the bitter water into her stomach and then grumbled. A girl should listen to a boy. Girls should listen to boys. If you don't bring back a grandson for me and your dad next year, don't come back to this house. I don't see you listening to me. Xiao Zun grumbled. What did you say? No, I said that madam is right. Xiao Zun hurriedly said with a smile. That's more like it. Drink water. Xiao Runing put the water in front of Lin Xian in a bad mood. How should I say this? Yi Qianling then glared at Xiao Runing. Is that how you talk to your boyfriend? Xiao Runing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then she picked up the cup and handed it to Lin Xian, saying gently, Drink water. That's more like it. Yi Qianling grumbled. Lin Xian took it with satisfaction and smiled. Good girl. Xiao Runing. She couldn't take it anymore. Mom, I'll go prepare dinner. You can chat with Lin Xian. Xiao Runing wanted to run away quickly. Stop. Yi Qianling stopped her. Is there anything else? Dinner isn't urgent. It's not even 3:00 in the afternoon. Let the servants prepare the ingredients first. You can cook with me. The most important thing now is the child. Xiao Runing. Mom, I can't conjure up a child for you right now. Xiao Runing was going crazy. Xian, give me the thing. Yi Qianling opened her hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Auntie, what is it? It's the thing you have to wear when you're intimate. Lin Xian. Xiao Runing. Xiao Xingyue. Mom. Dear Mom, I'm begging you. Let's do our nails and hair, okay? Xiao Runing hugged Yi Qianling and giggled. Next to him, Xiao Xingyue calmly took a sip of tea with both hands. Lin Xian said awkwardly, I don't have one. You don't have one? Shouldn't you guys carry one or two around with you in your wallet? Ahem. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, but Xiao Ningning and I don't get intimate more than a few times a year.
I don't have one with me.
Xiao Runing. This bastard did it on purpose. Yi Qianling looked at Xiao Runing. My bad. Xiao Runing quickly said. She hated Lin Xian so much that she gritted her teeth. You've always been obedient since you were young. Your sister is the one who doesn't listen. Why don't you listen to Mom? I'll listen. Xiao Runing said repeatedly. She lost. She admitted defeat. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Oh, little Xingyue didn't listen when she was young? Why did it feel like the opposite? Lin Xian felt that the one who didn't listen was more likely to be Xiao Runing, not Xiao Xingyue. Xiao Xingyue saw Lin Xian's gaze and quickly lowered her head to drink her tea. Okay, let's not talk about anything else. Xiao Xian, do you want to rest in Ningning's room? Yi Qianling asked. Auntie, it's okay. We'll talk about it at night. Okay, that's fine. Ningning and I will go prepare dinner. You two can talk. Xingyue, tell your brother-in-law more about your sister's past. Xiao Xingyue. Oh, okay. Xiao Xingyue nodded. Obviously, Yi Qianling was helping Lin Xian. She wanted Xiao Xingyue to tell Lin Xian some embarrassing things about Xiao Runing and then raise his status. This mother-in-law was really scheming. Xiao Runing was about to lose all hope. Her mother made her feel hopeless, and Lin Xian, that bastard, was adding fuel to the fire. Damn it. Xiao Xian, your auntie is like this. You have to be more tolerant. She's been thinking about grandchildren all day long. Especially when she sees her good friends carrying grandchildren out for walks all day long. She hopes to have grandchildren to carry even more. Xiao Zun said to Lin Xian with a smile. Okay, of course I understand. Lin Xian nodded. But Ningning isn't young anymore. It's time for her to start a family. And Xingyue. The topic suddenly turned to Xiao Xingyue. Xiao Xingyue was stunned. We were quite happy when we heard that Xingyue had a boyfriend. We thought that the two precious daughters would bring their boyfriends this year, but she said that they broke up. Didn't I say not to mention it? Xiao Xingyue said indifferently. After your mom finished urging your sister, she started urging you. Huazun said helplessly. Chapter 850. Lin Xian said with a smile, sister-in-law is so beautiful. Finding a boyfriend is a piece of cake. That may be the case, but both of my daughters are beautiful. I've never seen them have a boyfriend before. You'll have one next year, Lin Xian said with a smile. Xiao Xingyue was speechless. What an awkward way to address her as sister-in-law. Oh right, stay here for a few more days. There's an important banquet at the palace tomorrow night. The whole family will be there. You should go too. Lin Xian nodded. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry to leave, so it didn't matter if he stayed a little longer. All right, I'll go help out. Xian, you can talk to Xingyue. Xiao Zun left after saying that. Sister-in-law, be normal. Without her parents by her side, Xiao Xingyue returned to her usual self. It's very normal, sister-in-law. Lin Xian grinned. Xiao Xingyue shook her head secretly. Tell me about your sister. Lin Xian said with a smile. I won't. Then I'll tell your mom that you didn't listen to her. Xiao Xingyue was speechless. Then I'll tell my mom that you're a fake boyfriend. All right, then you're only messing with your sister. You didn't take revenge on me. Xiao Xingyue was speechless. That made sense. Then give me a kiss, Lin Xian said with a smile. Go to hells. Xiao Xinyu said coldly, but her beautiful face was a little red. It was a strange feeling. Her sister's boyfriend was at home, and her sister's family was in the kitchen. Then she and her sister's boyfriend were flirting. It was inexplicably exciting. Although she knew that this boyfriend was a fake, it was still exciting. To be honest, I like you more than your sister. Why don't we make do? Lin Xian said with a smile. Xiao Xinyu was speechless. She simply couldn't tell which of his words was true and which were false. Xiao Xinyu didn't answer. Hey, I'm serious. Why don't you consider it? Not considering. I've helped you so much, but you haven't repaid me yet. Lin Xian mumbled. What do you want? Xiao Xinyu looked at Lin Xian. I want you. Xiao Xinyu was speechless. Hey, say something. Can you give me a kiss? No.
Wow.
This is what I want in return. You don't agree? You ungrateful bastard. Goodbye. Lin Xian then stood up. Where are you going? It doesn't matter where I'm going. I just don't want to see you. Xiao Xinyu was speechless. Then it should be fine from now on, right? Xiao Xinyu said helplessly. Because what Lin Xian said was indeed reasonable. He had helped him so much, but he had yet to thank him. Kiss him? That might not necessarily be the case. In any case, let's talk about it later. Okay, you've agreed. Lin Xian then sat down with a smile and said, Actually, you don't have to kiss me. Why don't you give me a chance to ask you to be my girlfriend? Just take it as my repayment, okay? No. Okay, that's it. You've agreed. You can't go back on your words. That's great. I like people like you. We'll be like this when we get back to Linden City. Lin Xian then walked away with a smile. Xiao Xinyu was speechless. Did she agree? But she lowered her head and thought. Did Lin Xian really like her? Yes, she was thinking about this question. Lin Xian went to the kitchen. In the kitchen, the mother and daughter were cooking. Xiao Zun was the assistant. The kitchen was super big. There were also a few girls helping to wash the vegetables. In any case, Lin Xian felt that this family was the most harmonious one he had ever been to. As the head of the family, Xiao Zun was very fond of his wife, making him seem like a henpecked husband. He didn't feel any of the aura that the head of a super family should have from them. They were especially amiable. It must be known that to some extent, the Xiao family was an existence slightly superior to the 8 great families of Tiandu. I'll help. Lin Xian said. Go out and play. You don't need to help. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes and said, Ning Ning. Yi Qianling then said. Xiao Runing was like a mouse seeing a cat. She then said gently to Lin Xian, Leave the cooking to us women. You're a guest. You can rest outside. I'm not a woman. Xiao Zun suddenly realized this. He then waved his hand and prepared to go out. Where are you going? Help me. Is it hard for you to cook for the children? Yi Qianling glared at him. Yes, 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 yes. Xiao Zun said with a smile. Lin Xian then smiled and said, Actually, I often cook at home. Xiao Ningning can prove this. Xiao Runing nodded, and Lin Xian's cooking is quite good. What? You cook for Ningning? Ningning, is it because you're too lazy at home? Women should follow the 3 rules and 4 virtues. Cooking should be done by a girl. Do you understand? Xiao Runing wanted to cry. Auntie, don't misunderstand. She occasionally cooks. Occasionally, Xiao Runing really wanted to strangle Lin Xian. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. I'll say it one last time. I know. Xiao Runing hurriedly said. Xiao Xian, hearing you say this, Annie really feels bad for you. Xiao Runing. Hey. Whose mother are you? Also, what's there to feel bad for? Even if what he said was true, cooking was less intimate. What's there to feel bad for? Oh my god. Xinyu, do you think I was picked up? Xiao Runing helplessly asked Xiao Xinyu, who was walking over. Then you'll have to ask Mom and Dad. I was born later than you. It's even more impossible for me to know. Xiao Xinyu said faintly. Then she walked into the kitchen to help cut the vegetables. That's right. You really were picked up from the trash can. Yi Qianling joked. What a coincidence. Maybe our trash cans were next to each other. Lin Xian teased Xiao Runing. Go to hell. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes.
Look at you.
You're not gentle anymore. How can you win a man's heart like this? What if Xiao Xian doesn't want you one day? Mom, if he doesn't want me, it'll be me who doesn't want him. Xiao Runing said helplessly. Look at you. You're still so picky. Xiao Runing. Hey. She was known as the #1 beauty teacher in Tianhua City. She was a beauty on the same level as Han Chuxue and the others. Why couldn't she be picky? This mother of hers was so hurtful. But Xiao Xian is also quite handsome. Your baby should be very good-looking too. Yi Qianling was already looking forward to it. Why are you talking about this again? Hearing her mother talk about babies made Xiao Runing's head hurt. If you don't want to give birth to a child, can't you let me think about it? Xiao Runing. Chapter 851. When Xiao Xinyu saw how miserable her sister was, she was genuinely trying to hold back her laughter. To be honest, it was quite difficult for her to laugh. However, home was the warmest place in the world. She knew that Jingjing would be relaxed and laugh in front of her family at home. Sister, if you said you wouldn't bring your boyfriend home, you would be scolded to death. Now that you brought him home, it would be even worse. How miserable. What are you laughing at? Your sister is a letdown, so you have to work harder for me and bring your boyfriend home next year. Yi Qianling pinched Xiao Xinyue's pink cheeks and said. It seemed that her words were normal, but in fact, her tone was teasing. It was dignified but not threatening. Xiao Xinyue. Serves you right for laughing at me. Xiao Runing felt comfortable in her heart. Xiao Xian, if you have any outstanding brothers, you can introduce them to Xinyue.
Got it, Andy.
Yi Qianling was very satisfied with Lin Xian. In fact, she had some understanding of Lin Xian. Although she had said that her daughter only needed to find a man as long as he was a man, she certainly wouldn't like him if his character wasn't good enough. However, Xiao Runing had told her a lot of things about Lin Xian, including the fact that Lin Xian had saved her before and that he had the 3 attributes of space, thunder, and ice. She also knew that Lin Xian was the Lin Xian from the Art Pavilion group, so she would certainly be very satisfied. Then, they happily made a table full of delicious food. After they finished, it was already dark. This was the ice country, and it got dark early almost all year round. Then, their family sat at the table. As for the other servants in the house, they had their own canteen. They went to cook for themselves, and the treatment was also very good. Let's eat. Let me try Xiao Xian's cooking first. Yi Qianling couldn't wait to pick up a piece of red braised pork that Lin Xian had personally made. Lin Xian looked at her expectantly. How is it? Very good. I can tell that you usually cook a lot. Yi Qianling nodded with satisfaction. She was starting to believe that Lin Xian often cooked for Xiao Runing. Xiao Xinyue also picked up a piece of Lin Xian's dish. It was really not bad. Hey, is no one going to try mine? Xiao Runing said, feeling wronged. All right, don't be jealous. Everyone, let's eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. Xiao Zun smiled and said to his daughter. Because this was a special occasion, the whole family drank a lot of wine. 40 minutes later, they were almost done eating. They talked about a lot of things in the afternoon and during the meal. By the way, Xiao Xian, how did you meet my Ning Ning, and how did you end up together? Yi Qianling asked. In fact, she had always suspected that Lin Xian was Xiao Runing's fake boyfriend, because Lin Xian was her student. She knew that her daughter's thoughts were quite traditional. She shouldn't be able to accept this kind of thing easily. Therefore, she had always been suspicious. She only asked this question to see if she could find any clues. Of course, it would be best if it was true. Xiao Runing and Lin Xian had a lot of things in common. For example, this question.
I see.
It was fate. At that time, I was still Xiao Ningning's student. It's embarrassing to talk about it. Then our school organized an exam. We encountered danger there, but I happened to have the space attribute, so we escaped. After pausing for a moment, Lin Xian continued, because I saved Ning Ning's life. Apart from the teacher-student relationship, we also became good friends. After that, I pursued her for quite a while. Lin Xian's words were the same as what Yi Qianling heard from Xiao Runing. She couldn't find any clues. Speaking of which, I heard that there wasn't enough spiritual energy at the time. You could only send the others out, but you were trapped there, right? Lin Xian nodded. Speaking of which, I was lucky that I didn't die. Yi Qianling was very satisfied with Lin Xian for this reason. In this day and age, a person who dared to sacrifice himself to save others was admirable. There was no problem with his character. At the very least, if the two of them were in danger, he wouldn't abandon his daughter and run away alone. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. The good fortune is that I managed to get Xiao Ningning. Lin Xian said with a smile. Xiao Runing. Wow. Why did she feel that this bastard's words were quite touching? Yi Qianling nodded in satisfaction. However, she really couldn't be sure if this Lin Xian was her daughter's fake boyfriend. There was another big reason. Her daughter said that she had a boyfriend too suddenly. A few days before the new year, she called Xiao Runing and told her not to come home if she didn't have a boyfriend. At that time, she said that she had a boyfriend. Just a week ago, she had called Xiao Xinyue and asked her if Xiao Runing had a boyfriend, but she had said no. So this was the biggest reason why she was suspicious. Could it really be so coincidental that they only confirmed their relationship a week or two before the new year? Regarding this point, she had asked Xiao Runing about it, but Xiao Runing had not said anything about it. She had said that they had been dating for a very long time, but she had never told anyone about it, including Xiao Xinyue, so there was no flaw in it. Xiao Xinyue had said that she did not have a boyfriend because she did not know about it. So the only thing that could really clear her doubts was tonight. Her daughter was very conservative. If this Lin Xian wasn't her boyfriend, then they definitely wouldn't be so close. Xiao Runing's acting skills were really off the charts. Although she was scolded by Yi Qianling in various ways, she performed well in small details, such as getting food for Lin Xian, helping Lin Xian get his slippers, and occasionally helping Lin Xian tidy his clothes. She was very much like a little wife. Part of it was acting, but part of it was really natural. These were also things that Yi Qianling paid attention to. If they had really been together for a long time, these small details would definitely be exposed. However, she really couldn't see anything. One of the reasons was that Xiao Runing and Lin Xian were very ambiguous. Xiao Xian, how old are you? After dinner, they sat on the sofa and chatted while drinking tea. Really, they chatted too much today. Lin Xian also learned a lot of little things about Xiao Xinyue and Xiao Runing. For example, Xiao Xinyue used to be disobedient and liked to fight. She even became the big sister of a group of boys at that time. Of course, that was when she was young. To be honest, compared to now, you couldn't imagine how she was like when she was young. If it was Xiao Runing, there was a slight possibility, but with Xiao Xinyue's personality, how could it be possible? Because changing a person's personality was harder than ascending to the heavens. Basically, something that could change a person's life had to happen. Then Lin Xian also knew why Xiao Xinyue became so quiet. Chapter 852. Xiao Xinyue was quite naughty when she was young, but she had a good relationship with her grandmother. Her grandmother practically raised her when she was young. When she was 11, Xiao Xinyue went on an expedition to the demonic beast domain with her friends. However, she wasn't very strong. Her grandmother found out about this and anxiously went to look for Xiao Xinyue. Coincidentally, they were in danger, but Xiao Xinyue's grandmother wasn't very strong either. In the end, she managed to save them, but she died from her injuries. After that incident, Xiao Xinyue's personality changed greatly, because she always felt that she was the one who caused the death of her beloved grandmother. This became the only pain in Xiao Xinyue's heart. When Lin Xian found out about this, he also sighed inwardly. She was indeed responsible for this, but who could say for sure? This kind of thing could really change a person completely. It turned out that she had such a story. Lin Xian looked at Yi Qianling and said, "She's 22 this year." 22, Yi Qianling muttered. "My Ning Ning is almost 25. Isn't that like an old cow eating young grass?" Yi Qianling muttered. Xiao Runing. "Aws. It's fine, it's fine. A girl 3 years older than you is holding a golden brick," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Ha ha, that's true. Just don't lose out," Yi Qianling said with a smile. Xiao Runing. Really? She was so unhappy. How could Lin Xian lose out? She was her mother. Shouldn't she be worried about losing out? What do you mean lose out? Little Xian is 3 years younger than you, and you still make him cook? Xiao Runing lowered her head. She felt wronged. Xiao Xingyue shook her head inwardly. What a pitiful woman. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to sleep. Xiao Runing then angrily went upstairs. And it's getting late. Little Xian, you should go up and rest too. Auntie, I'll go up first. After saying that, Lin Xian left. I'll go back to my room too. Xiao Xingyue said, You stay here first. Yi Qianling stopped Xiao Xingyue. Xiao Xingyue's face was full of suspicion. Then, she sat down again. Let me ask you, is Xiao Xian your sister's fake boyfriend? Xiao Xingyue was speechless. Did they do something wrong? Why do you ask? Of course, it was impossible for Xiao Runing to betray her. In a way, they were in the same boat. If she betrayed her now, Xiao Runing would betray her in the future. It's okay, I'm just asking. After all, the news of your sister finding a boyfriend is too sudden. Although I'm not from the same generation as you, I still know that the children of your generation often use a fake boyfriend or girlfriend as a scapegoat. Yi Qianling said, Mom, where did you learn all this from? Novels and TV dramas. Xiao Xingyue was speechless. I don't know. I haven't known Lin Xian for long. They met in Tianhua City, while I was in Lingan City. They only came to Lingan City after Tianhua City fell. It should be normal for them to date in Tianhua City. Xiao Xingyue said, If you don't tell me what you know, I'll post a picture of you wearing diapers when you were a child. Xiao Xingyue was speechless.
Wow.
So ruthless. I really don't know. Xiao Xingyue said helplessly. Okay, go and rest. Yi Qianling waved her hand. Then, Xiao Xingyue hurried upstairs as if she had been pardoned. Honey, how can there be so many possibilities? I think you're overthinking it. Xiao Xian is a good person. Our daughter gets along well with him. Xiao Zun shook his head helplessly. What do you know? If Xiao Xian is a fake, won't our grandson have to wait a few more years? So I have to confirm it. Yi Qianling muttered. The 2 kids are already in their room. What else do you want? There's no hurry. What time is it? It's only 8 o'clock. Young people are all night owls. They sleep late. Lin Xian smiled as he followed Xiao Runing back to the big and beautiful room. Xiao Runing's room was also a relatively young girl's room. Anyway, Lin Xian had discovered that no matter what kind of girl they were, in fact, they all had a young girl's heart hidden in their hearts. Perhaps this was what women were like. Whoosh! Lin Xian kicked off his slippers and jumped onto the huge bed.
Bastard.
Xiao Runing closed the door and glared at Lin Xian angrily. Hey, why are you scolding me? Lin Xian sat on the bed and looked at Xiao Runing as he asked with a smile on his face. You bastard. You did it on purpose today. Xiao Runing pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily.
Who said that?
When did I do it on purpose? And it's clearly Annie who is picking on you, okay? Why don't you go look for Annie then? Lin Xian stretched and laughed. Humph. Xiao Runing couldn't win against Lin Xian and swallowed her grievances. She was so angry. Get up. Xiao Runing pushed Lin Xian away unhappily and sat on the bed. She crawled under the blanket and took out her phone to play games. Hey, give me some blankets. Go to the wardrobe and get another one. Xiao Runing said unhappily. Okay, you said it. Lin Xian said and walked to the wardrobe. Xiao Runing suddenly thought of something. Hey, come here. Xiao Runing quickly called out to Lin Xian.
What?
I'll go get the blankets.
Don't.
Xiao Runing suddenly thought that if they each had their own bed and quilt, then her mother would come in and see the scene. She would certainly be suspicious. So they could only have one blanket. I don't care, I want to make my own bed, Lin Xian said. Xiao Runing. No need, you can come in.
Come in?
Lin Xian revealed a smirk. Bastard. Seeing Lin Xian smirk, Xiao Runing knew that this bastard was thinking of something bad again. Lin Xian then shook his head. I don't care, I'm not coming in, I want to make my own bed. Unless you beg me. Xiao Runing. Get lost. Then Lin Xian walked to the wardrobe and opened it. I beg you, I beg you. Seeing the scene, Xiao Runing wanted to cry, but had no tears. Then are you wrong? Wrong, wrong. Xiao Runing nodded repeatedly. Then give me a kiss. Lin Xian smiled and moved his face closer. Lin Xian. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian angrily. I'll go get the blanket. Xiao Runing. I'll kiss, I'll kiss. Xiao Runing then closed her eyes and smacked Lin Xian's face. Is that enough? Her face was slightly red as she glared at Lin Xian. Hee hee, then I'll give you a kiss too. Then Lin Xian leaned over and gave her a kiss.
Get lost.
Xiao Runing pushed Lin Xian away. Lin Xian crawled into her blanket. It's so warm. Lin Xian sighed deeply. Then his feet under the blanket searched for Xiao Runing's jade feet and rubbed against them. Xiao Runing. What's wrong with you? She glared at Lin Xian. My feet are cold. Help me cover them. Xiao Runing. Chapter 853. Xiao Runing was about to go crazy. Her mother did it during the day and Lin Xian did it at night. She was so miserable.
What?
You don't look like you're willing? I've traveled a long way to Ice Nation, and the weather here is extremely cold. I'm not used to the cold, and my feet are cold. Can't you help me warm them? How vicious, Lin Xian said, aggrieved. Xiao Runing. Wah. She really wanted to beat him up. First of all, the air conditioner was on at home, so how could the temperature in her room be 20 degrees Celsius? How could it be cold? Second of all, you're in the law realm? Third of all, aren't your feet quite warm? He just wanted to take advantage of her. I'll kick you to death. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Hee hee, you still want to kiss? Xiao Runing. I can't be bothered with you. Let's play games.
Count me in.
After about an hour, Yi Qianling came to their door. Seeing that the lights were still on, she knocked on the door, pushed it open and walked in. Lin Xian and Xiao Runing were in the same bed, playing games on their phones. What are you doing? It's so late, and you're still awake. Yi Qianling walked in with a smile. We're playing games. Mom, you should go to bed early. Xiao Runing said as she played. And I'll go to bed soon. I brought you a roll of toilet paper. There shouldn't be any in your room, right? After saying that, Yi Qianling put a roll of toilet paper on the bedside table. Xiao Runing. Lin Xian held back his laughter. Haha, how interesting.
Thank you, Mom.
Xiao Runing said helplessly. And go to bed early. Don't stay up too late. We'll go out for a walk tomorrow morning. I haven't taken little Xian to see the scenery of Ice City yet.
Got it, Andy.
Lin Xian said. Yi Qianling then walked out. These two kids shouldn't be pretending, right? Yi Qianling muttered. As an experienced person, she naturally had more experience than them and knew more. In any case, she felt that the two of them were like a couple. No, we'll have to wait and see. Actually, when she entered the room, it seemed like she didn't mean it, but her eyes were always looking at some details, such as whether they were in the same bed or how close they were to each other. She couldn't see anything for the time being. Auntie, are you trying to see if we're a couple? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. Xiao Runing nodded. Yes, I don't know if my mother suspects anything. Xiao Runing silently closed the 0 to 13 game and threw the phone aside. Then she lay there with her back facing Lin Xian. I'm going to sleep. Then I will sleep too. Lin Xian then turned off the lights and snuggled under the blanket. His hand went under Xiao Runing's body. What are you doing? Xiao Runing said angrily. Hugging you, of course. What else can I do? When Auntie comes in and sees us sleeping separately, won't she be suspicious? Lin Xian said in a reasonable manner. No, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Then it's up to you. I'll go get a new blanket. Lin Xian muttered. Xiao Runing. She lost. Then, she weakly snuggled into Lin Xian's arms and rested her head on Lin Xian's arm. Are you satisfied? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sniffed her hair hard. It smells so good. I miss the sun. Xiao Runing. Go to hell. They had been too ambiguous before and had done a lot of ambiguous things. Although Xiao Runing was very shy, but she had slowly adapted a lot compared to before. Do you want to make some noise? Lin Xian asked softly. Huh? Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian in confusion. What if Andy is eavesdropping outside? You have to scream. Xiao Runing. I'll scream, your sister. Really? Today, she had vented all the anger she had accumulated over the past year. But what if you don't scream? If Annie finds out tomorrow that we didn't do it, she'll be angry at you. Xiao Runing blushed. This bastard. Get lost, she said in annoyance. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on their door. Ning Ning, are you asleep? Xiao Runing. Not yet, Mom. What's the matter? Xiao Runing felt a headache coming on. Nothing. If you're not asleep, open the door. I'll bring you a glass of milk.
Coming.
Xiao Runing turned on the lights and walked over to open the door. Yi Qianling walked in with a glass of milk. Come, Xian. Drink a glass of milk before bed. It'll help you sleep. Yi Qianling handed the glass of milk to Lin Xian with a smile.
Thank you, Auntie.
Lin Xian took it and said, Auntie, you should go to bed early. And then if you want to sleep, then sleep. I won't disturb you. Also, it's not cold here. Didn't Ning Ning bring you pajamas? It's not comfortable to sleep in a sweater. Take it off. Okay, Auntie. Okay. Go to sleep. I won't disturb you. Yi Qianling walked out with a smile. Oh, Auntie is so nice. She warmed up a glass of milk in the middle of the night. I'm so touched. Lin Xian held the glass of milk with both hands and said happily. Xiao Runing. The worst thing was that her mother brought the milk and gave it to Lin Xian alone. Couldn't she have warmed up a glass for her too? Was she really her daughter? Give it to me. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian with jealousy and reached out her hand.
What?
Xiao Runing snatched Lin Xian's milk and gulped it down.
Damn.
Auntie prepared this milk for me. Lin Xian said unhappily.
Humph.
Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian proudly. She turned off the lights and crawled under the covers in satisfaction. Comfortable. Lin Xian shrugged. He wouldn't lower himself to her level. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Come into your husband's arms. On the other side, Yi Qianling returned to her room. Where did you go? Xiao Zun sat on the bed and asked while reading a book. To bring a glass of milk to Xiao Xian. The two of them are in the same room. Why did you disturb them again and again? Didn't you just say that Xiao Xian should be our daughter's boyfriend? Xiao Zun said helplessly. Although there was indeed a possibility that Lin Xian was pretending to be her boyfriend, from what he could see, the two of them behaved very intimately and were very normal. There was no element of deliberate acting, so he felt that Lin Xian should be her real boyfriend. Yi Qianling sat on the bed and said, Can I go and supervise them? You don't know. Xiao Xian is still wearing a sweater to sleep. Our daughter didn't bring him any pajamas. Our daughter should have male pajamas in her room. That's why they're still like this even though the lights are off. They might not do anything tonight. What did you do? Xiao Zun felt that something was wrong. Yi Qianling smiled and said, I asked Xiaoro to go to the pharmacy and buy that. What? That thing that I occasionally give you to eat. Xiao Zun. Chapter 854. Really? He wanted to curse. What does it have to do with you whether they do it or not? If they want to do it, then forget it. What did she give him? Aphrodisiac. It wasn't exactly an aphrodisiac, but more or less, it would greatly increase the user's sexual desire. He, Xiao Zun, was usually very tired from work, but this woman was like a wolf. Sometimes he didn't even want to do that at night. Therefore, Yi Qianling secretly put some of that in his tea, and then he didn't expect her to. Sigh, it won't be good if this gets out. So what? Anyway, no one will find out. Did you find out when I gave it to you? You didn't find out until I told you. Also, I usually only put 1 tablet, but this time, I put 4 tablets in the milk. Tonight, our daughter must have a baby for us. Xiao Zun. Go to sleep, silly old woman. Xiao Zun was furious. In the room, Lin Xian was happily hugging Xiao Runing's delicate body, smelling her fragrance. He couldn't be more satisfied. But it was a bit torturous. Lin Xian, why don't you turn off the air conditioner? Xiao Runing opened her beautiful eyes and suddenly said in a soft voice.
Why?
It's a bit hot. She tugged at her pajamas unconsciously. Lin Xian scratched his head and turned off the air conditioner. I want a kiss. Then Lin Xian said with a smile. Go to hell. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. I don't care, I want a kiss. Then Lin Xian directly kissed her. This time it wasn't her face. Xiao Runing's beautiful eyes widened. Her hands subconsciously hit Lin Xian, but Lin Xian didn't let go. If he didn't take advantage of her now, when would he? Gradually, Xiao Runing's entire body lost its strength. Lin Xian also became more and more unbridled. His hand even reached out to the sacred part of Xiao Runing's body that he had never touched before. What puzzled Lin Xian the most was that she didn't reject him. She really didn't reject him. Holy shit, is yours truly so charming now? Lin Xian thought to himself. Then he was too lazy to think about it anymore. He took advantage of Xiao Runing to his heart's content. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, Lin Xian had already been honest with her. Lin Xian, really? He felt that it was very strange. How did he manage to push down Xiao Runing for no reason? Ding. Successfully pushed down Xiao Jejia. Prince Charming points plus 100,000 0. Ding. Prince Charming points plus 50,000 0. Ding. Outside Xiao Runing's room, Yi Qianling's ears were pressed against the door as she listened to the movements inside. Her eyes were shining. Aren't you going to give me a baby now? Then, Yi Qianling walked back to her room in satisfaction. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes with a whoosh. Looking at Xiao Runing in his arms, he began to doubt his life. Something was wrong. He had originally come over to take advantage of her, so how could he push her away? And Xiao Runing was also very strange last night. Lin Xian felt that it was extremely strange. Their relationship was good, but it definitely wasn't to the point where he could push down Xiao Runing. But last night, she actually took the initiative. Holy shit! Since the girl took the initiative, how could Lin Xian think too much about it? He took advantage of the situation and even received a lot of Prince Charming points. Sigh. Having too much charm is really a sin. Lin Xian sighed. In his arms, Xiao Runing's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. And then she was in a mess. Last night's memory was very clear. It wasn't because she was drunk or anything. She clearly knew what she was doing, but she also clearly knew that she was taking the initiative.
God.
Why was that? After opening her eyes, she couldn't figure it out. That was impossible. Was Lin Xian really that charming? You're awake. Seeing Xiao Runing open her eyes and let her imagination run wild, Lin Xian asked. Ouch! In the next second, Lin Xian cried out. Xiao Runing twisted a piece of his flesh, and then turned it 180 degrees. Bastard. She pushed Lin Xian away, then gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Hey, how am I a bastard? Last night, I just wanted to kiss you. You took my hand and sent it to your body. Then, before Lin Xian could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Runing with a red face. Go die. Okay, I won't say anything. Lin Xian shut his mouth. Xiao Runing was really messed up. How did he lose his mind in such a muddle-headed manner? Xiao Xian, Ning Ning, are you awake? Lin Xian's mother-in-law Yi Qianling's voice came from outside. Xiao Runing's body tensed up, then she gave Lin Xian a look.
Ah.
Auntie, we just woke up. If you're awake, then get up and eat breakfast. Okay, Auntie. Then, Yi Qianling walked away. You go out first. Then what are you doing? I'm going to hide the bedsheet. Xiao Runing said helplessly. There were definitely bloodstains on the bedsheet. It wouldn't be good if her mother saw it. Lin Xian tried to hold back his laughter. You're still laughing. Nothing happened between us. We didn't do anything. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Honey, you have to be good. Lin Xian then smiled and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Xiao Runing then lay there, doubting her life. It was very uncomfortable, but she wasn't angry, because she knew that she was the one who took the initiative last night. She was just imagining things.
Why?
Her chastity was gone. It was very uncomfortable, but there was no turning back now. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Xiao Runing kept hitting the pillow to vent. Mushroom. What a loss. Lin Xian walked out naked. You. Xiao Runing saw him like this and blushed.
What?
There's no towel. Lin Xian then used his fire attribute energy to dry the water and put on his clothes. You rest first. I'll tell Auntie that it's not convenient for you. Lin Xian walked out after he finished speaking. Phew. Xiao Runing took a deep breath and rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out, she saw the bloodstains and doubted her life. She then quickly put away the bedsheet. Xiao Xian, did you sleep well last night? In the living room, Yi Qianling and Lin Xian were eating breakfast. Xiao Xinyue accompanied Xiao Zun to do something early in the morning. Pretty good, Lin Xian said with a smile. How was it? Can you let Ning Ning get pregnant this time? Lin Xian. You have to know that Annie put 4 pills in the glass of milk she gave you last night. The effects of the pills should be at least 3 times. Lin Xian. Xiao Runing had just walked down when she suddenly heard Yi Qianling's words. She was stunned and completely confused. Oh my God. My dear mother. My dear mother. It's all your fault. You gave your daughter away. Aha. Chapter 855. Originally, Xiao Runing was really puzzled. Why did she take the initiative last night? Now she understood. Everything was clear. It was this biological mother who did it. Originally, she was extremely unhappy, but now it wasn't Lin Xian's fault. It was her. If she hadn't snatched the milk that Yi Qianling had given to Lin Xian last night, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Sob, 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 she was so pitiful. Lin Xian really wanted to give this mother-in-law a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. Amazing. Too amazing. With such a mother-in-law, wouldn't picking up girls be a piece of cake? Ning Ning, you're here too. Come and have breakfast. Yi Qianling waved at Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing walked over with a wry smile. Mom, can you be more serious? How old are you already? Why are you still using this kind of thing? Xiao Runing was angry, embarrassed, and helpless. At this point, what else could she say?
What?
You didn't care enough and didn't give me a grandson. Now you're blaming me? No, it's just Aya. Xiao Runing ate her breakfast helplessly. Lin Xian was holding back his laughter the whole time. If there were such mothers-in-law everywhere in the world, wouldn't it be heaven everywhere? Your dad and sister are busy outside. In the morning, we'll take Xiao Xian around Ice City. Tonight, we'll go to the palace for the banquet. Oh, got it? Xiao Runing mumbled. Go change your clothes after breakfast. I'll go upstairs to change first. With that, Yi Qianling walked away. You're still laughing. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian angrily. Xiao Ningning, you can't blame me for this. But I'll take responsibility for you. Lin Xian said. Scram. Xiao Runing said angrily. I'm serious. I'll take responsibility for you. Nothing happened between us. We didn't do anything. Xiao Runing said. Why deceive yourself? Lin Xian mumbled. Scram. Okay. Nothing happened between us. We didn't do anything. Lin Xian shrugged. Fortunately, when Xiao Runing's mission was triggered, they would already have this relationship. At that time, it should be easy to get it with a little effort. However, Lin Xian would definitely maintain a close relationship with her. Xiao Runing felt very helpless. For almost the entire day, Lin Xian, Xiao Runing, and Yi Qianling strolled around the ice capital. Xiao Runing's mood gradually improved. The sky slowly darkened. Only then did they return home. In the living room, Xiao Xinyue and Xiao Zun were sitting there reading a magazine. Why haven't you changed your clothes? Yi Qianling glanced at them and asked. You guys went out to play for a whole day and you're not in a hurry, so why should we be? Xiao Zun said. He was a little jealous. They said they would come back at noon, but they didn't wait and left them alone. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Okay. I bought you a set of clothes. Yi Qianling threw the clothes to Xiao Zun. You bought it especially for me? Of course. Xiao Zun smiled. He was very easy to satisfy. Then what are those big and small bags you're carrying? He then asked another question. Oh, I bought it for Xiao Xian. Xiao Zun. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Father-in-law, I'm sorry. I'm so popular now. Don't be so serious. Why are you jealous of the child? Do you lack clothes? Xiao Xian only brought a set of clothes. Don't you have to buy more? Moreover, you're not the worst. Who's the worst?
Xinyue.
No one bought clothes for her. Yi Qianling said. Xiao Xinyue. Lin Xian held back his laughter. Interesting. Xiao Xinyue said indifferently. No need. I can buy it myself. That's why I didn't plan to buy it for you. Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xian, you and Ning Ning go to the room and change. You guys go change too. Okay. Then Lin Xian and Xiao Runing returned to the room. Wife, help your husband undress. Lin Xian opened his arms and said to Xiao Runing. Scram. Xiao Runing said in annoyance. You're not giving me any face at all. I'm your boyfriend tonight. It's hard for me to continue acting like this. Lin Xian sighed. Xiao Runing. Big brother, you already did that to me. You're still not satisfied. Xiao Runing roared in her heart. Wear it yourself. Seriously. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. All right, I'll watch you change before putting it on, Lin Xian said with a grin. Xiao Runing. Scram? Go outside. Wait for me to change before coming back in. You've changed. You wouldn't yell at me in the past. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Yes, in the past, Xiao Runing wouldn't yell at Lin Xian. She had never even told Lin Xian to scram. But this time, when Lin Xian came to Ice City, she really couldn't hold it in. This guy was too infuriating. In fact, Lin Xian also knew that this was a way for her to find out the grievances in her heart. She was a pure and innocent girl, and yet she was tricked by her own mother? Then can you go out first?
No.
Lin Xian shook his head. You. Think about it. Annie asked us to change. If I go out, won't Andy know that our relationship isn't that close? If I have to come out after you change, won't we be exposed? Xiao Runing. That made sense. But why did she feel that he was actually taking advantage of her? Then go to the bathroom and wait. I'll tell you when I'm done. Okay. Lin Xian shrugged and walked to the bathroom. The door is closed. Xiao Runing shouted.
Bang.
Then, she took a deep breath and slowly unbuttoned her clothes. She changed into the grand attire in her wardrobe for such a big occasion. After about 15 minutes, she breathed a sigh of relief. She looked especially beautiful in her light blue dress. She didn't need any makeup because she was really exquisite. She couldn't help but be intoxicated by her own reflection in the mirror. Unfortunately, that bastard took advantage of her. The most important reason why girls took a long time to go out was because of makeup. But without makeup, she saved a lot of time. Her temperament was very suitable for white and blue. I'm done. You go out, Xiao Runing said as she turned around. Then, She stopped talking because she saw Lin Xian's head poking out. The two of them stared at each other. You. Xiao Runing pointed at Lin Xian. She was so embarrassed and angry that she couldn't say anything. When did this bastard peek at her?
Don't misunderstand.
I just opened the door. I was thinking that it's been 15 minutes. You should be done by now. It's really a coincidence. Really? Xiao Runing didn't quite believe it.
I swear.
Lin Xian said. Forget it. Go get changed.
Swear?
What's the use of swearing? Lin Xian thought to himself. Then he silently glanced at his Adonis points that had increased by 1 million. He was delighted. Chapter 856. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian changed into a well-ironed suit. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't remember wearing a suit before. It was too uncomfortable. Casual wear was comfortable. However, this was an important occasion. It wasn't a place to pretend to be weak. If he went in wearing casual wear, he would be scolded to death. How is it? Is your husband handsome? Lin Xian stood in front of Xiao Runing and walked in a circle. Essa. Xiao Runing glanced at Lin Xian and mumbled. Suddenly, she thought of something and her beautiful face turned red. Get lost. Whose husband are you? Lin Xian grinned and hugged her slim waist. But you have to call me that tonight. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and slapped Lin Xian's hand away. Let's go down. Hee, you're so beautiful, Lin Xian said with a grin. Xiao Runing. She was angry, embarrassed, and a little proud. Disregarding everything else, her looks and figure were still very good, especially when she dressed up delicately, wearing earrings and necklace and a beautiful and elegant dress. Don't talk. Lin Xian then shut his mouth. The two of them went downstairs. Xiao Xingyue had also changed into a new set of clothes. The two sisters, one in blue and one in white, would definitely be the focus of the party. They were too beautiful. It wasn't that they were too affectionate. It was just that their sister-in-law was too charming. Little Xian, a suit suits you. So handsome. Yi Qianling couldn't help but praise Lin Xian when she saw him in a formal suit. The more she looked at him, the more satisfied she was. Auntie is also very beautiful. When Annie stands with Xiao Ningning and Xingyue, people who don't know you would think that you're sisters. Lin Xian laughed. Ha ha ha, little Xian, you're too good with words. But I think it makes sense. Then, Yi Qianling and Lin Xian high-fived. Bootlickers. Xiao Runing couldn't help but mutter.
What?
Could it be that you think little Xian is wrong? Do you think I'm old? Yi Qianling glared at Xiao Runing. And no such thing. Xiao Runing said, feeling wronged. As expected, when a daughter grows up, she doesn't want her mother anymore. Yi Qianling said with a sigh. Mom, what are you talking about? Xiao Runing hugged Yi Qianling and acted like a spoiled child. If you didn't have such good genes, you wouldn't have been able to give birth to beautiful daughters like me and Xinyu, right? That's true. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Zun coughed dryly, indicating that his genes were also very important. If it weren't for your father, you would definitely be prettier. Xiao Zun. It's time to go? Xiao Xinyu said. Let's go, it's getting late. Then the five of them got into a business car with a special driver to help them drive. About half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a huge palace. It was very beautiful. It really gave off the feeling of a palace. It was a place that even a manor couldn't compare to. There were already many cars parked in front of the door. All of them were fucking luxurious cars. One after another, men and women in formal clothes walked in. How many people are there? Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim. In total, there are more than 1,000 people. They are all famous people in Bing City. It's just like a grand party. Xiao Runing explained to Lin Xian. Can I pick up girls? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. Xiao Runing. Up to you, she said angrily. Hee. Walking to the entrance of the palace, Xiao Zun took out the invitation. Mr. Xiao, everyone please come in. Only after walking into the imperial palace did Lin Xian realize just how old-fashioned he was. Isn't this too fucking luxurious? Xiao Runing held onto Lin Xian's arm the whole time. Many people looked at them, and many passers-by took the initiative to greet them. After all, the Xiao family's status was here. Uncle Xiao, Auntie Yi, Happy New Year. A man in a suit walked over with a glass of red wine in his hand, and said with a smile, Ziming, Happy New Year. Yi Qianling said with a smile. Su Ziming nodded slightly, and looked at Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinhua. When he saw Xiao Runing holding onto a boy, he couldn't help but frown. Then he said with a smile, Ning Ning, Xinhua, long time no see. You're getting more and more beautiful. Long time no see. Xiao Xinhua nodded slightly. This is... Lin Xian smiled and stretched out his hand. Lin Xian, Ning Ning's boyfriend. Su Ziming, nice to meet you. The two shook hands, and then Su Ziming said, Uncle Xiao, my father wants to talk to you about something. Well, I also have something to talk to him about. Let's go. Yi Qianling then said to Lin Xian and the others, you guys go around and meet new friends. Ning Ning, Xinhua, you guys are often not at home. So many of your friends are unfamiliar. You should build more relationships with your family. It will be useful in the future. I'll chat with your father. Okay. Then they walked away. Who's Su Ziming? I feel like he's not very friendly to me. Lin Xian said. Why is he not friendly? Xiao Runing asked. I feel like he used too much strength when shaking hands. He's my sister's admirer. If my sister didn't find a boyfriend, my mother planned to arrange a blind date for them this year. Lin Xian. No wonder, no wonder. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. It's not really a blind date. Oh right, it's called a blind date if they don't know each other. It's just to confirm their relationship, Xiao Xinhua nodded and said honestly. Then won't he hate me? Does that mean I'm breaking up with you? Lin Xian asked Xiao Runing with a smile. You just need to be a shield tonight. Don't say anything. Don't ask anything. Xiao Runing said. Then sister-in-law, do you want me to protect you at the same time? Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xinhua with a smile. No need, Xiao Xinhua replied indifferently. No, no, you have to. As a man, you have to protect a woman. Leave it to me. With these two girls' looks and status, there were definitely a lot of people who admired them, because Lin Xian could already feel the gazes of the people around them. They were chatting with each other. The adults had their own circle of adults, and the children had their own circle of children. However, when they were chatting, they would occasionally glance over. Although it seemed like they didn't care, they actually cared. Just as they were chatting, a few guys walked over with smiles on their faces. Xinhua, long time no see. Wanna have a drink? A guy handed Xiao Xinhua a glass of red wine. Thank you, but I don't drink, Xiao Xinhua declined. What about you, Ning Ning? Xiao Runing then looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, I'm sorry, Brother Ha. Ning Ning is pregnant, so she can't drink. I'll drink for her. Xiao Runing. Damn it. Chapter 857. The man froze for a moment. Brother, you are Lin Xian, her boyfriend. Nice to meet you. I'm sorry, I didn't know, so I'm sorry. Lin Xian smiled. And then they walked away. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Isn't this once and for all? When the time comes, they will casually spread the news that you are pregnant, and no one will come to invite you to drink. It will save a lot of trouble. Lin Xian said with a very reasonable expression. That was the reason. Let's go and eat something. We haven't eaten yet. There will be a lot of food that can only be eaten in our ice country. I recommend you to try it. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian. Sure. Then Xiao Runing held Lin Xian's arm and walked forward with the third wheel, Xiao Xinhua. During this time, there were a lot of people who came to strike up a conversation, but when they saw Lin Xian's presence, they were all rejected. Thinking about it, they felt quite helpless. Yes, wasn't it normal for Xiao Runing to have a boyfriend? Especially when her parents were so anxious. It was a pity that she wasn't in Ice City, otherwise they would have a great chance. However, Xiao Runing had a boyfriend, but Xiao Xinhua didn't. There were also a lot of people who liked Xiao Xinhua. Hello, Xinhua, long time no see. Two beautiful girls ran over. They were both very beautiful, but to be honest, there was still a gap between them and Xiao Runing. Long time no see. Xiao Xinhua waved at them. Her mood was clearly different from that of a boy. Hello, Sister Ningning. They also said to Xiao Runing with a smile. And you've grown taller. Xiao Runing smiled.
How can that be?
Sister Ningning is taller, with long legs. This is? A beautiful girl looked at Lin Xian. I'm the long-legged boyfriend. Lin Xian smiled.
Wow.
Sister Ningning, you finally found a boyfriend. So you're not. One of the girls hurriedly covered her mouth and almost spilled the beans. Not what? Lin Xian asked with interest. It's nothing. We'll leave first. Bye-bye. Then, they quickly ran away. What do you mean? Lin Xian looked at Xiao Runing. It's none of your business.
Eat.
Xiao Runing then gave Lin Xian a piece of ice. Here, Lin Xian. You want me to eat ice? How ruthless. This is a specialty of our ice country. It looks like ordinary ice.
Try it and you'll know.
Lin Xian took it with interest and put it in his mouth.
Crack.
Isn't this just fucking normal ice? Yes. Xiao Runing revealed an evil grin, as if her scheme had succeeded. Lin Xian. Fuck. I've been played by this girl. Xiao Runing felt carefree. She felt that the unhappiness of the past 2 days had disappeared. Let's go. I'll bring you to see your grandparents. Xiao Runing said. Okay. Then, Xiao Runing brought Lin Xian to the largest and most luxurious palace. This was not something an ordinary villa could compare to. Those who came were all outside. Although it was cold, which one of them wasn't a noble? Which one of them didn't have cultivation? The so-called cold actually didn't matter. On the contrary, it was very spacious outside. With a bit of dressing up, coupled with the starlight and moonlight, it was especially beautiful. This hall was only for those who were special. At least, that was the case at this time. Right now, there were some powerful family patriarchs, people like Xiao Zun, the Emperor of Ice Country, the little princess, and their trusted aides inside. At this moment, Su Jiming walked to a corner and looked at Lin Xian, who was walking into the hall. Xiao Runing was a woman he had admired for a long time. His Su family was as big as the Xiao family in Ice Country. As a family of the same level, he felt that he was worthy of Xiao Runing. He was also willing to wait. In any case, Xiao Runing was definitely qualified to make him satisfied as his wife. Even before the new year, when he went to the Xiao family as a guest, he mentioned Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing's mother even wanted to matchmake them. But he didn't expect that she would come back with her boyfriend this time. He didn't know how far they had developed, but he was unwilling, extremely unwilling. Even if he couldn't get her, he still wanted to break them up. He just couldn't stand other men having a woman he liked. At worst, he would make a move on her sister Xiao Xinhua. After all, she was also a peerless beauty. Each of them had their own temperament. Young Master Su, why are you drinking alone? At this time, a man walked over with a smile. Young Master Qin, what can I do for you? Su Ziming downed the red wine in one gulp. The Qin family was another top family in Ice Country. Qin Ming and Su Ziming were both top geniuses in Ice Country. They were existences that others admired. The two of them were not only rivals but also friends. Nothing much. I just heard that Xiao Runing is pregnant. Crack. The red wine glass in Su Ziming's hand was directly crushed. It didn't matter if he couldn't get this woman.
There was still Xiao Xinhua.
But what made him unhappy was that if he couldn't get her, why could someone else? Qin Ming smiled and said, her boyfriend seems to be from a third-tier city in Hua Nation. Xiao Runing seems to have gone to the third-tier city Tianhua City. That means she found her boyfriend in Tianhua City. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm just lamenting. Young Master Su is such an outstanding man, but why didn't she choose him? Instead, she chose a very ordinary person in a third-tier city. Are you sure? Su Jiming looked at him. Of course. Even if it's the young master of the biggest family in a third-tier city, what ability can he have? Sigh, I'm just lamenting. I guess it's because I've known her for a long time. To be honest, I'm also very angry. After all, Xiao Runing is a famous beauty in Ice Country. I also admire her. What a pity. Qin Ming sighed. Young Master Qin, why don't we investigate that person's background? It's useless. What's the point of investigating? Xiao Runing is pregnant. It's a fact. The only thing we can do is to beat him and let Xiao Runing and everyone else know how big the gap between us is. That's enough. Qin Ming said. Su Jiming nodded. This was actually what he wanted to do. It was a fact that Xiao Runing already had a boyfriend. However, she also had an equally beautiful sister, Xiao Runing. Her sister had found a boyfriend. If he could completely beat Xiao Runing's boyfriend in front of everyone and crush him, then in Xiao Runing's eyes, he would be much more outstanding than her sister's boyfriend. Everyone likes to compare with each other, even if they are sisters. My boyfriend is better than your boyfriend. So, it might be easier to pursue. This was actually an idea that came to Su Ziming's mind when he saw Xiao Runing and Lin Xian. He felt that it was absolutely feasible. Then that's it. Su Jiming nodded and walked away. He couldn't tell Qin Ming this idea. Chapter 858. Xiao Runing led Lin Xian into the main hall. Xiao Runing's grandparents had quite a special status in the imperial palace. Clearly, Xiao Runing could enter and leave this place as she pleased. After entering, Lin Xian glanced around. All of them were amazing people. Just by sitting there and standing there, one could tell with a glance that they weren't ordinary people. They were also chatting and laughing. It was as if the outside was a gathering, and the inside was also a gathering. It was a gathering of people of two different statuses. However, that wasn't the case. They were just following the international convention of exchanging pleasantries. The entrance of Lin Xian and the others naturally attracted their attention. Oh, isn't this Ning Ning and Xinyue? They're really getting more and more beautiful. So it's Ning Ning and Xinyue. Come here, let me see how tall you've grown. This brat can't be Ning Ning's boyfriend, right? Obviously, Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue had a very big reputation in Bing City. After all, they were the two daughters of the top families. Moreover, they were also very beautiful. It was estimated that, in their hearts, these people were hoping that their sons would be able to reach an agreement with them. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue helplessly chatted with these elders. Then they finally found an opportunity. Xiao Runing pulled Lin Xian in front of her grandparents. Right now, their general cultivation was pretty good. Xiao Runing's grandparents should be close to 70 years old. However, they looked like they were in their 40s or 50s. Grandpa, Grandma, this is Lin Xian that I mentioned to you before, Xiao Runing said with a slightly red face. Good. You've finally brought my grandson-in-law home. Xiao Qingqing looked at Lin Xian and nodded with satisfaction. Hello, Grandpa, Grandma. Lin Xian obediently called out. Lan Mei waved at Lin Xian. Child, come here. Lin Xian then walked over, shyly. To be honest, he was actually quite embarrassed. Everyone around him was amazing, and at this moment, their attention was all on him. His every move was being watched by others. Lan Mei grabbed Lin Xian's hand. You have a unique bone structure. Since my granddaughter has taken a fancy to you, you must have something outstanding about you. Lan Mei smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head. Grandma, you flatter me. Ha ha ha. At this time, a middle-aged man smiled as he looked at Lin Xian and said, as her uncle, I have nothing to do. Xiao Zun, this is your fault. Why didn't you tell me that Ning Ning's boyfriend was coming? The dignified middle-aged man smiled and said. Xiao Zun smiled and said, It's just a small matter. I don't want to trouble you all. Are you treating us as outsiders? Lan Tianhai smiled. Second brother Lan, you must be joking. How can a family treat you as an outsider? Lan Tianhai then looked at Lin Xian and said, "When you and Ning Ning officially have a banquet, I will definitely give you a big gift. Why aren't you thanking your Uncle Lan?" Xiao Zun said to Lin Xian, "Thank you, Uncle Lan." Lin Xian glanced at Lan Tianhai. This Lan Tianhai should be the master of this imperial palace. "Dad," at this moment, a sweet voice was heard. Then, a girl in a blue dress ran out. She seemed to be about the same age as Miao Xiao Miao. No, she was even younger, around 12 years old, but she was really beautiful and delicate like a porcelain doll, a little fairy. No wonder she didn't trigger a mission. Although she was so beautiful, she was too young. If she triggered a mission at such a young age, it would be too exaggerated. Her appearance caused the surroundings to be filled with a youthful vigor. "My good daughter." Lan Tianhai hugged her and rubbed his face against her face lovingly. "Ugh, prickly." Lan Xingxing pushed him away in disgust. "Ha ha ha." The surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. Then the girl blinked her big eyes and looked around. Suddenly, she saw Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyu, Sister Ning Ning. Her big eyes were filled with little stars. Then, she happily ran to Xiao Runing and hugged Xiao Runing. "Sister Ning Ning, you're finally back. Xingxing missed you so much." Lan Xingxing said with grievance. "I've been back for a few days, but I didn't have time to come and see you." Xiao Runing smiled as she rubbed her little head and said in a pampering tone, "Humph. You don't like Xingxing anymore." Lan Xingxing pouted and said, "Yeah, your sister Ning Ning has a boyfriend. She must have put all her thoughts on her boyfriend." Lan Tianhai laughed. "Ah, boyfriend. Is it the kind of boyfriend who can have children?" Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes and asked. "Yeah." Then, her little mouth pouted again. Her big eyes looked for Xiao Runing's boyfriend. Then, she saw Lin Xian in front of Lan Mei. She ran over and tugged at Lin Xian's clothes. Lin Xian looked at her. "Are you Sister Ning Ning's boyfriend?" she asked in a charming voice. "How did you know? Am I too handsome?" Lin Xian teased. "No, you're the worst." Lin Xian. Ha ha ha. Hearing her words, the surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. Little Xian, don't mind her. She's just a child. She has a good relationship with Ning Ning. She once said that she would protect Ning Ning forever. Lan Tianhai said with a smile. Lin Xian. But if you protect Ning Ning forever, who will protect you forever? Lin Xian asked Lan Xingxing with a smile. Sister Ning Ning. Then I can protect your sister Ning Ning forever. Your sister Ning Ning can protect you forever. You can also continue to protect Sister Ning Ning. At the same time, I can also protect you forever. So why do you hate me? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Oh, Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes. It seemed to make sense. Then why do I hate him? Am I right? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Oh, yes. Then do you still hate me? Lan Xingxing shook her little head. I don't hate you anymore. The surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. This was really interesting. Ning Ning's boyfriend is quite interesting. I believe he must have some outstanding points. Not to mention other things, Ning Ning's taste isn't bad. Lan Tianhai said to Lan Mei, it doesn't matter if he's outstanding or not. With the Xiao family's protection, there's nothing to worry about. The main thing is that Ning Ning likes him. That's enough. Xiao Runing's grandfather Xiao Qingcheng said with a smile. At this time, Lan Tianhai stood up and said, everyone, it's about time. Let's go out and start the banquet. There's also the annual poetry gathering later. Okay. Then everyone rushed out. Chapter 859. The banquet lasted for about an hour. There wasn't much meaning to it. It was just eating and drinking, just like any other ordinary gathering. However, the Imperial Palace's gathering was an important part of maintaining the relationship between the major families and the major powers. It was an opportunity for everyone to interact with each other. Here, Lin Xian could deeply feel the harmony between the major families. It was definitely something that couldn't be felt in Tiandu or China. Perhaps there were also open and covert struggles between the major families, but the relationship between them was definitely much better than in China. Perhaps this was one of the more outstanding aspects of the imperial palace. Everyone was more united and harmonious. Only in such an environment could the Shao family not dislike Lin Xian's background at all. Of course, that was only relatively speaking. Lin Xian also made a lot of friends, but they weren't really friends. They just exchanged a few pleasantries. Most of them came to hit on Shao Xinyue. Lin Xian didn't remember many of them. Now that everyone has eaten and drunk to their fill, let's enter the house and begin the poetry and prose segment, Lan Tianhai said to the crowd. Then, they walked into the huge palace one after another. Poetry and prose? What for? Lin Xian's face was full of suspicion. Shao Runing's grandfather, Lin Xian, said, "In our ice country, it's the only country that advocates poetry and prose because this is an era where strength is respected. However, our ice country's ancestors told us not to forget about our cultural heritage. To us, poetry and prose are a part of our culture. Therefore, in any city in our ice country, in addition to increasing one's strength, a martial artist must also have some attainments in poetry and prose. If one can reach the elite level in both aspects, then any girl from any family will be more likely to be accepted by the elders." So that's how it is. Lin Xian was suddenly enlightened. This was actually quite good. Just like China, there were very few places for people to study. Wasn't it all about learning martial arts? How many schools were there to learn the 9 subjects? How many people were willing to spend time and energy learning the 9 subjects in this era? This led to more and more illiterates. Was this a good thing? Absolutely not. This would only result in the deterioration of the generations. That's right, if everyone's strength increased, then who would be responsible for the change of era? Where would talents come from if they didn't study? Who would create it? Who would invent it? He didn't even know the most basic chemical equations or physics formulas. How could he make this era better? In this way, thousands of years later, the entire era would still be the same. A few hundred years ago, planet Sky Blue did not have any technology. It was similar to the ancient times. Because people were knowledgeable, in just a few hundred years there were airplanes, cannons, cell phones, WeChat, and everything else. If they did not learn, without that group of people 100 years, 300 years, even 500 years later, they would still be the same. It was not a good thing. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that this aspect was quite good. Moreover, it's different from China. Every academy in every city in Ice Country has a place to study the 9 subjects. If you can't pass the cutoff, the academy won't let you cultivate in the Sky Martial Court. This is mandatory. Although China also has a place to study the 9 subjects, it's up to you whether you want to go or not. This is a substantial difference.
Shao Runing said.
Lin Xian. So, Ice Country is stronger than China? That's not right. Shao Qingcheng then said, China has been established for a longer time and has a wider territory. The most important reason is that China has 4 distinct seasons. The 4 distinct seasons give us a lot of advantages over Ice Country. Our Ice Country can't compare to China in terms of national strength, but in terms of technology and some things that have been passed down, we can indeed leave China in the dust. Lin Xian agreed with this point. In China, when had Lin Xian ever seen a poetry gathering? That was impossible. Maybe Ning Ning likes to be a teacher, because she was influenced by this. Shao Qingcheng was very satisfied with his granddaughter's choice. Although she might not have a high status, she did something that many people were not willing to do. Then in Ice Country, if you are smart and have a certain level of attainment in literature, you don't need to be very strong to have a high status? Lin Xian asked. Shao Runing nodded. That's of course. It may not even be lower than those powerhouses of the Empyrean realm. Let's not talk about scientific research first, just take tonight's poetry gathering for example. If anyone can create a poem that can be passed down through the ages, then they will be revered by many people because most of the young men and women here may not necessarily like it, but they all have some attainments in this aspect, especially my uncle, who is very supportive of this aspect. If you can get his approval, then even at such a young age you can be promoted to an official, but how can it be so easy? So, you and Xinhua are actually quite good in this area? Xiao Runing said proudly, of course. I can't say that I'm very good, but I'm still better than an old boar like you. Lin Xian. Little Xian, you don't come into contact with this kind of thing, right? Xiao Qingqing asked. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. I'm already troubled to death by memorizing poems, let alone composing poems. Haha, I can understand. After all, you were born in China. However, since you're with my Ningning, you'll be considered half an Icelander in the future. You still have to understand this kind of thing. I understand, Grandpa. And let's go in. Then, they entered the second floor of the huge hall. Lin Xian had gone to the first floor before. Now that he had gone to the second floor, he was hit with a learning atmosphere. Whether it was the decoration or the atmosphere, it all had the feeling of watching an ancient school in a TV series. However, this place was even bigger and could accommodate thousands of people. This could no longer be called a classroom or a school. Isn't this too exaggerated? Lin Xian was secretly speechless. There's nothing to be exaggerated about. You haven't seen the day of our Icelandic poetry festival. That's what's called exaggerated. The entire city's streets and alleys were filled with people. It was even more lively than the New Year. Red lanterns were everywhere, and there were all kinds of riddles and games. It was really a city game. All the lights were lit up. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian. Haha, if there's a chance, I'll go and experience it. Xiao Qingqing laughed and then said, I'll go and prepare first. What's your grandpa going to prepare? Lin Xian asked curiously. My grandpa is one of the few masters of poetry in the Icelandic country. No, he should be a master. Back then, he relied on these poems to chase after my grandma. Xiao Runing said. Lin Xian. Awesome, awesome. Chapter 860. Lin Xian only knew one thing, and that was that if you were to pursue a girl, you should never write poems or lyrics. That would make you an idiot. Of course, for a girl who also likes you, this might be a different kind of romance. But if she also likes you, then it would not be considered a pursuit, but a hit-off. The pursuit of love was a relatively long process. It could take a few weeks or even many years. Under such circumstances, if you were to give her a confession poem on the Chinese Valentine's Day, then you would be an idiot. Perhaps after pursuing her for a few months, the girl already had some thoughts of being your girlfriend. But because of such a poem, the girl's hard-earned female hormones would disappear in an instant. And Xiao Runing's grandfather actually relied on this to pursue a girl. It seemed that he was a little something. Then if I write a poem for you, will you be my girlfriend? Lin Xian asked Xiao Runing. I will slap you to death. Little Xinhua, what about you? +1. Lin Xian. Not far away, Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian and the others with a ruthless gaze. In addition to being a genius, he was also one of the famous 4 great talents in the City of Ice. In short, his poems were very powerful, and he had even been praised by many masters. He was not clear about Lin Xian's strength. He was just a kid from a third-tier city. He felt that he could not be compared to him at all. But tonight, he wanted to crush this Lin Xian in all aspects. First of all, it was poetry. In the City of Ice, being able to compose poems and lyrics was worshipped by everyone, especially those who were able to reach the level of the older generation at such a young age. This was definitely an existence that the people of the City of Ice admired. That's right, he was basically such an existence. If he was only good at poetry, he would not be so confident. The main thing was that he was also a top genius in martial arts. Everyone, please be quiet. Lan Tianhai stood on the stage, glanced at the crowd, and said, Everyone on the stage quieted down. Last year, Jiming's Ode to the Beloved was strongly loved and sought after by all the masters. Ningning's Reflecting the Moon was loved by everyone and us. Of course, there were many other outstanding poems, but I won't mention them one by one here. This year's rules might be a little different from the past. In the past, us old folks who are already parents could participate, but us old folks aren't of much use anymore. So this year, we hope that you children, the future of our world, will be your home ground. So this year, us old guys will not participate. Reflection of the moon? Read it for me. Lin Xian elbowed Xiao Runing and laughed. Xiao Runing's small face turned slightly red, feeling embarrassed. Scram. Lin Xian's shoulders. Now, all the young people who want to participate in this poetry gathering, please step forward. Then, dozens of people stepped forward. There were about 500 young men and women here, but only a few dozen people participated. Although Ice Country advocated culture, it was not easy to compose poems, especially in front of so many big shots in Ice Country. They did not want to embarrass themselves because their level was not high enough. However, there was still a martial arts competition. Although they advocated culture, they still preferred strength. Ning Ning, you're not participating? Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinhua did not walk forward. They were more eye-catching. Then, Lan Tianhai asked. Xiao Runing said, I won't participate. I haven't touched anything in a year, so I won't embarrass myself. It will be boring if Sister Ning Ning doesn't come. Lan Xingxing pouted and said, It's fine. I'll participate in the martial arts competition later. Xiao Runing said with a smile. That's fine. Is there anyone else? Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian. He won't participate? Absolutely not. If he doesn't participate, how can he prove that he is better than him? At this time, Su Jiming stood up, looked at Lin Xian and said, Young Master Lin, you won't participate? Lin Xian shook his head. I'll pass. I don't know how to write poems. Young Master Lin, don't be modest. As Ning Ning's boyfriend, you must have some outstanding qualities. Our Ice Country's girls looking for a boyfriend is actually quite important, and that's probably one of the things that Ning Ning likes, so young Master Lin, don't be modest. Lin Xian. Qin Ming also stood up and said, Yes, young Master Lin, come and participate. We also hope that young Master Lin can participate in the martial arts competition later. We also want to see how young Master Lin is better than us in all aspects. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to pursue our Tiandu's beauty, right? Yes, yes. Young Master Lin, come. For a moment, many people were catering to them. Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose. I really don't know how to write poems. Xiao Runing also nodded and said, Lin Xian is from China. China doesn't advocate these things, so, Ning Ning, you're too modest. Remember a few years ago, you said that the standard of a future boyfriend is to know some poems? It's funny. For this, I spent a lot of energy studying, and only then did I have some small achievements. It's just that you've already found a boyfriend. It's a pity, so young Master Lin must have some attainments in this area. Su Jiming said with a smile. Lin Xian nodded at this time. All right, then I'll show my incompetence a little. Everyone, don't make fun of me when the time comes. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Su Jiming's plan had succeeded. Of course not. I just hope young Master Lin doesn't pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. You're clearly very proficient, but you act like you're not. Ha ha ha. Su Jiming laughed. Of course, it was just a joke. In terms of poetry, he was definitely the best among his peers in this area. Even if Lin Xian wasn't Chinese, there was no way he could beat him. That shouldn't be the case. I don't know any poems. Lin Xian laughed. Haha, that's good too. If Ning Ning's boyfriend can participate, then it'll be interesting. Lan Tianhai laughed. Lin Xian Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian worriedly. How could she not know what Su Jiming was thinking? Lin Xian was her boyfriend. What did it have to do with him whether he participated or not? Furthermore, he had asked Lin Xian to participate in front of everyone. Lin Xian had already rejected him, yet he still said it. It was obvious that he wanted to compete with him in front of everyone. As for Lin Xian, he really didn't know any poems. In any case, Xiao Runing's understanding of Lin Xian was that he was a bore. Composing poems and lyrics? Did this guy know how to recite them? It's fine, I'm just playing around. Lin Xian patted Xiao Runing's shoulder and walked forward. Chapter 861. Is there something wrong with him? Xiao Xinhua grumbled. There's something wrong with Tai. He knows he'll be humiliated, but he still went up. Xiao Runing shook her head helplessly. Although he was Chinese, when the time came, he would make some strange things that would make people laugh to death. What if he's hiding his strength? Xiao Xinhua mumbled. Xiao Runing. Hiding his strength? He didn't even bother to go to the Sky Martial Court when he was in Tianhua City. Why would he go there to learn? Xiao Xinhua. Tai was done for. However, based on her understanding of Lin Xian, he was very smart. How could he embarrass himself? How could he not know what the other two were thinking? Since he knew, why did he still insist on going up the mountain despite knowing that it was dangerous? Perhaps this was something worth looking forward to. When Su Ziming and Qin Ming saw that Lin Xian had taken the bait, they were overjoyed. Xiao Xian, if you really can't do it, just play around, Xiao Zun said to Lin Xian. He purposely raised his voice so that others could hear him. This was to protect Lin Xian. He knew that Lin Xian was Chinese and would not be good at poetry. Since there were dozens of young people here who were all talented, Lin Xian could not be compared to them. Therefore, he said that Lin Xian was just playing around. It would not be embarrassing even if he lost. I understand, uncle. Lin Xian nodded. Haha, young people are very brave. I hope you can show us something unexpected. Lan Tianhai said with a smile. I wouldn't dare. I'm just playing around. I don't know how to write poems. I just hope you won't mind. Lin Xian said with a fist salute. Su Ziming walked over and patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. Every elder here is very easygoing. Don't worry. And you don't have to be so modest anymore. Lin Xian smiled and nodded without saying anything. If that's the case, then let's begin the poetry competition. If there are any outstanding poems in this poetry competition, then I will consider including your poems in the textbook. Hearing Lan Tianhai's words, they were all shocked. In the textbook just now? Wasn't this passed down through the ages? Even if you can't, it's only for a short period of time. Within a short period of time, everyone will know your poem.
Wow.
How big of a card was that? Of course, since it's in the textbook, it must mean that this poem is extremely outstanding and can't be an ordinary work. However, I think that with your talent, you will definitely be able to come up with a poem this time. Lan Tianhai said, All right, let's start composing the poem now. The designated poem for you is Homesick. 20 minutes should be enough for you scholars to compose a poem. Then, let's begin now. You can walk around the entire venue and ponder. The rest of you can also chat with each other, eat some food, and wait for the children's results. But please don't disturb them. Impromptu composing a poem must have a limited theme. Every time, every year, it would be different. If there wasn't a limited theme, then those people could have already composed the poem a long time ago. They could even get others to help them. How could this be considered impromptu? Of course not. Young Master Lin, do your best. This young master hopes to compete with your poem. Su Ziming patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said with a smile, I will. Then, Su Ziming sneered and walked away with a pen and paper. He went to ponder over the poem. You will? Are you worthy? In a while, everyone will be able to hear the ridiculous poem that comes out of your mouth. Lin Xian bit his pen. It was unknown how long it had been since he touched a pen. Lin Xian's handwriting was already ugly. Now that he hadn't written in such a long time, it was really like a dog crawling. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian's pensive appearance and couldn't help but worry. Homesick poems should be very common. It wasn't too difficult to write, especially if you just casually made up a few sentences. But for Lin Xian, especially when looking at his furrowed brows, it felt like he was in a difficult situation. Yes, Lin Xian was really in a difficult situation. The poems that he learned the most on Earth were homesick poems, right? Which one should he copy? Elder Xiao, how are your grandson-in-law's accomplishments in poetry? Lan Tianhai sat at the judge's table and asked Xiao Qingqing beside him. To be honest, I don't know either. But it shouldn't be comparable to the ones here. After all, China has never advocated this aspect. Their accomplishments in this aspect naturally can't compare to Ice Country. Xiao Qingqing said this to give face to Lin Xian. He wanted others to think that Lin Xian didn't have much accomplishments from the start and didn't have high expectations. This way, even if his poems weren't good, they would have a pardonable view of him. It's just that I feel that since he's participating, he should have something. Lan Tianhai also gave Xiao Qingqing a lot of face by saying this. Time slowly passed. Su Zhiming and a few others finished in 10 minutes. Then, Su Zhiming walked to Lin Xian's side to take a look. It was still blank. He couldn't help but laugh disdainfully in his heart. As expected, he didn't know at all. Young Master Lin, are you still thinking? Su Zhiming said. And it's about time. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Su Zhiming then walked away with a smile. At the same time, Lin Xian also started writing. Those ugly words were written on the paper. After a few seconds, Lin Xian's movement stopped. Xiao Runing, who had been paying attention to Lin Xian, felt her heart skip a beat. There was no time. Why did he stop? At this time, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at Xiao Runing.
That.
Ning Ning, how do you write, night can't be May? Everyone. Xiao Runing, Xiao Zun and the others' mouths couldn't help but twitch. Really? Lin Xian's words made many people hold back their laughter. It's fine if you don't know how to write poems, but you also don't know how to write? This really confirmed that he doesn't know how to write poems. A person who doesn't even know how to write can write poems? Xiao Runing then walked over and took Lin Xian's pen and paper. She helped him write the word. When she saw Lin Xian's dog-like words, she simply wanted to cry. Little brother, you'll be laughed at to death like this. Then why did you participate? Xiao Runing helplessly thought. Lin Xian then looked at Lan Tianhai and said, Uncle Lan, it should be fine to let Ning Ning help me write some words, right?
Of course it's fine.
Lan Tianhai said. Lin Xian nodded and then added in the last sentence. All right, time's up. Now everyone quiet down. Everyone, recite your poems in order. We will evaluate your poems. Lan Tianhai said. Chapter 862. Then, one scholar after another recited their own poems.
How should it be said?
To be able to improvise a poem in such a short period of time, their standard was naturally not too high, but it was not bad either. After all, their foundation was there, and they were considered average. However, it was naturally impossible for them to be included in textbooks. Lan Tianhai and the others were also quite satisfied. None of them were bad. Elders, this poem that I composed is called Late Moon Thoughts. Qin Ming said faintly. And read it. Again, tonight's parting rain. After Qin Ming finished reading, everyone was silent for a while. As expected of Qin Ming. As one of the 4 great scholars, he is indeed extraordinary. Yes. This Late Moon Thoughts is a level higher than those people from before. Maybe it can enter the textbooks. AI. Comparisons are odious. I'm afraid that only Su Zhiming can compare. Everyone discussed spiritedly. The dozen or so elders on the judging panel also discussed for a while. Then Lan Tianhai said to Qin Ming, very good. This poem of yours should be the best one up until now. Continue to work hard. Thank you, Uncle Lan. Qin Ming bowed slightly, and then sat down with a smile. Next, Su Zhiming. Su Zhiming then stood up with a smile in everyone's eyes. There were many rich girls who looked at him and Qin Ming with adoration, because they were both proficient in literature and martial arts, and they were also handsome. They were once the Prince Charming of these girls. Elders, the poem that Zhiming brought is called Thinking of My Lord. He paused and then read, My lord came from his hometown, so he should know the matters of his hometown. It was a simple sentence, but it made them ponder for a moment. That's right. Zhiming, your poem is on par with Qin Ming's. However, your poem has a few special words that are of a higher quality than Qin Ming's poem. If we're talking about this, your poem should be better than Qin Ming's. However, I'll give you 2 of 50. 50 score? Xiao Qingqing nodded and said. Thank you, Elder Xiao. Su Jiming smiled and sat down. Basically, his song was already the best. At least, it was the best song in this round. He glanced at the people behind him. There was no one who was a threat to him. Next, Lin Xian. Lan Tianhai and the others looked at Lin Xian. It was not that Lin Xian was very eye-catching. In fact, he was indeed eye-catching. He was the son-in-law of the Xiao family and Xiao Runing's boyfriend. However, what did everyone want to see more? He made a fool of himself. Because if you got something that they couldn't, jealousy and envy would surge up. What right do you have to get it? Why can't I? With this kind of mentality, he especially hoped that this person would embarrass himself. It was the kind of feeling that no one in the world should have a better life than him. There were simply too many people with this mentality. Su Ziming thought about how Lin Xian had not written a single word just now. What kind of poem could he write now? He would definitely make a fool of himself. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue also looked at Lin Xian worriedly. After all, Xiao Runing had just said Lin Xian's words to Xiao Xinyue. It was simply unbearable to look at. Xiao Xinyue originally had a little bit of hope for Lin Xian, but it instantly disappeared. Lin Xian stood up and said, "Seniors, my poem is called Autumn Thoughts." Autumn Thoughts. Actually, this poem's name is already too common. An old man said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, there is more than one poem with this name. However, I feel that the name of a poem is not too important. It's mainly because my ability is limited. I don't have that much time to think about the name of a poem. And that's fine. Then recite your poem. Lin Xian nodded. Xiao Runing's little heart was already in her throat. She was begging him, please don't let other people laugh their heads off. Everyone else was already prepared to be laughed at. Autumn comes under the fortress. The scenery is different. Hingyang wild geese don't pay attention. Voices rise from all directions. For thousands of miles, the smoke sets and the sun closes the lonely city. With a cup of turbid wine, one can travel 10,000 miles. Yen Ran returns without any plans. The chong pipes are long and frost covers the ground. People can't sleep. The general's hair turns white and the husband cries. After Lin Xian finished reciting, everyone was silent. Yes, everyone was shocked. This poem was written by Lin Xian? This poem. Xiao Xian, quick, let me see it. Xiao Qingcheng said impatiently.
Oh.
Then Lin Xian handed the poem over. Lan Tianhai and the others all looked over. When Xiao Qingcheng and the others saw it, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. These words were too ugly, right? But if one were to disregard this ugly character, Lan Tianhai couldn't help but stand up. Then, he wrote down Lin Xian's poem on the blackboard with his beautiful handwriting. Everyone's eyes were on it. Xiao Runing's little mouth opened slightly. This was written by Lin Xian? The crowd might not have heard it clearly when they first heard it, but now that they were looking at the vigorous and powerful poem on the blackboard, they were all dumbfounded. The depth of the poem, the style between the lines, and everything else was too good. Not to mention anything else, at least it crushed Su Ziming and Qin Ming's poems. Moreover, they both wrote poems. Poems were much more difficult than four-line poems. The word count was also much higher. This was really written by Lin Xian? Xiao Xinyue looked at Xiao Runing in confusion. It should be? Xiao Runing wasn't sure either. As for Xiao Zun and Yi Qianling, their faces were flushed red. Really, they thought Lin Xian would lose face, but they didn't expect this poem to be so good. Voices rise from all sides. For thousands of miles, the smoke sets and the sun closes the lonely city. People can't sleep. The general's hair turns white, and the husband cries. Lan Tianhai and the others repeatedly recited the most shocking lines. These two lines were definitely the essence of the poem. Xiao Xian, your poem is expressing, Lin Xian said. It's actually expressing the warriors and generals of the three factions that guard the borders. They guard the borders day after day, year after year, stopping the invasion of demon beasts. It's very tiring, but it's worthy of respect. I've lived in the border cities all year round. Whether it was Tianhua City or Linden City after Tianhua City fell, I've personally witnessed the fall of cities. I've also personally participated in the fight against the demon beasts. I might understand these things better than many people from the interior. Do they miss home? Naturally, so this poem is actually expressing their feelings of homesickness, not mine. Good, good, good. Xiao Qingqing looked at Lin Xian with satisfaction. It said that poetry is a form of sustenance to express one's emotions. Only with true emotions can one write a good poem. Without such emotions, the poem would be soulless. You've experienced it before, which is why you can write such a good adverb. Not bad. I didn't expect you to amaze me so much just from today onwards. Thank you for bringing such a good poem. I also thank you on behalf of the soldiers guarding the borders. Lan Tianhai walked down and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Chapter 863. Everyone was flabbergasted, because they could not believe it. Was this improvised composition by Lin Xian? But if it was not, they had never heard of this poem before. Then, it must be an original composition. As for whether it was prepared for him in advance, the possibility was not high. Because not many people knew the theme this time, there was no way to prepare in advance. More importantly, Lin Xian had always refused to participate. If not for Su Jiming repeatedly inviting him to participate, he would not have participated. Good luck. I hope you can have great accomplishments in both literature and martial arts. This poem is the best one I've seen today. Patriarch Lan, in my opinion, this poem should be able to enter the textbooks, right? At this time, an old man who is also a judge said, "Yes, you have the qualifications." Everyone was shocked beyond words. Lan Tianhai then explained to them, whether it is the style or the standard of this poem, it is top-notch. No one would believe that it was written by a young man in his early 20s. More importantly, this poem expresses the homesickness of the soldiers who guard the border and deserve our respect. At the same time, it can also express the seriousness of the current situation. It will have a very positive impact on society. Such a poem is qualified to be included in the textbooks. It can give younger children some inspiration and a deep-rooted impression from childhood. Su Ziming clenched his fists, his expression ugly. Nonsense, he was supposed to humiliate him and crush him, but he was the one who got crushed. Young Master Lin's accomplishments in poetry can be said to be the cream of the crop. I'm very curious. Young Master Lin was born in China, and China does not pay much attention to this aspect. How did young Master Lin come to possess such literary talent? Although it is important to have experience in this area, the prerequisite is that you have to have a stomach full of ink.
Su Jiming asked.
Actually, this sentence was a question. How could a Chinese in his early 20s write such a poem? Many people didn't quite believe it either.
They all looked at Lin Xian.
Lin Xian smiled and said, "Actually, it's very simple. Although China doesn't pay as much attention to this as Iceland, there are still many schools in China that set up 9 subjects. After all, you can't just be a simple-minded martial artist. Since I was young, I'm not afraid to tell you that I don't have the Son of God system."
What?
Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian then said, "Without the God-child system, I can't cultivate. What can I do? That's why I'm different from most Chinese, or you guys. I can only learn. That's the only way out." Later on, I slowly realized that the sea of knowledge is really wonderful. I only managed to awaken the God's child system after a long time. However, cultivation can no longer replace my love for learning. I love learning. Even after I entered the Sky Martial Court, I'm more willing to improve my knowledge in the 9 subjects. Perhaps that's the reason why I love learning. Everyone. It's not easy. It's really not easy. It's also because of life. It's just that you've never awakened the Son of God system late. However, the world is so big, and there are so many strange things in the world. It's not surprising. But now, you've become a martial artist with outstanding literary talent. You even managed to woo the beautiful Ning Ning of the Xiao family in Ice City. You can say that you've reached the peak of your life. However, all of this is the result of your own hard work. Little Xian, your deeds are worthy of learning from all the children here. Lan Tianhai exclaimed. Xiao Runing. That's right. Xiao Runing could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Are you talking nonsense? Others might believe it, but she didn't. Yes, you've awakened the son of God system late, but you love learning. You love to swim in the ocean of knowledge. Tui. Shameless. Other than flirting with girls in the academy, when have you ever gone to a place where you learn the 9 subjects? Others might not know, but how could she not know? Therefore, it was very strange. How did this bastard come up with such a good poem? Lin Xian nodded. It's not to the extent of learning. Hard work is indeed important, but I think it's more about talent. Because I feel that I have talent in learning and I even have a photographic memory. Talent is indeed very important. Lan Tianhai nodded. I see. Then I must learn from young Master Lin. Su Jiming said unwillingly. Of course, she didn't believe it. Do you have literary talent? Do you even have ink in your stomach? Anyway, this poetry gathering isn't over yet. There's more to come. If you can't come up with such a good poem, then won't you be exposed? Because of Lin Xian, the faces of the Xiao family's elders were practically glowing. Is what he said true? Xiao Xinyue moved closer to Xiao Runing and asked in a low voice. What do you think? Xiao Runing asked. It's fake. Although her understanding of Lin Xian was not as deep as Xiao Runing, this little bit of understanding made her feel that Lin Xian was definitely not such a person. Love learning? Nonsense. Then that's it. Xiao Xinyue. But how did he come up with such a good poem? I also want to know. I just hope that he didn't plagiarize someone else's poem. Otherwise, he will definitely be exposed in the following poetry gathering. Xiao Runing sighed. Plagiarism was definitely plagiarism, but it would definitely not be exposed.
Good.
This poetry gathering's first round has already amazed me. Next, let's move on to the second topic assessment. Lan Tianhai said, Lin Xian, you said it in such a dignified manner, but there are many who don't believe it. You might have guessed it, but I don't believe that you can come up with such a poem. When that time comes and you are exposed, you will be the most despicable person. Su Jiming thought in his heart. Old Su, why don't you come up with the topic for the second round of assessment? Lan Tianhai said to an old man beside him. No need. I'm old. My thoughts are from a long time ago. I can't keep up with the thoughts of modern children. It's better for you young people to come up with it. I'll come. Lan Xingxing ran over and said happily. Don't mess around. No, I'll come. Lan Xingxing said coquettishly. You little girl, Xiao Zun laughed. I think it's really possible. Isn't it just a topic? It doesn't matter who comes up with it. It's best to be able to write any topic.
Lan
Tianhai nodded. Then what do you want to come up with? Lan Tianhai pinched his precious daughter's pink cheeks. Lin Xian has successfully pursued Sister Ning Ning. Then let's come up with a topic on how to chase a girl. Everyone, go. Don't mess around. Lan Tianhai said helplessly. I think that makes sense. We can go with the flow and come up with a topic to express the feelings between a man and a woman. Or to write a poem about a beauty like Ning Ning. How about it? Chapter 864. Write about beautiful women? Many of the people present agreed with this suggestion from the bottom of their hearts, especially Su Jiming. If he wrote a good poem and said that it was written with Xiao Xinyue as the original character, would he be able to win her heart? Although writing poems was the dumbest way to pick up girls, one had to know that it depended on the occasion. In such an occasion, if he wrote a poem with Xiao Xinyue as the original character and wrote it well and received everyone's approval, what would the effect be? It would satisfy the girl's vanity. Would this be effective in chasing her? The effect was simply too great. He couldn't get Xiao Runing, but Xiao Xinyu was just as beautiful. Moreover, this cold woman would feel even better when he conquered her. In fact, he had never expressed his admiration for Xiao Runing to the public. He had only casually mentioned it in his conversation with Lin Xian. If he chased after Xiao Xinyu, no one would say anything about him. Lan Tianhai nodded. Not bad, it's a good suggestion. Everyone here today, Ning Ning, Xinyu, and so on are all beautiful women. Beautiful women are as common as clouds.
So be it.
Let's write about beautiful women. What do you think? And it's pretty good. Although it seems tacky, it's very realistic. Moreover, there aren't many poems in this area. However, I want to remind everyone of one thing. Xiao Qingchun continued, any poem needs to express some kind of emotion. Using objects to describe people, using objects to describe things. This theme can indeed express a simple description of a woman's beauty and yearning. However, I personally hope to add some other things to it. Elder Xiao, what do you think we can add to this description of beautiful women? I feel that it's a bit difficult. Another old man shook his head and said, I'm just suggesting. Of course, it's difficult. However, that's where the charm of poetry lies, isn't it? Children, I hope that you can display your intelligence. Yes. Then, let's start now. I'll give everyone 10 minutes for this round. There's a total of 30 minutes. I hope that you can come up with better works. Lan Tianhai said. Then, everyone took their notebooks and pens to think. At this time, Su Ziming found an opportunity to strike up a conversation with Xiao Xinyu. President Xiao, I feel that this child, Ziming, is interested in your family's second daughter. A middle-aged man smiled and said to Xiao Zun, that's good. Ziming is also very outstanding. If the two of them can be together, as a father, I'd be very happy. Xiao Zun said, but my child is also interested in Xinyu. Oh, Qinming? He nodded. Sure, Qinming isn't any worse than Ziming. If the two of them can be together, it's naturally good. It's just that the girl, Xinu, likes him. Why don't you? Mr. Xiao, if you're free, you can help set them up? Of course, there's no problem. Ning Ning's direction is set. Next is Xinyu. If she likes her, that's good. Su Ziming frowned and looked at Su Ziming, who was striking up a conversation with Xiao Xinyu. Su Ziming wanted to pursue Xiao Runing before, but now she was being pursued by Lin Xian. What he said to Su Ziming before was just to ridicule him. He liked Xiao Runing. But now, it seems like Su Ziming has changed his direction and is pursuing Xiao Xinyu. Of course, that's not good. Qinming also coughed and walked toward Xiao Xinyu. Xinyu, about this poem, I think you should be able to give me some inspiration.
Can I talk to you?
Qinming smiled and walked over. Xiao Xinyu. To be honest, she didn't want to pay attention to him. But in this occasion, everyone was an elder. Even her parents were here. She could not give him face. She was helpless. Young Master Qin, I was the one who talked to Xinyu first. There should be a first come, first served rule, right? Su Ziming looked at Qinming and said. Hearing Su Ziming's words, Qinming was sure that this bastard was going to make a move on Xiao Xinyu. Facing Su Ziming, Qinming didn't have much confidence, because Su Ziming was also very outstanding. Is there a first come, first served rule for this kind of thing? Young Master Su, aren't you a little too childish? Qinming smiled. Childish? How am I childish? The two of them stood there with smiles on their faces. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over. Sister-in-law, I wanted to look for your sister for inspiration to write this poem, but she asked me to look for you and talk. Okay? Then, Xiao Xinyu and Lin Xian walked away together. Su Ziming. Qinming. What does Lin Xian mean? Su Ziming frowned and said.
What?
He already has Xiao Runing as his girlfriend. Are you still worried that he'll chase after Xiao Xinyu? But you, young Master Su, you're wrong. What? You still want to fight with me for Xiao Xinyu? Why not? Xiao Runing is already taken. Why can't this young master pursue Xiao Xinyu? Don't you know that this young master has liked her for a long time? When you wanted to pursue Xiao Runing, did I do anything to fight with you? Qin Ming said angrily. Before anyone can pursue Xinyue, everyone is equal. I have the right to pursue her. As for you, young Master Qin, let's see who's better. Su Jiming said, and walked away. Humph. You lost to this young master in the Sky Martial Assembly. Do you think you can compete with this young master? Hey, my dear little Xinyue, how are you going to thank me? Lin Xian and Xiao Xinyue stood by the window and asked with a smile. The two of them chatted together and didn't attract any suspicion. Who would have thought that Lin Xian not only wanted to make a move on his older sister, but also his younger sister? Thank you, Xiao Xinyue said indifferently.
Wow.
I helped you out, and you're only going to thank me? I'll treat you to a meal when we get back. Do I need a meal from you? Xiao Xinyue. Then what do you want? We've agreed on the favor you owe me before. You'll give me a chance to pursue you in return, right? Xiao Xinyue didn't say anything. Then this time, it'll be a kiss. Xiao Xinyue. You'd better think about how to compose this poem. I heard from my sister that you don't like to study. Think about how to not let others find out that you don't have any real talent. Lin Xian. Damn. You think I plagiarized it? No, it could be a blind cat running into a dead mouse. You just happen to be able to write such a poem. But it's just a coincidence. It's impossible to write a second poem as good as this one, unless you have real talent. But you don't. Then what if I can come up with another poem that will shock everyone? What do you think we should do? Let's bet. Chapter 865. Lin Xian had discovered a super magical thing. No matter how hard it was to woo a girl, or what her personality was like, be it Linglong Shui or Linglong Yu, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they would never admit defeat. If it was a bet, then so be it. Why would he be afraid of her? Xiao Xinyue was the same. A bet? Why would he be afraid of her? What bet? How could Xiao Xinyue admit defeat to Lin Xian? Didn't you say that I can't write good poems? If I can write another poem that will shock everyone, then you have to be my girlfriend. Xiao Xinyue. Was he that confident? Normally, she would have been fooled by Lin Xian, but her sister had clearly said that this Lin Xian had never learned the 9 subjects or anything like that. He didn't understand at all. What if you lose? Tell me. Xiao Xinyue pondered for a moment, then said, if you lose and don't shock everyone, then you have to help me do 3 things. As for what they are, I don't know for now. Lin Xian started acting again, but he looked hesitant.
2.
3. Then it has to be within my ability. Okay. Xiao Xinyue heard Lin Xian's hesitation and cowardice, and as expected, she fell for it. She thought that he definitely couldn't write it, then said, you can't go back on your word. Okay. Lin Xian nodded, then said, then if you lose, you have to be my girlfriend. Okay. Xiao Xinyue said confidently. She didn't know how sinister people could be. Lin Xian was laughing in his heart. In Xiao Xinyue's opinion, even if Lin Xian had some literary talent, how could he shock everyone? The previous poem was indeed good, and it almost shocked everyone. The main reason was that the first poem was very good, and it would be accepted by many people. However, because of the first poem, the expectations for the second poem would be even higher. Moreover, the second poem was about a beautiful woman. This kind of position was very different. If it did not meet this expectation, then even if it was written well, it would only be shocking, but it would not be able to shock everyone. To ensure that she would win, Xiao Xinyue continued, also, it has to be written in the textbook. Lin Xian. Wah. Aren't you too ruthless? You said it, you can't go back on your word. Xiao Xinyue said proudly. You. Lin Xian looked like he was deflated. Seeing Lin Xian's look, Xiao Xinyue's heart was her. Didn't he shoot himself in the foot? Did he want her to be his? In your dreams. Hurry up and write. It's already been more than 10 minutes. Especially when Xiao Xinyue realized that more than 10 minutes had passed, which meant that Lin Xian only had 10 minutes left. How could he write a poem that could shock everyone and even enter the textbook? You're ruthless. Wait until you become my girlfriend. I'll make you cry. Lin Xian spat out some harsh words before walking away. Xiao Xinhua. Bastard. When you lose, the first thing I'll do is make you bark like a little puppy. Xiao Xinhua thought evilly. Lin Xian walked to his seat, sat down, and wrote a question without hesitation. Song of Everlasting Regret. Little guy, do you still think you've won? I'm sorry, but I'll definitely have you as my girlfriend. Song of Everlasting Regret. Lin Xian's impression of this poem was simply too deep. It was mainly because the story told in this poem was simply too tragic, yet too beautiful and too helpless. The entire poem was very long, but there were many famous lines that had been passed down. Such a poem was written by a poet for many years before it was completed. Could such a poem win everyone's applause? If they couldn't win, then there was really a problem with their taste and literary talent. Lin Xian still remembered that it took him a lot of effort to memorize this thing. Lin Xian finally started writing, and it attracted the attention of many people. 5 minutes, 8 minutes, many of those people had been paying attention to Lin Xian, but they were curious.
Why?
Because it had been 8 minutes since he started writing, and his pen hadn't stopped. What is this kid writing? He's probably written a few hundred words, right? Lan Tianhai and the others were very curious, but they didn't look because it wasn't good to look at it now. It was better to keep a trace of hope in their hearts. Xiao Xinhua also saw that Lin Xian had been writing for a long time. Then, she couldn't help but go over to take a look. She finally understood what her sister meant when she said that the words were like a dog's crawl. It was too ugly. What are you looking at? Don't disturb my thoughts. Let me tell you, if I don't win, it's you who disturbed me. Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinhua. Then, she walked away silently. Who would want to see it? It was too ugly. How is it? What did he write? He's been writing furiously. Xiao Runing asked. I didn't see it clearly. It's too ugly. Xiao Xinhua said lightly. Xiao Runing held back her laughter. But it seems like he wrote a few hundred words.
Ah?
He's writing an essay? Xiao Runing was dumbfounded. It was normal to write a poem with more than 100 words. It was a few hundred words. What kind of nonsense did he have to cook up? Su Ziming also came over to take a look in surprise. Then, he was directly persuaded by Lin Xian's dog's crawl. He held back his laughter in his heart. What was the point of writing so much?
All right.
Time's up. Please put down your pens and ink. Lan Tianhai said. Clatter. At the same time, Lin Xian put down his pen and let out a long sigh. Damn it. Writing 840 words in 10 minutes wasn't easy. Luckily, my handwriting is ugly. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to finish it. Lin Xian muttered in his heart. I don't know why, but this is the one I've been looking forward to the most in so many years. What about you guys? Lan Tianhai asked. Everyone nodded. Yes, this topic is very difficult. Under the premise that it's written well, it's even more difficult to not be conventional. I'm looking forward to the performance of all the scholars. Then let's begin. Then, one by one, they recited their own poems. It was still Su Ziming, Qin Ming, and Lin Xian ending it. Sigh, hearing the poems recited by those people, everyone was a little disappointed. It wasn't bad, but each of their poems didn't deviate from the conventional. They only expressed pure love and love. It was said that poems were used to express emotions. They borrowed something to express something. Of course, for beauties, emotions were also considered emotions. There was nothing wrong with expressing love. It was very pure. However, everyone was looking forward to something more. Who could express something else by writing about beauties and love? This was what they were looking forward to, and it was also impressive. Of course, it wasn't to say that the ones in front were bad. Of course, it was good. It was just lacking a feeling that made them stunned. Chapter 866. At this time, Qin Ming stood up and said, "Elders, the name of this little one's poem this time is My Fair Lady, and read it." Then, Qin Ming slowly recited the poem he had composed. After reading it, the surroundings were silent for a while. Lan Tianhai and the others were discussing something. After a while, Lan Tianhai said, "Not bad. To be able to compose 8 lines in such a short period of time, and the standard of each line is very high. Although it's purely about love and beauty, it wins in terms of the standard. The expression of emotions is more realistic. It should be the best poem in this round so far. Good luck." "Thank you, Uncle Lan." This poem was inspired by Xinhua. Qin Ming slightly bowed and said,
Oh,
"Could it be that the woman in the poem is Xinhua? And, with Xinhua as the model, I'm very satisfied to receive everyone's affirmation." Qin Ming said with a smile. "Xiao Xinhua. Ha ha ha, Elder Xiao. It seems that your little granddaughter is also going to be single." Lan Tianhai smiled and said to Xiao Qingcheng. Xiao Qingcheng said, "Let the children decide on their own matters." At this time, Su Ziming stood up and said, "Young Master Qin, although writing 8 lines in 30 minutes is not bad, your poem is still 4 lines short compared to this young master's new moon." Qin Ming frowned. Then Su Ziming slightly bowed and said, "Elders, the poem that Ziming brought is called New Moon. It was also inspired by Xinhua. The following is the content. Lin Xian. Wow. These fucking bootlickers are each better than the other." Lin Xian couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. The title of the poem New Moon is here. You're also a fucking talent. After Su Ziming finished reading, Qin Ming's frown deepened. It was already very difficult to compose 12 lines in half an hour. Furthermore, it was even more difficult to maintain the quality of the poem. Not bad, not bad. Lan Tianhai and the others nodded in satisfaction. Although it's just a poem that expresses love, its standard is about the same as Qin Ming's. At the same time, it has 4 more lines than Qin Ming's. It's very good. The poem depicts a very beautiful moonlit night. The name of the poem, New Moon, has 2 meanings. It also takes the lead in the name of the poem. Everyone, this New Moon should be the best poem in this competition, right? Lan Tianhai asked the crowd. Everyone nodded. "Many thanks, seniors." Su Ziming smiled and bowed. He glanced at Xiao Xinhua, who was not far away. "Both of them want to pursue you?" Xiao Runing nudged Xiao Xinhua with her elbow. "It's their business whether they chase after me or not." Xiao Xinhua naturally did not care, because she did not have a good impression of them. It's Lin Xian's turn. Let's see what he can write. Next, Lin Xian. Lan Tianhai and the others looked at Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, I saw you chatting with Xinhua just now. After chatting, you sat down and wrote a poem. Did you get the inspiration for this adverb from that girl Xinhua?" Lan Tianhai joked. "Family head Lan, you can't say that. Ning Ning is still here." A middle-aged man laughed. "Haha, I don't mean anything else." Lin Xian then said, "No. The inspiration for this poem came from a novel. Although this was a true story, it was a story from his world. There was no such story in this world, so Lin Xian could only say that the inspiration came from a novel."
oh.
Then you're in trouble. How can the emotions in a novel be replaced by your own experience in reality? Lan Tianhai then asked, "Just now, I saw you writing at full speed for more than 10 minutes. How many lines did you write in these 10 minutes? 120 lines, 7 words per line. Everyone. 120 lines, 7 words per line? 840 words? In just 10 minutes, you wrote a poem of 840 words?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, they were shocked. Wasn't this too exaggerated? To write so many words in such a short time, it can't be a running account, right? If it's a running account, everyone here should be able to do it. Su Ziming said. To be honest, with this amount of time and words, it was hard to believe that he could write a good work. Xiao Runing also frowned. 840 words? He really wrote a composition? Read it out for us. Lan Tianhai said. Lin Xian nodded. The Han Emperor's love overturned the country. You yearned for it for many years. The Yang family had a daughter who grew up and was raised in a boudoir. Born with a natural beauty, she chose to be by the side of the emperor. Looking back with a smile, the beauties of the 6 palaces paled in comparison. When Lin Xian simply read out the first few lines, everyone was speechless. Yes, at the beginning they thought that it might be a running account. But just from the first few lines, which one of them was a running account? Even the first few lines made them think that it could be passed down through the ages. The Han Emperor's love overturned a country. Born with a natural beauty, she yearned for it. Looking back with a smile, the beauties of the 6 palaces paled in comparison. Just this directly described the woman in the poem to the fullest. Devastatingly beautiful. Looking back with a smile, she yearned for it. The beauties of the 6 palaces paled in comparison. In heaven, we were willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we were willing to be entwined branches. Heaven and earth are everlasting. Sometimes it ends. This hatred will never end. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian read out the entire poem. To be honest, when Lin Xian was writing, he didn't feel much. But when he finished reading, his heart was filled with emotions. The image and story of this poem were simply too thick. This entire poem had written about a relationship, a story, and an era. Furthermore, running account. I want you to find a line in this poem about a running account. Which one wasn't a masterpiece? When Lin Xian finished reading, the surroundings were still silent. In heaven, we were willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we were willing to be entwined branches. Heaven and earth are everlasting. Sometimes it ends. This hatred will never end. Blue Sky Sea and many other poems were muttering Lin Xian's last few lines. Repeatedly deliberating, repeatedly muttering. Xiao Xingyue and Xiao Runing were also stunned on the spot. As girls, their thoughts were more meticulous. They could understand the image and content of this poem more easily. They could understand the helplessness of the woman in this poem, her devotion and steadfastness towards love, and her final sorrow. This hatred will never end. When Lin Xian was reading, they felt as though they had finished watching a movie. The ending was a tragedy that made them cry uncontrollably. Looking back with a smile, the beauties of the 6 palaces paled in comparison. In heaven, we were willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we were willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we were willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we were willing to be entwined branches. Blue Sky Sea's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Chapter 867. Following Lan Tianhai's praise, the elders and poetry experts couldn't help but applaud. This is little Xian's work? Yi Qianling couldn't believe it, and then asked Xiaozun. I can't believe it. To be able to create such a long and shocking poem in such a short period of time. It's rarely seen in the world. I'm even suspecting that he plagiarized it. It shouldn't be plagiarism. If such a shocking poem existed before, it would have been passed down through the ages. Moreover, little Xian definitely isn't that kind of person. That's right. Maybe he really is a genius. No, he's a monster. Xiao Runing's grandfather, Xiao Qingcheng, was also slowly shocked and pleasantly surprised. This poem was of a level that he had rarely seen in so many years. Furthermore, this was from the hands of a junior. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Xian, did you really compose this poem? Asked Lin Xian. Don't think too much. I just feel that this poem is simply too shocking. To be able to create it in such a short period of time is truly shocking. Lan Tianhai asked. Lin Xian nodded. It was created by me in such a short period of time. It's mainly about a beautiful and sad love story. In the face of reality, in the face of power, in the face of one's lover, one has no choice but to sacrifice oneself in order to achieve one's lover. You don't have to say this. The entire poem gave me a sense of story and scene that I've never felt before. It tells a complete story with ups and downs. This is something I've never felt before from a person or a poem. Only now did I know that poems can be written like this. It's possible to write a life and an entire story. Lan Tianhai said in shock. Most importantly, to be able to write such a classic in such a short period of time, such a high-level poem, I admit that I can't compare to even 1/10 of it. An elder sighed. Yeah, this poem even made my nose ache. This story is too beautiful and sad. The level of this poem is simply too high. Especially some of the lines that are even more shocking. Quick, let me see it again. Xiao Qingqing reached out his hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian handed the poem over. They all gathered there, and then the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Could her handwriting be any uglier? Lan Tianhai couldn't help but write the entire poem on the blackboard. Everyone took a closer look, and the more they looked, the more shocked they became. Running account? Fuck you. Song of Everlasting Regret. Song of Everlasting Regret. The name of this poem. Lan Tianhai let out a long sigh. Whether it was the name or the poem, this poem was simply too beautiful. Furthermore, the beginning of this poem talks about a very, very beautiful woman, and then it tells a story. The entire poem expresses too many things. It's no wonder that little Xian wrote such a long poem. It's because these emotions and the realistic expression can't be finished with just a few sentences or a dozen sentences. Xiao Qingqing exclaimed in admiration. Xiao Runing was also conquered by this scene. Was this really Lin Xian? Are you kidding me? And Xiao Xinyue, she felt that she had been tricked. She had been tricked by the sister, and also by Lin Xian. The height of this poem was too high. It wasn't enough to shock everyone. If it was spread out, it would be a poem that would be passed down through the ages. She seemed to have lost the bet. And Su Jiming and the rest had nothing to say. Although they felt that it was impossible. It was really impossible. In such a short time, this quality of the poem, Young Master Lin, isn't the standard of this poem and the time it took to compose it a bit too unbelievable? Forgive me for offending you, but most of the people here might find it unbelievable. Su Jiming couldn't help but say. So, young Master Su thinks that I copied it. No. I just find it unbelievable. Su Jiming said. Yes. Writing 840 words in less than 10 minutes. Such an exquisite song of everlasting regret is too exaggerated. We can't compare, but we hope that young Master Lin can prove himself. Everyone was discussing. Prove. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then Lin Xian paced slowly. Thinking of cloves in the clouds, beauty in the flowers, the spring breeze brushing the railings. If not seen on top of the Jade Mountain, it would be seen under the moon in the Jade Pavilion. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Thinking of cloves in the clouds, beauty in the flowers, Lan Tianhai couldn't help but mumble to himself in amazement. Everyone. A poem in 3 steps? That's right. Lin Xian only took 3 steps. Su Ziming clenched his fists. This was another damn poem that would be passed down through the ages. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue's beautiful eyes also lit up. Then Lin Xian paced again. There's a beauty in the north, unique and independent. A glance at her could topple a city, a second glance could topple a country. Everyone. If it's not enough, Lin Xian continued pacing. Bright and clear like the moon covered by light clouds, drifting like the flowing snow returning to the wind. Captivating the birds and fish, shaming the moon and blooming the flowers melancholy one after another, shocking poems came out of Lin Xian's mouth. Everyone. That's right. They were speechless. And Su Jiming's face was even more stiff. Then I should have finished explaining how I could compose the 840-word song of everlasting regret in less than 10 minutes, right? Lin Xian asked Su Jiming. Su Ziming gritted his teeth and then clasped his fists at Lin Xian. It's young Master Lin's talent. I couldn't wait. Ha ha ha, Xiao Zun and the others' eyes lit up. Good. They already knew that their daughter had good taste, but they didn't expect Lin Xian to have such shocking literary talent. They had picked up a treasure. If the two of them gave birth to a baby, then wouldn't it be perfect genes with perfect genes?
Perfect.
No, no, they had to give birth quickly. Their faces were glowing. Lin Xian, their son-in-law, had won them so much face. Sis, is this called not knowing how to write poems? Xiao Xinhua looked at Xiao Runing with some despair. I want to know more. Xiao Runing was also helpless. Lan Tianhai walked down and couldn't help but pat Lin Xian's shoulder. Genius, you're definitely a genius. Every 3 steps you took to compose a poem, every line, and every poem will be passed down through the ages. Lin Xian, it's a loss for the whole continent if you don't further your studies in this field. Lin Xian smiled and then shook his head. No, I'm not interested in this field. Although I love to study, I'm more focused on cultivation now. After all, this is an era where strength is respected. What a pity, what a pity, what a pity. Lan Tianhai let out a long sigh. That, Uncle Lan, it's the song of everlasting regret. Do you think it can be included in the textbook? Of course, of course. Lin Xian grinned. Thank you, Uncle Lan. Then he turned and raised his eyebrows at Xiao Xinhua. Xiao Xinhua. After that, countless students expressed their hatred for Lin Xian. Because they had an additional 840-word poem, the Song of Everlasting Regret. Who knew how many students it had tortured? Chapter 868. Right now, the one feeling the worst wasn't Qin Ming or Su Jiming, but Xiao Xinhua. Because she lost the bet. She had previously vowed that she wouldn't go back on her word because she thought that Lin Xian would lose. Then, reality hit her in the head. Lost? What should she do if she lost? Her mind was currently blank. If she lost, she would have to become Lin Xian's girlfriend. No. She had to go back on her word. How could she become Lin Xian's girlfriend just like that? Although she wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose, this was a major event in a girl's life. It wasn't something that could be decided by a bet. Although she didn't hate Lin Xian and even had some feelings for him, as a super conservative girl, if she were to become Lin Xian's girlfriend like that, she would even look down on herself. Although she would also look down on herself if she went back on her word. Alright, today's poetry recital will end here. This is also the most amazing poetry recital I've had in so many years. Thank you, little Xian, for coming. At the same time, I also want to congratulate Brother Xiao on finding such a good son-in-law. Lan Tianhai laughed. Haha, you're too kind. Xiao Zun couldn't stop laughing. Lin Xian really gave him a lot of face today. Everyone drink some tea, eat some food, and take a rest. Next up is our last martial arts segment. Little Xian, didn't you say that you would focus more on cultivation? You also want to participate in this martial arts competition? Lan Tianhai looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Right now, he was simply too curious about Lin Xian. He even wanted to see if he was as outstanding in martial arts. I don't think so. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, I do. Yi Qianling nodded repeatedly. Lin Xian. Yi Qianling walked over and patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, Good luck. Lin Xian. Damn. Since his mother-in-law had said so, then wouldn't he have no choice but to participate? Yeah, then young Master Lin will definitely participate, Su Jiming said with a smile. However, he was calculating in his heart. He had won the literary battle through opportunistic means, but he had great confidence in the martial battle. One had to know that he was the second place of the Ice Capital's Tianwu tournament. At the same time, Qinming also had the same thought. He was ranked third in the Tianwu tournament in the Ice Capital. What did it mean for them to be second and third? It was similar to China's Tiandu's ranking in the Tianwu Assembly. In other words, among their peers in this Tianwu Assembly, they were the best in the most prosperous city, with the most experts. In other words, they were the best in the entire continent. Would they be afraid of a kid from a third-tier city? If it was a brat from a third-tier city, he might have a slight chance of having literary talent, but in terms of strength, it was impossible for him to compare to the dignified Ice City, the capital of the Ice Country. This time, Lin Xian must participate in the martial arts competition. He must personally take down Lin Xian. Then let's participate. Lin Xian said faintly. That's right. It doesn't matter if you lose, just treat it as making friends through martial arts. Our poetry and martial arts competitions are all about stopping when it's appropriate. The main purpose is to make friends. All year round, you're busy with other things. Every year, only at this time can you gather together to exchange ideas. This is a rare opportunity, so little Xian, you must seize it. Yi Qianling said to Lin Xian. Understood, Auntie. Rest first. Ning Ning, why don't you peel some fruits for little Xian? Oh, coming. Xiao Runing then unhappily peeled fruits for Lin Xian. On the surface, she still had to show a loving expression. Lin Xian, of course, enjoyed the yuppie scene, especially the envious gazes of the surrounding people. Hey, how did you come up with those poems? Xiao Runing and Lin Xian went to a corner and asked curiously. If you said that Lin Xian was really talented, Xiao Runing really didn't believe it. That's how I wrote it. Come on, are you really that talented?
Fuck.
Sister, you don't know that I'm talented, but you can't generalize that I'm not talented. I just never showed it to the outside world. Tell me, what could I do when I couldn't cultivate? Other than studying, all I could do was study, right? Lin Xian said. But your sister told me that you didn't like studying. You were always dispirited. Other than playing games, all you did was play games. Lin Xian. That's because she didn't know. On the surface, I was like that. But you also know that I came from an orphanage, so I was more mature. Secretly, I also knew that if I couldn't cultivate, I had to have a skill, right? So, I studied in secret. Sigh, you guys don't understand me. Lin Xian sighed. Xiao Runing bit her lips slightly. What Lin Xian had said was simply too true. Furthermore, he had really written such a good poem in front of everyone. But I really like your chief's hate song. The story is so sad and beautiful. Is it true? Are you stupid? Didn't I say that this is the plot of a novel? What novel do you recommend? I want to read it. I can unleash unlimited moves. The author is Yun Jifan. From what I know, he's a handsome guy who is about as handsome as me. Go read it when you have time. Tisk, Xiao Runing clicked her tongue and said, he's definitely more handsome than you. Lin Xian nodded. I agree with you. Then I'll definitely go read it when I have time. I'm not going to chat with you anymore. I'm going to chat with my sister-in-law. Lin Xian then walked away with a smile. Xiao Runing was speechless. Did this bastard like Xiao Xingyue? Xiao Xingyue refused to appear on the same screen as Lin Xian, so she stayed in a corner, quietly drinking a cup of iced red tea and playing with her phone. Then she saw a figure standing in front of her. She slowly raised her head, and her small face flushed red. Little Xingyue, you lost? Lin Xian couldn't help but tease her. So, what if I lost? Xiao Xingyue muttered. Then the bet. No. Lin Xian was speechless.
Wow.
You're actually such a person. In fact, Lin Xian didn't think that Xiao Xingyue would abide by the bet. It was too difficult. Moreover, it depended on the person. Xiao Xingyue was very conservative. It was quite difficult to use a bet to determine her lifelong partner. Xiao Xinyue's small face was slightly red. Then, she helplessly tidied the loose hair in front of her forehead. She looked at Lin Xian and said, I did lose. Breaching the contract was my fault, but this bet is too difficult for me to accept. How about you name 2 conditions? I'll definitely do it if I can. Sigh, Lin Xian sighed. 3-3. Xiao Xinyue knew that she didn't keep her promise, and she also knew that it was her fault, so she was very embarrassed. All right, it seems like it's difficult for you. 3 conditions it is. But you can't go back on these 3 conditions, right? Xiao Xingyue nodded. Ding! Xiao Xinyue's favorability towards you +5. Chapter 869. It was really strange for a girl to like a guy more. For example, Lin Xian chose to accommodate Xiao Xinyue, and then her favorability increased. This actually reflected that Xiao Xinyue didn't choose to break the contract because she pretended to be reserved. She really didn't want it. She was very happy that Lin Xian didn't force her. Anyway, there were only 3 conditions. What else could there be? I've already thought about the first condition, Lin Xian said to Xiao Xinyue. Say it. Xiao Xinyue looked at Lin Xian seriously. Kiss me. Xiao Xinyue. Hey, you won't reject this condition, right? If you reject it again, I'll really be heartbroken. Xiao Xinyue. Wah. So uncomfortable. Xiao Xinyue didn't know what to say. Yes, it was easier to accept than being his girlfriend. After all, being his girlfriend meant that in the future, not only would there be kisses, there would also be sex. But right now, it was just a kiss. It was still acceptable. But kissing him like this was too unbearable. But she had already broken the contract once. Could she break it again? If she broke the contract again, she would really look down on herself. And thinking about it, it didn't seem like a big deal. It was just a kiss on his face. Okay, Xiao Xinyue said with a slight sigh. Lin Xian was delighted. Then it's a deal. I'll go to your room when we get home tonight. Xiao Xinyue, don't go to the little forest next door? Xiao Xinyue said hurriedly.
What?
You want to go to the little forest with me? Xiao Xinyue. No, the main thing was that she found it too difficult to accept. At home, Lin Xian was in her room. Although she knew that Lin Xian and Xiao Runing were fake, what would her parents think if they saw it? It was better to go to the little forest. Ah no, to kiss in the little forest where there was no one. Lin Xian then said with a smile, why would Uncle and Annie think too much? Instead, if we go to the little forest and get seen, they'll think too much. Okay, Xiao Xinyue said helplessly. Hee, I'm going home to kiss my sister-in-law. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Lin Xian then walked away with a grin. Xiao Xinyue was speechless. What did you say to Xinyue? Lin Xian walked to Xiao Runing's side. Xiao Runing asked curiously. Xiao Runing felt that this bastard had a bad feeling about her sister. It was the feeling of a pervert seeing his prey. This was Xiao Runing's intuition. After all, her sister was indeed pretty. It's nothing. She just wanted me to be her boyfriend, but I refused. Xiao Runing. Dream on. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Hee then tonight Xiao Ningning we hee Lin Xian smirked. Xiao Runing. Go to hell. It would have been better if Lin Xian didn't mention it. Now that he did, she was angry and embarrassed. Inexplicably, her first time had been ruined by her own mother. She was also very upset. No, I can't die yet. There are still so many girls waiting for me to comfort them. There are also the Xiao sisters waiting for me. Xiao Runing. Was this bastard serious? The Xiao sisters, Xiao Xinyue and her? Could it be that he really had designs on the 2 sisters? That was too scary. You really should go to hell. Xiao Runing was really angry. She couldn't fight with Lin Xian in this place. Otherwise, she would definitely beat him up. Lin Xian grinned and hugged Xiao Runing's slender waist. This was what angered Xiao Runing the most. In this place, they were a couple. Lin Xian hugging her was super normal. Did you think she could avoid Lin Xian's actions? If she tried to avoid it, she would be caught. That was why Lin Xian was taking advantage of her so unscrupulously. I'm warning you. When we get back to Linen City, I won't let you off. Xiao Runing said fiercely. Then before we get back to Linen City, I will make you feel despair. Lin Xian laughed. Xiao Runing. Why did she think of bringing this stinky hooligan home? What a loss. All right, everyone, please move to the palace's arena. We will now prepare for a friendly martial arts competition. Lan Tianhai said at this moment. Then everyone left this place one after another. They went out of the hall and walked towards an open-air martial arts arena. Lin Xian couldn't help but be surprised. This imperial palace was really big, and there was even this kind of open-air martial arts arena. The martial arts arena wasn't too big, but the number of people who could sit and watch in a circle was at least tens of thousands. Those who want to compete, please come up to the arena to count. Then, about 20 people walked up. There weren't many, because everyone knew that there would be some very powerful geniuses. They were just cannon fodder compared to these geniuses, so they couldn't be bothered to compete. Wasn't that just looking for humiliation? Therefore, the 20 or so people who went up were either top-notch in terms of strength, or they were purely brainless. However, although there weren't many people, they were all elites. Everyone could also see the growth and changes of each person in this year. It was also a very important segment. There were exactly 24 people. Xiao Xinhua didn't participate. Originally, she was prepared to participate in the segment, but because she lost a bet to Lin Xian and had to kiss him, her mood suddenly turned bad. Then, she didn't want to participate. Xiao Runing, on the other hand, participated. She had already agreed to participate. Now, what was she looking forward to? She was looking forward to fighting Lin Xian. Yes, she was very unhappy. She wanted to beat up Lin Xian. Qin Ming and Su Ziming glanced at Lin Xian intentionally or unintentionally. They were also looking forward to fighting with Lin Xian because to them, defeating Lin Xian was equivalent to stepping on his head. It was equivalent to telling everyone that they were stronger than Lin Xian. Telling Xiao Xinhua that he was stronger than her sister's boyfriend. Be outstanding. If you choose me, at least in terms of finding a boyfriend, you'll be better than your sister. This was a friendly martial arts competition, not a normal martial arts competition. Therefore, they didn't choose their opponents by drawing lots, but by choosing their opponents. What were they doing by drawing lots? The numbers were from 1 to 24. Starting from number 1, they would choose their favorite opponent and fight with them. Once they had made their choice, the people behind them wouldn't be able to choose their opponent for the time being. They would have to wait for the next round. Therefore, Su Ziming, Qin Ming, and even Xiao Xinhua were praying that no one would pick Lin Xian first. Lin Xian glanced at his number. Damn, number 24? Does that mean that I'm destined to be the one chosen? Su Ziming glanced at his number. It was number 3. He was very close to the front. He had a good chance of picking Lin Xian. Qin Ming glanced at his number. It was number 12. He glanced at Su Ziming. He knew that Su Ziming must have the same idea as him. However, he didn't know what his number was. Xiao Runing also glanced at her number. It was number 23. Damn. Chapter 870. At this time, Lon Tianhai walked over and said with a smile, "Well, everyone has got their number. Now, stand in order of number." After standing in place, everyone knew who was number. Lin Xian and Xiao Runing stood side by side. The two looked at each other helplessly. For Su Ziming, this was excellent news. As long as the two people in front did not choose Lin Xian, then he would inevitably fight with Lin Xian. Well, Qiyun, you are number 1, so you choose your opponent first. Lon Tianhai said to the man who was number 1. Li Qiyun, the genius of Ice City's Li family. His strength was naturally unquestionable. In the entire Ice City, he was also ranked at the top. Actually, I also want to fight with young Master Lin. Young Master Lin came from China and has great attainments in poetry and literature. Young Master Lin said that he is now focusing more on cultivation, so I want exchange pointers with young Master Lin. Young Master Lin it is. Li Qian glanced at Lin Xian on the other side and smiled. On the surface, it seemed that only Qin Ming and Su Ziming were targeting Lin Xian. In fact, there were many people in the dark. Because of Lin Xian's extraordinary performance, or to be precise, Lin Xian got the woman they all wanted. They were jealous. Xiao Runing, as one of the top beauties in Ice City, was their dream lover. They all wanted to compete with Lin Xian, but Su Ziming's mentality was more serious. Li Qian also knew that he definitely couldn't beat Qin Ming and Su Ziming. If he lost, then he would just be looking for humiliation. Then, who would he beat? If he won, he would be able to get higher praise? Obviously, It was Xiao Runing's boyfriend, Lin Xian. In his opinion, Lin Xian was a warrior from a third-tier city. Their age difference was not big, and he had a lot of family resources. What kind of resources could a person from a third-tier city have?
No.
So what could he use to win against him? Fuck. Su Ziming cursed in his heart. If the first person selected Lin Xian, what should they do? If Lin Xian lost to him, then wouldn't he have no chance to fight against Lin Xian? But could Lin Xian win? He didn't know. Although he didn't like Li Qiyun's strength, he was still an expert. He felt that Lin Xian, a country bumpkin from a third-tier city, couldn't compare to him. That would be awkward. Now, he could only hope that Lin Xian could advance. That way, he would have a chance to fight against Lin Xian in the next round. Xiao Runing was not worried about Lin Xian. She was the one who understood Lin Xian the most among everyone present. No matter what, Lin Xian was also a 5-star Law Realm warrior. In terms of realm, he should be about the same as Li Qiyun. In terms of strength, she felt that Lin Xian should be better. Since I'm lucky enough to be chosen as Brother Li's opponent, then I hope we can have a good fight. Lin Xian walked out. The others silently returned to the audience seats and sat down. Good. Then the two of you should get ready. Everyone else might know the rules, but little Xian shouldn't. I'll reiterate the rules here. You can't use martial skills or spirit weapons. You can only fight with your fists and feet. This is also to maximize your safety. However, you can use your respective attribute powers. The rules of winning and losing are the same as the rules of an ordinary martial arts competition. Here, I'll emphasize that this is a friendly fight. I hope that you can stop when necessary. Don't hurt each other, and don't get hurt. Lan Tianhai said. Understood. Then get ready to begin. Son, how is little Xian's strength? Xiao Qingchen walked toward Xiao Zun and asked doubtfully. Xiao Zun shook his head. Actually, I'm not too sure. Ask Ning Ning. She should know. Xiao Runing just happened to walk over and heard their conversation. It's all right. It shouldn't be much different from Li Qiyun's realm. Around 5-star Law Realm. 5-star Law Realm? It's still a bit low. Xiao Qingcheng sighed. It had to be known that whether it was Qin Ming or Su Ziming, they were both at the domain realm. It's a bit low, but he obtained the Divine Sun system much later than everyone else. Realm isn't the only standard to evaluate strength. The main thing is combat power. Let's see little Xian's combat power first. By the way, Ning Ning, what's this kid's attribute? Xiao Qingcheng asked. Xiao Zun and Yi Qianling knew, but as his grandfather, Xiao Qingcheng didn't know anything about Lin Xian. Grandpa, you'll know when you see. Xiao Runing kept him in suspense. On the stage, Lin Xian and Li Qiyun faced each other. Young Master Lin, this young master is at 5-star Law Realm. Please advise me. And I happen to be at 5-star Law Realm too.
Please advise me.
Lin Xian cupped his fists. Li Qiyun frowned. He actually had the strength of a 5-star Law Realm cultivator? Was this still the level of a third-tier city? In fact, third-tier cities lacked powerhouses. Many people didn't dare to go to the demonic beast domain often, so their realms were generally low. Large clans like this didn't lack powerhouses, and they could go out every day. With the protection of powerhouses, it was normal for their realms to rise relatively quickly. However, there was definitely one thing. Within the same realm, under normal circumstances, regardless of martial skills or the like, the people in border cities were definitely stronger. This was because they had all cultivated themselves, and these people had more people protecting them. This was the difference. Hearing Lin Xian's words, many people expected it, and some were slightly surprised. 5-star Law Realm? This age was indeed not bad, but Xiao Runing should be much stronger than him, right? How could someone like him, whose cultivation was weaker than Xiao Runing, still be able to win her heart? This was very strange. Could it really be the power of love? When Su Ziming and the others heard Lin Xian's realm, they became even more presumptuous. Originally, they might have been a little worried about whether Lin Xian's realm was higher or not. But it turned out that he was only a 5-star Law Realm cultivator. He really didn't pose any threat to them. That's good. Our realms are the same, so no one has an advantage in this competition between us. Then it's more fair, Li Qian said with a smile. In his heart, he had already made up his mind to defeat him within 10 moves. Although they were in the same realm, defeating him within 10 moves would already show everyone that he could crush Lin Xian. 10 moves within the same realm was really very rare. It would really be a one-sided crush. Yes, it's more fair, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, young Master Lin, you attack first. No, young Master Li, you do it. No, young Master Lin, you do it. No, young Master Li, you do it. Everyone. Young Master Lin, this is Ice City, where I live. It's just a matter of who makes the first move. You still have to give me face, right?
All right.
Lin Xian shrugged, and then his aura surged slightly. Whoosh! In the next instant, Lin Xian rushed over. Then, complete silence. Chapter 871. Lin Xian threw a punch at him. What happened next? Li Qian looked like he wanted to casually catch Lin Xian's punch, but their fists collided. In that instant, Li Qian's expression changed greatly, but it was too late, and then he directly flew out of the battle arena. Falling out of the arena meant that he lost. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat dumbfounded. How could Lin Xian crush Li Qian when they were in the same realm? Lin Xian was of the metal attribute. Even if he was, he didn't release any attribute power. He was able to crush him with just his physical strength alone. What the hell? Why is this happening? Even if there's a gap between people in the same realm, it shouldn't be so big, right? In this case, the gap between their strength is at least double. Yes, although Li Qian might have underestimated his opponent, they're still in the same realm. How could the gap between their strength be so big? Moreover, neither of them released any attribute power. It shouldn't be. Could it be? Lin Xian isn't just a 5-star Law Realm expert? No, it can't be. It's not good to deliberately hide this kind of thing. Lin Xian should know that too. The people who were watching the fight were discussing animatedly. As for the experts and elders, they were also puzzled. They exchanged glances with each other. Lan family head, do you understand this? An old man asked Lan Tianhai. Lan Tianhai shook his head slightly. I don't understand. That little Xian did release the power of a 5-star Law Realm expert, and so did Qian, but the gap between their strengths is too big. Lan Tianhai also didn't understand why. This little Xian is really amazing. Yi Qianling was simply becoming more and more satisfied with Lin Xian. Xiao Runing also didn't understand. Was he really that strong? Lin Xian stood on the stage and smiled at Li Qian below. Young Master Li, you've misunderstood me. I also mean that if you don't attack first, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to attack. Thank you for letting me win. Everyone, wasn't this a little too pretentious? Li Qian's complexion was extremely ugly. As the person involved, he didn't understand why. He only felt that Lin Xian's strength just now far exceeded his, and there was no way he could resist. If he was a little more serious, he might be able to exchange a few moves, but even if they really fought, he felt that he had no chance of winning. He could not figure it out. However, Lin Xian's words were too fucking pretentious. Su Jiming frowned. How could this be? Just now, it was clearly the power of a 5-star Law Realm expert. But how could Lin Xian's strength crush him in one move? So it turns out that young Master Lin's cultivation realm is far above 5 stars of the Law Realm. Li Qian said to Lin Xian. No, I'm indeed a 5-star Law Realm expert. It's just that I'm naturally strong, so you might need to pay attention to my strength when fighting against me. Lin Xian shrugged. Everyone. Could this be used as a reason? Naturally strong. It wasn't impossible, but you had to have a strong physique, right? No one knew if what he said was true or false, But Lin Xian defeating Li Qiyun in one move was indeed a fact. There was no doubt about it. Li Qiyun said that just to give himself some face. How could he not know that Lin Xian's aura was indeed that of a 5-star law realm expert? Why should Lin Xian give him face? Lin Xian naturally knew that Li Qiyun wanted to defeat him to improve himself. He even knew that Su Ziming and the others had the same idea when they forced him to participate in the poetry gathering or the martial arts competition. Since they wanted to slap his face, then what was wrong with him slapping their faces? It had to be said that Lin Xian's ability to knock down his opponent in one move had indeed surprised many people, especially since he didn't crush his opponent with a higher realm. Instead, he was able to produce such an effect at the same realm. This was the most amazing thing, but no one knew why. Was it really because he was strong? Li Qiyun didn't say anything and silently sat in the audience. However, his expression wasn't very good. Being knocked down in one move by the opponent in the same realm, who would have a good expression? Then, Lin Xian walked down and silently waited for the others to fight. Little Xian, why is your strength so high? Lin Xian sat beside Xiao Runing. Xiao Zun asked doubtfully. Great strength, Lin Xian said. Is that true? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it's true. I was born with it. That's an extraordinary talent. Xiao Zun praised. It's all right. Actually, there's also the Hall Master's reason, which is that I often fight. Maybe he doesn't. Lin Xian scratched his head. His realm is the same as yours, so his actual combat experience shouldn't be less than yours. Xiao Runing said, Lin Xian means that young masters like Li Qiyun will definitely be accompanied by experts from their families to protect their safety every time they go out of the beast domain. In this way, their improvement in various aspects won't be much. However, Lin Xian is truly alone. Without the protection of experts, he can train himself even more. Yes, this is indeed a very important point. Xiao Zun nodded. Actually, that's not the case. After all, there were many times when Lin Xian went out with Ling Longyue to protect their safety. In fact, they were the same in some aspects, but no one knew. For example, when he wrote a poem, it was indeed copied, but no one knew that it was written by himself. The following battles continued. Lin Xian and Xiao Runing sat together and chatted, admiring the battles. Later, you have to pay attention to Su Ziming or Qin Ming. Xiao Runing reminded Lin Xian. She was extremely intelligent, so she naturally understood why these two people kept asking Lin Xian to spar with them. Don't worry, I'm your husband. Your husband is #1 in the world. How can I lose to them? Lin Xian grinned. Xiao Runing. Old your sister's male. They're in the domain realm. Xiao Runing said. I know, as a genius of the ice capital, isn't it a must to be in the domain realm? After all, Lin Xian had also experienced Xiao Yun and the others in China. They were all in the domain realm. As the ice capital, wasn't it reasonable for there to be a few geniuses in the domain realm? However, Lin Xian had an ability that they couldn't even imagine. The domain realm one in the domain realm. In other words, the martial techniques unleashed by those in the domain realm would be more exaggerated. However, in this battle, they couldn't unleash their martial techniques. This caused Lin Xian to have an advantage in certain aspects. Compared to the battle with Xiao Yun in Heaven Capital, Lin Xian would definitely have an easier time if he were to fight with Su Ziming and the others in the domain realm. This was without a doubt. In fact, Lin Xian wasn't that worried. It just so happened that Lin Xian could test the level of his physical strength. Chapter 872. Xiao Runing found it very strange. You also know that they're in the domain realm? Then why aren't you panicking at all? Actually, a loss was a loss. It was indeed nothing. However, the most special person present was Lin Xian. If he lost, it might not be a big deal to the elders. It was normal to win or lose, but to Su Ziming and the others, they would be villains intoxicated by success. Of course, Xiao Runing did not want to see such a scene. After all, She was on Lin Xian's side. However, the law realm was the law realm, and the domain realm was the domain realm. Even if the domain realm had not comprehended the law, the attribute gap of that realm was there. Was Lin Xian really not panicking? Losing wasn't a big deal. She wouldn't lose anything. However, based on her understanding of Lin Xian, this bastard either didn't participate, or he couldn't be overshadowed. He wanted to be the brightest one. Therefore, she felt that Lin Xian might have some confidence. However, he was a 5-star law realm cultivator. It might be possible if he was 8 or 9 stars, but the difference between a 5-star and a domain realm cultivator was too big, right? Wanna bet? Lin Xian asked Xiao Runing with a smile. Xiao Xinyue, who was beside them, heard Lin Xian ask Xiao Runing, wanna bet? She subconsciously wanted to shake her head for Xiao Runing. She felt that this bastard's so-called bet was to give others the impression that he could not do it, but in fact, he could do it himself. Too bad. After all, she knew that Lin Xian and her sister were a fake couple, so Lin Xian might take the opportunity to take advantage of her sister through a bet. After all, she was the victim.
Bastard.
As expected, men were all fickle. What are we betting on? Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian really would not be easy to win against. The gap between realms was just too huge. Although Lin Xian did indeed have the strength to fight across realms, but if he did not use a spirit artifact or a martial skill, how could he win? Although Xiao Xinyue looked like she was watching the competition, she was actually listening to their conversation. Let's bet on whether or not I can win. Alright, I'll bet that you won't be able to defeat Su Jiming, provided that you don't use the space attribute.
Wow.
Aren't you being too cruel? I can use the space attribute, but I can't use the space attribute to directly send him off the stage, is that okay? Logically speaking, it was really hard to beat him without the spatial attribute.
Sure.
As for the wager, there are other people waiting nearby. Let's talk about it later. In any case, we can't go back on our word. Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinyue's pretty face blushed slightly. Then, she coughed lightly and looked at the arena seriously. She couldn't be bothered to listen.
Sure.
Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian had no chance of winning at all. According to what she knew, Su Jiming was a 2-star domain realm cultivator while Lin Xian was a 5-star law realm cultivator. The gap between them was very obvious. Although Lin Xian had several attributes, Su Jiming was definitely not weak. If he was weak, how could he have gotten second place in the Ice Capital's Sky Martial University Assembly? Moreover, Xiao Runing understood Lin Xian better. Many of his martial arts techniques were powerful. Without martial arts techniques, how could he win against Su Jiming under normal circumstances? Although she felt that Lin Xian wasn't the kind of person who would do something he wasn't confident in, but the reality was too difficult, so she would rather gamble with Lin Xian. If she won, she would torture him to death. Let me tell you something first. Su Jiming has dual attributes of darkness and lightning. Right now, it's nighttime, when the darkness attribute is at its strongest. Although your spatial attribute is powerful, his realm is much higher than yours. If you insist on competing attributes, your spatial attribute can be instantly broken by him. However, his darkness attribute isn't something you can compare to. The difference between their realms is too great. Xiao Runing said. Yeah. Lin Xian sighed and nodded. Xiao Xinyue, something was wrong. Just now, when Lin Xian made a bet with her, he looked as if he didn't have much confidence, which made her feel that her chances of winning were higher. Just like now, she was sighing, but he still crushed her. It couldn't be the same now, right?
Wah.
This man was too evil. There were tricks everywhere. She finally understood.
Pay.
But Xiao Xinyue also felt that if a normal law realm cultivator and a domain realm cultivator purely competed in terms of strength, speed, and other aspects, it would be fine. If Lin Xian was an 8-star or 9-star law realm cultivator, it would be fine, but a 5-star? Was he really not confident? But there's nothing absolute in this world, right? Not being able to use martial skills or spirit artifacts is actually beneficial to me in a certain way, because the martial skills released by a domain realm cultivator are too terrifying. That's your confidence? Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian. No, I feel that not using martial skills or spirit artifacts is more of a test of actual combat ability. Fist techniques, leg techniques, movement techniques, and so on, I feel that I'm quite outstanding in this aspect. He's also from a wealthy family. How much worse can he be compared to you? Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian was a little too arrogant. She felt that this was not good. He had probably never fought with a domain realm cultivator before, and did not know how much stronger a domain realm cultivator was compared to a law realm cultivator. However, if she knew that Lin Xian was also at this realm back in Tiandu and had even defeated Xiao Zun, who was equally outstanding, she probably would not think so. Unfortunately, she did not know. There was also another point. Although he could not use martial skills or spirit artifacts, there was no rule that said he could not use laws. Although the other party definitely had laws, Lin Xian felt that there were not many laws that could compare to his creation laws. So, if I win the bet, can I raise 2 conditions with you? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Wishful thinking. TSK, then forget it. Lin Xian shrugged. The battles on the field ended one after another, and in the end, 12 people advanced. The 12 people went on stage again to draw lots and draw numbers. This time Lin Xian drew
12. Fuck.
Lin Xian really wanted to curse. Why was he always the one who was chosen? Then, Lin Xian silently looked at Xiao Runing beside him. That's right, the 2 of them were the last 2 people. It was very helpless. This was also quite fated. Lin Xian, let's see how you run this time. Qin Ming, who drew number 1, smiled slightly. He was a 1-star domain realm cultivator, and his attributes were relatively ordinary. Wind and water. Wind was a rare attribute, but his personal strength was still not bad. He also got 3rd place in the Tianwu tournament, but if Xiao Runing participated, he probably would not have gotten 3rd place. However, he was still a domain realm cultivator. It was impossible for him to be afraid of Lin Xian, who was a 5-star law realm cultivator. Qin Ming, choose your opponent, Lan Tianhai said. Many people thought that he would choose Su Jiming. He lost in the Tianwu tournament, but he could win back the face at this time. Young Master Lin, to be honest, among all the people here, I want to fight with young Master Lin the most. Although young Master Lin's realm doesn't seem to be too high, I think the gap between us shouldn't be too big. Moreover, I saw the battle between young Master Lin and young Master Li very clearly. Young Master Lin is very strong, so I want to personally experience it. So, I want to fight with young Master Lin. Qin Ming smiled. Chapter 873. Lin Xian shrugged. When he saw that the first person was Qin Ming, he had already guessed it. Everyone was secretly speechless. Basically, everyone knew that Qin Ming was at the domain realm. Everyone had more or less seen the outcome of a battle between a domain realm cultivator and a law realm cultivator. However, it was precisely because of this battle that there might be a different kind of attraction.
Why?
In fact, on one hand, everyone really wanted to see Lin Xian being defeated because of jealousy. On the other hand, it might come from Lan Tianhai's seniors. They wanted to see how great Lin Xian's potential was. They wanted to know what would happen if he fought a 1-star domain realm cultivator with the power of a 5-star law realm cultivator. Alright, then I hope young Master Qin will show mercy. Lin Xian smiled at Qin Ming. Of course, I also hope young Master Lin can surprise me. I will. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up. If I beat Qin Ming, does that mean I won the bet with you? Lin Xian then quietly asked Xiao Runing next to him. Xiao Runing thought about it. Qin Ming had both wind and fire attributes, and his realm was much higher than Lin Xian's. Lin Xian would not have an easier time fighting Qin Ming than fighting Su Jiming. Of course. Then what if I defeat him and Su Jiming? Xiao Runing. That would be equivalent to you losing the bet twice. You would owe me 2 bets. Lin Xian said. Xiao Runing, can you win? I'll give it a try. Anyway, if I lose, there's no next round. All right. Xiao Runing nodded. You said it. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Why did Xiao Runing have a bad feeling about this? Illusion. How could a 5-star Law Realm cultivator fight a Domain Realm cultivator? I'll head down first. After Xiao Runing and Lin Xian finished speaking, they walked down the stage. Only Lin Xian and Qin Ming were left standing on the stage. Elder Xiao, what do you think? Lan Tianhai asked. In the end, the Law Realm and the Domain Realm are not on the same level, so there's basically no way to fight them. Xiao Qingqing said, but I think that since little Xian agreed, he might have some confidence. What do you think? Xiao Qingqing nodded. That should be the case, but we've all come from these realms, so we understand the gap between these 2 realms better. Let alone a 5 or 6-star difference. Even if Lin Xian is an 8-star, 9-star, or even 10-star Law Realm cultivator, the difference in strength, speed, physique, and other aspects of this realm is too great. It's very difficult to fight him. That's why I look forward to it even more. Young Master Lin, you go first. Qin Ming looked at Lin Xian and said, No, you do it. Qin Ming. This again? Young Master Lin, don't tell me you also think that if you attack first, I won't have a chance to use my hand? Qin Ming smiled. Lin Xian shrugged. That won't happen. After all, young Master Qin is at the Domain Realm. In terms of strength, how can I compare to young Master Qin? Then you might not have a chance to attack with this punch of mine, Qin Ming said. Then come at me. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed. Okay. Then I won't be pretentious.
Take this.
Whoosh. In the next instant, Qin Ming's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Lin Xian at an unimaginable speed. With a powerful punch, he directly punched at Lin Xian. Too fierce. This is the Domain Realm. And the most important point is that Qin Ming is of the wind attribute. Even if he doesn't use the power of the wind attribute for the time being, his speed is not something that Lin Xian can compare to. With this speed, I feel like I can't dodge at all. Xiao Runing, Xiao Xinyue, and even the people from the Xiao family looked at Lin Xian nervously. On one hand, they hoped that Lin Xian could bring about some miracles. On the other hand, they hoped that he wouldn't be injured. If this son-in-law was injured, wouldn't the plan to make a baby be delayed again? However, the next scene made everyone look incredulous. Everyone thought that Lin Xian might try to dodge, but he didn't. He met the punch with force. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Both of them staggered and stopped. Lin Xian staggered about 7 to 8 meters back, while Qin Ming staggered about 3 to 4 meters back. This punch seemed to be Qin Ming's gain, but he was at the Domain Realm. Shouldn't his strength be able to crush Lin Xian? With this punch, shouldn't Lin Xian be sent flying while Qin Ming didn't move at all? Why did Qin Ming stagger? Everyone was puzzled. You said that you were born with great strength, but it couldn't be so great that you could almost contend with the difference of a realm, right? Qin Ming frowned. How was that possible? How could he be so strong? His Grand Domain Realm strength was only able to suppress his strength by a tiny bit? How was that possible? Lin Xian's strength was naturally not that strong, but Lin Xian had exchanged for an attribute that doubled his strength. The effect of this exchange would become more and more monstrous as his realm increased. The strength of a 5-star Law Realm expert would be doubled. In terms of strength, it should be about 9 or even 10 stars of the Law Realm, right? Compared to a 1-star Domain Realm expert, there was only a difference of 1 major realm. Then how did Lin Xian make up for it? Very simple, creation law. Lin Xian secretly released a little bit of the law of creation to increase his strength. The law of creation could instantly heal his injuries, increase his speed, or increase his attributes. It couldn't be any easier for him to do that. In this way, Lin Xian's strength was indeed not much worse. However, this scene was too unbelievable to the surrounding people. Isn't the difference in strength a little too small? Maybe it has something to do with Qin Ming not releasing his full strength, but he's also at the domain realm after all. It's indeed too unbelievable. What's the reason? It was a reason that no one could think of. Xiao Runing's mouth was also slightly agape. How was that possible? How did he do it? Xiao Xinhua asked. I want to know too. Then did you lose the bet? I want to know too. Xiao Xinhua. Young Master Lin's strength is really strong. It makes me feel that you're not a 5-star law realm expert anymore. Qin Ming forced a smile. Of course, it's just that I'm born with great strength. There's no other way. All right. Then let's continue. Qin Ming's expression froze. He seemed to have won that move just now, but in fact, he had lost because he was at the domain realm. He couldn't crush Lin Xian at the domain realm. It was simply embarrassing. But now, Qin Ming was really serious. He couldn't look down on Lin Xian anymore. His wind attribute surged, and his speed was so fast that some people who weren't at a high realm couldn't see him clearly at all. It was dazzling. However, Lin Xian's speed suddenly skyrocketed. Although he wasn't as fast as him, he wasn't that much slower. Chapter 874. Lin Xian had exchanged for double the speed attribute and created a law to increase his speed. Didn't you want to slap my face? Then, who is slapping whose face now? You're a domain realm martial artist with the wind attribute. In terms of strength and speed, you're higher than me, but not by much. This scene made everyone even more incredulous. This bang, bang, bang. The two figures intersected and collided at an unimaginable frequency in the dark night. Some people who were not strong enough could not catch their tracks. Why does Lin Xian have twice the speed and strength of his realm? Xiao Runing was dumbfounded. Wasn't this too exaggerated? It was completely unbelievable. Martial techniques? No, he couldn't use martial techniques. Moreover, everyone saw it. Where were the signs and power of martial techniques released? After more than a minute, the two of them separated. Lin Xian shook his hand. Don't say it hurts a little. Everyone. Fuck you. Are you trying to act cool? Normally, it was too normal for a 1-star domain realm cultivator to be insta-killed when fighting a 5-star law realm cultivator or a 5-star law realm cultivator. You've been fighting with the other party for a minute, and during that time you haven't even lost, yet you're saying that it hurts a little? Are you saying that the power of a domain realm cultivator only hurt you a little? The corner of Qin Ming's mouth twitched. He also wanted to know why a 5-star law realm cultivator was so terrifying in terms of speed and strength. It was fine if they were terrifying, but if they collided, they would be injured, right? But they weren't. Because Lin Xian had also exchanged for double the physique attribute. Young Master Lin, are you really a 5-star law realm cultivator? Qin Ming asked with a frown. I'm the real deal. Su Jiming also frowned. They knew better than those powerhouses whether he was a 5-star law realm cultivator or not. He definitely was, but what was with these attributes that far exceeded that of a 5-star law realm cultivator? Could it be that this is the difference between fighting alone all year long and having an expert accompanying you in battle? Isn't this too big? Lan Tianhai said. Impossible. It's normal to have a difference, but it's definitely not normal to have such a big difference. However, in terms of actual combat, Lin Xian does have the advantage. If it weren't for the difference in realm, Qin Ming would have lost. Qin Ming gritted his teeth and charged towards Lin Xian once again. He couldn't drag this out any longer. Even if he won, it would only be a narrow victory. He would be the one losing face. Sorry, you are of the wind attribute, but I am of the ice attribute, so I might be able to restrain you. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up, and then his body was surrounded by ice attribute energy. The entire stage was frozen by the ice attribute, and the ice attribute countered the wind attribute. Do you think this young master only has the wind attribute? Yes, your ice attribute does restrain this young master, but this young master also has a fire attribute that can restrain your ice attribute. Qin Ming shouted, and raging flames burst out. Then, at an extremely fast speed, the raging flames condensed in front of his fist and blasted towards Lin Xian. Sigh, but in terms of strength, how can your fire attribute compare to my lightning attribute? Lin Xian smirked. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Purple lightning flashed.
Boom.
What? In the next instant, they collided again. Purple lightning? This Lin Xian actually has both the ice and lightning attributes. The most important thing is that this is purple lightning. It's an extremely rare purple lightning, the strongest lightning of the lightning attribute. Compared to the blue lightning, purple lightning is more than twice as strong. I haven't seen it for many years. In a collision between the fire and lightning attributes, the lightning attribute definitely has the advantage, but the realm, before that person could finish speaking, Qin Ming's figure had already flown out of the stage and landed on the ground. Everyone. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other. Yes, your lightning attribute is indeed better than the fire attribute in terms of strength, and you're even a purple lightning, but one was a fire attribute released by a domain realm cultivator, while the other was a lightning attribute released by a law realm cultivator. This difference wasn't something that could be made up for by attributes. But why was Qin Ming blasted down instead? It was actually very simple. It was just that Lin Xian released an even stronger law of creation, doubling his own attributes. Lin Xian's law of creation allowed his strength to double. That instant increase directly allowed Lin Xian's pure strength to reach the domain realm, so it was normal that he couldn't compete. Qin Ming landed on the ground and even felt as if a lifetime had passed. He wasn't injured, but he had already lost. As the person involved, he had lost in a daze. It went against common sense. Everyone whispered and looked at each other. This is too unbelievable, right? With a 5-star law realm strength, he actually won against a 1-star domain realm cultivator in terms of attributes. This is impossible. In theory, it's indeed impossible. The difference of these few stars is too great. If a normal 5-star law realm expert is an infant, then a 1-star domain realm expert is a 10-year-old child. There's no way to compare the two, but an infant defeated a 10-year-old child. Would you believe it if I told you this? What kind of monstrous son-in-law did the Xiao family find? Xiao Zun, Xiao Qingcheng, Yi Qianling, and the others were also pleasantly surprised and in disbelief. This son-in-law was too fierce, right? Could their daughter take it? This was a victory that completely went against common sense. If you won with a martial technique that far surpassed the other party's grade, this was very normal. For example, Qin Ming had released an Earth rank martial technique, and you had released a Heaven rank martial technique. A Heaven rank martial technique could make up for the difference in realm between you two, but without a martial technique, just pure strength, speed, and attribute strength, Qin Ming was instantly defeated. I won, right? Lin Xian then silently said. Of course you won. Little Xian, I'm very curious how you did it. You did release a 5-star law realm strength, but how can you compare to a domain realm cultivator? It's too unbelievable. Lan Tianhai stood up excitedly and asked Lin Xian. This was definitely a monster. It's just that my strength is great. Maybe my attribute purity is also relatively high, so this slightly makes up for the difference. Lin Xian said. Attribute purity? Yes, 100% attribute purity. Everyone. No wonder. No wonder it's purple lightning. It turns out that it's 100% attribute purity, but even so, it shouldn't be. Lan Tianhai was still puzzled. Then I don't know. Maybe it's because of the other party? Lin Xian asked. Everyone. Qin Ming. The other party's reason? What did that mean? What else could it mean? The other party was too weak. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth twitched, and he secretly gritted his teeth. Young Master Lin's strength is indeed strong. I was careless. Without a martial technique, young Master Lin should be invincible in the same realm. I admit defeat. Qin Ming said unwillingly, but his words gave him leeway. Carelessness, no martial technique. Many people were more willing to believe that he was careless. If that wasn't the case, then Lin Xian was too terrifying. He could easily fight across realms. Chapter 875. One had to know that this was a 6-star realm. How difficult was it to defeat a 6-star opponent in the same realm? And this was a major realm gap. Su Jiming frowned. This unbelievable outcome made him panic a little. It was really too unbelievable. God knew how much of a sensation Lin Xian had brought to these people in this battle. It had even subverted their worldview of martial arts. A 5-star law realm cultivator had defeated a domain realm cultivator. No one would believe it. Lin Xian then cupped his fists at Qin Ming. Thank you for letting me win. Then, Lin Xian walked down. After walking down, Lin Xian was greeted by Yi Qianling, Xiao Zun, and the others. Lin Xian naturally couldn't expose himself, so he gave an ambiguous answer. Perhaps the other party was really weak or had gone easy on him. That's right. In fact, although many people found it unbelievable, they felt that Qin Ming had gone easy on him or had really been negligent. Of course, Lin Xian was indeed strong. After all, everyone had seen that he didn't lose to him by much. But everyone basically felt that if they really fought, Lin Xian wouldn't be Qin Ming's match. Moreover, Qin Ming hadn't released his laws yet. Yi Qianling knew that Lin Xian still had the spatial attribute, which meant that he still had it. If he had held back but still won against Qin Ming, he might be stronger. Xiao Ningning, you lost. Lin Xian grabbed Xiao Runing's hand and rubbed it unscrupulously. After all, they were a couple in front of everyone, so Lin Xian could take advantage of her. How did you do it? She had indeed lost, but compared to losing, Xiao Runing wanted to know more about this unbelievable thing. My laws. Lin Xian wouldn't hold back too much from the woman he had decided on. It didn't matter if he told them about laws. Your laws? To increase your strength? You can do that. Increase strength, speed, and so on. No wonder. If there were laws, and you were at the same level, you should be stronger than him. That would explain it, but can laws make up for it? Just how high is the grade of your laws? Xiao Runing was a little confused. How can your husband be bad? Lin Xian laughed. In fact, many people had guessed that Lin Xian had released the law. Otherwise, it would be too inconceivable, but they did not say anything, because it could only be explained by the laws. The laws, combined with a purple lightning and a strength that might indeed be different from that of an ordinary person, it was possible. On the other side, Su Ziming walked towards Qin Ming and sat beside him. How could he lose? Su Ziming asked. I advise you not to fight with him. You will lose too. Qin Ming sighed and said, How is this possible? Do you think I'm holding back? No, I really unleashed the power of a 1-star domain realm expert, but I still wasn't able to defeat him. At that time, his strength had also reached the domain realm. Of course, it doesn't mean that his cultivation base is at the domain realm. It just seems that his strength has increased. Qin Ming said, You mean the laws? Qin Ming nodded. That's the only explanation. It's a pity that my laws don't have much effect on Ozzy, so it's useless. However, his laws should be a kind of amplification law that can greatly increase his speed and strength. It can even allow him to unleash the purple lightning attribute, and his strength will reach the domain realm. The purple lightning is still very strong. Humph. You are you, and I am me. Don't forget that I have the dark attribute. Although my lightning attribute isn't the purple lightning, it's not weak either. Moreover, my laws are much more useful than yours. Then I wish you good luck, Qin Ming said. Although he felt that Su Ziming could defeat Lin Xian under normal circumstances, after fighting with Lin Xian, he inexplicably felt that it was very difficult. This Lin Xian was clearly very weak, but he could unleash such power. It was very mysterious. He inexplicably felt that he was really not a match for Lin Xian, and he did not understand why he had such a feeling. If he wanted to use martial arts or something, he would definitely win if he fought with all his strength. Look at the gap between you and this young master. After saying that, Su Jiming walked away. Why did he inexplicably feel that Lin Xian might win against Su Jiming instead? One match after another was finished, and everyone was very happy to watch, especially when they were able to watch Xiao Runing's battle. Not to mention anything else, this woman was really beautiful. Just looking at her was a kind of enjoyment, and they could not understand how much her boyfriend, Lin Xian, was enjoying himself. Alright, there are still 6 people left. It's getting late. Let's fight one last round with 6 people. Let's form groups of 2. After that, everyone can go back and rest. At this moment, Su Jiming stepped forward and said, "Just now, when I saw that young Master Lin could actually defeat young Master Qin, who is at the domain realm, I found it unbelievable. So, I wonder if young Master Lin can fight with me? Let me feel young Master Lin's strength." Young Master Lin, what kind of strength can a 5-star Law Realm cultivator have? Su Jiming's words naturally won the respect of everyone. They wanted to see how Lin Xian won, and they wanted to see whether he was lucky or not. Previously, when he fought with Qin Ming, they did not see it clearly, and they did not think about it. This time, if he could fight with Su Jiming, everyone would definitely look very carefully to see what was different about him. So, they were all looking forward to Lin Xian agreeing to this battle. Okay, but I hope young Master Su will go easy on me. Lin Xian smiled. No, no, no. You being able to defeat young Master Qin proves that your strength absolutely cannot be treated as an ordinary 5-star Law Realm cultivator. I will fight with you very seriously, Su Jiming said with a smile. Then, what if young Master Su fights seriously and loses? Lin Xian's inexplicable words stunned Su Jiming. Hee, winning or losing is normal. Since young Master Lin can defeat young Master Qin, then you might indeed have a chance to defeat me. However, this young master has to remind young Master Lin that I have the dark and lightning attributes. It's night now, and it's the time for the dark attribute to shine, so young Master Lin, you really might not be able to win, Su Jiming said with a smile. Is that so? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then let's fight, Lin Xian said with a shrug. Everyone, they kept feeling that Lin Xian had confidence, but where did this confidence come from? Previously, Qin Ming's wind was restrained by his ice, and his fire could not resist the attack power of his lightning. Now, however, Su Jiming was also a lightning and dark attribute. His advantage was completely gone, and his realm was even suppressed. Relying on his seemingly innate strength? It would be very difficult. In front of the dark attribute, strength was not worth mentioning. However, it was precisely because of this, and because of Lin Xian's agreement, those powerhouses were all more curious and prepared to watch this battle. Young Master Lin, do you want to rest?
Su Jiming asked.
No, let's hurry up and finish the battle. After this, I still have to go home and sleep. Lin Xian stretched and said, Okay, then I won't be unreasonable with you.
Take this.
Chapter 876. Su Jiming could no longer underestimate Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had defeated Qin Ming. Therefore, for this first move, Su Jiming directly released the lightning attribute. Lightning wrapped around his fist. His speed was not as fast as Qin Ming's, but he was still at the domain realm after all. His speed was not slow at all. Competing in strength, is it? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to compare to this kind of gap. However, he had a bug-like law of creation. Everything could be controlled by his will. The consumption of spirit energy was actually acceptable. It was almost equivalent to using the spirit energy of an Earth stage martial technique in battle on this law of creation. Lin Xian stood there with purple lightning wrapped around his right fist. Since you want to embarrass me, then I'll let everyone see who's the one who's embarrassed. He can't be going to compete in strength with Su Jiming, right? Su Jiming's realm is 1 star higher than Qinming's, and he's also at the domain realm. Moreover, he has the lightning attribute. How can they compete in strength? Crazy. This is really the first time I've seen a 5-star law realm cultivator dare to compete in strength with a domain realm cultivator. Although he did win against Qin Ming previously, the lightning attribute Su Jiming. When those people saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They felt that it was inconceivable. It was completely beyond their understanding. Courting death. When Su Jiming saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Did he still think that he was Qin Ming?
Boom.
In the next instant, the two of them collided with a fist accompanied by lightning. The entire martial arts arena was filled with lightning and dust, blocking everyone's vision.
Whoosh.
Suddenly, the two of them jumped out of the range of the dust, and the distance between the two of them was not much different from when they collided. This was the most exaggerated. It can't be that this move is 50-50 again, right? When the people saw this scene, they could not help but be dumbfounded. Crazy. What's wrong with this world? They looked at each other. Xiao Runing frowned. Just how much could Lin Xian's laws strengthen him? The difference between a 5-star law realm cultivator and a 2-star domain realm cultivator should be around 4 times in terms of pure strength, so a difference of 10 times in terms of overall combat prowess was normal. Even if Lin Xian was extraordinarily talented, he would only be able to close the gap slightly. The rest would be made up for by his laws of nature. The power of a single law was almost enough to make up for the difference of a 7-star domain realm cultivator, and there was even a major domain realm cultivator in between. This increase was a little too exaggerated. Su Jiming was even more shocked. Watching others fight was always just watching. If he didn't experience it for himself, he would never know. But when he experienced it for himself, he realized that this was a fucking monster. Under normal circumstances, his strength should have been able to crush Lin Xian, but it was only 50-50. Wasn't this Lin Xian's law too fierce? Young Master Lin, the power amplification of your laws is really strong. It can amplify your power by more than 3 or 4 times. Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian and said, "So it's a law." Hearing Su Jiming's words, everyone also understood. But even if it was a law, it also meant that the grade of this law was very powerful. Normally, it would be good if you could double a power amplification by 3 or 4 times. Well, more or less. Lin Xian nodded. Unfortunately, my law just happens to restrain you. Because my law power is the law of weakening, it weakens the opponent's power by half. The more you amplify, the more it weakens. And you should be able to feel it now, right? Yes, Lin Xian did feel that his power had been weakened. It should be, because when they exchanged punches just now, Su Jiming had released his law power on him. Normal law power was targeted at oneself. Only at the domain realm would there be many buffs targeted at the opponent. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't expect that Su Jiming's law power was actually to weaken the opponent. But, I feel it. Then, young Master Lin, do you admit defeat? Lin Xian smirked. Why should I admit defeat? My wife said that if I beat you, she will give birth to my baby. I have to work hard. Xiao Runing. Yi Qianling looked at her daughter Xiao Runing with interest.
I didn't say that.
Xiao Runing blushed. Bastard. How could he say such words in front of so many elders? Not embarrassed at all. What's there to be embarrassed about? Look at how hard Xiao Xian is working for you. Yi Qianling patted Xiao Runing's head. Xiao Runing wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Haha. Young people, it's good to have a baby sooner. Lan Tianhai smiled. Su Jiming frowned. Then I'd like to see how you, with your power weakened by half, will fight with me. With that, Su Jiming charged at Lin Xian again with lightning wrapped around him. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian worriedly. He had increased his strength, and it was a terrifying increase. However, he had also reduced his strength by half. For example, his strength was previously 10, but now he had increased it by 4 times. That was 40. Now it was only 20. Only with 40 would he be able to fight Su Jiming on par. 20 meant he would be crushed. Lin Xian was also wrapped in lightning again, and the two of them punched each other again.
What?
When everyone saw the next scene, they looked at each other, dumbfounded. He had originally thought that Lin Xian would have a one-sided advantage, but they were actually still 50-50. The two of them pulled apart the distance between them. What's going on? How is this possible? Su Jiming's eyes widened. Why didn't his laws work? That, if my strength is quadrupled, and you reduce it by half, then I'll be the same as before. That seems to be the case. That move just now was about the same as before. Lin Xian said. Everyone. What? Does that mean Lin Xian's law power is quadrupled, and that's not all? He can do it again? What kind of law is this? This is the most fucking terrifying law I've ever seen or heard of. It's several times stronger than the strongest law. Isn't this too scary? Doesn't that mean that he's invincible in the same realm and can easily fight those of a higher realm? Of course it's easy. Didn't you see that Su Jiming, who's at the domain realm, didn't have any advantage? Invincible. This kid will be heaven-defying when he grows up. Xiao Zun, Xiao Qingqing, and Yi Qianling also looked at Lin Xian with incomparable surprise. His daughter had really picked up a treasure and brought it back. You? Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. After a few seconds, he said, That's really terrifying. I didn't expect young Master Lin's law to be so strong. But, young Master Lin, don't forget that I also have the dark attribute. After saying that, Lin Xian was fixed in place. You increased your strength, not your realm. If that's not your true strength, then can you break free from my domain realm? Chapter 877. How had Lin Xian dispelled his negative nomological powers? Simple. Creation law. He created a debuff removal effect for himself, so the law was naturally useless. However, the consumption was not low. After all, it was a law released by a domain realm expert. Today, Lin Xian suddenly realized something. Fuck. With this law of creation directly creating all sorts of attributes for him, this cross-level battle was really as easy as flipping one's hand. Unless the gap was too big, Lin Xian could fight against this kind of domain realm expert with his 5-star law realm strength. Even if he went all out, it would still be about the same. It would be difficult to be stronger. But this was already very exaggerated. However, there were limitations, although this limitation was not big. One of the limitations was that if it was a normal battle, Lin Xian's spiritual power would not be able to hold on for long if he had to release martial arts techniques and creation laws to continuously fight cross-level battles. Secondly, everything was based on the opponent's laws and domains being ordinary. The world was big and full of strange things. There would always be many laws and domains that could be particularly disgusting. It might even make Lin Xian helpless, making creation laws helpless. The simplest example was, if a person released a domain, what kind of debuff would the area he created bring to Lin Xian? Normal laws would only affect Lin Xian alone, but his domain was an area. The spiritual power consumed by the creation law to remove the debuff on himself and the debuff on an area was not proportional. Therefore, strength was the most important thing. The second was spiritual power. When everyone saw that Lin Xian was bound by shadow fixation, they sighed in their hearts. Yes, after all, Su Jiming was of the dark attribute and was at the domain realm. How could a 5-star law realm expert break free from shadow fixation released by a domain realm expert? He could break free, but he would need time. It was impossible to break free in an instant. Take this. Seeing that Lin Xian could not move, Su Jiming punched again. Whoosh. However, this punch of his missed.
What?
Everyone's eyes widened. What was going on? Lin Xian had already appeared on the other side of the arena. Shadow fixation had not broken free yet.
Space.
It's space. An expert suddenly thought of this possibility. What? Fixed image can't move, but he used the space attribute to move the small space he was in, thus achieving movement. This brat. Ice, lightning, and space attributes? What kind of monster did the Shao clan find? Space. If it was ice, lightning, or a dark element, I might be able to accept it. But if it's one of the rarest time and space elements, I really can't compare. I was already so excited to have a lightning attribute, not to mention a spatial attribute. Now, there's a triple attribute with spatial attributes psi. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. Yi Qianling knew it, so she was fine. However, when she heard the shocked voices of the people around her, she couldn't help but smile. This son-in-law of his was really giving him face. Su Ziming also widened his eyes. He also had the space attribute. A sense of inferiority arose spontaneously. What did he force Lin Xian to do? Other than this realm, what else was there? He was even crushed by Lin Xian in all aspects. Could he win? He couldn't win. The dark attribute was nothing in front of the space attribute. These two attributes were different, but they had something in common. The space attribute was really strong. Everyone would admit this. Lin Xian used a few seconds to break free from the shackles of fixed image. Fixed image was fatal. In a real battle, not to mention 1 second, even 0. 1 second of fixed image could cause you to die without a burial ground. However, Lin Xian, who had the space attribute, could escape immediately and at the same time had time to break free from fixed image. I didn't expect young Master Lin to have the space attribute. If that's the case, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to end this match. Let's end it here. No, young Master Su, Lin Xian said at this time. Su Ziming looked at Lin Xian. I have to defeat you. If I don't, what if my wife refuses to give birth to my baby? Lin Xian said. Su Ziming. Then I admit defeat. You win. Su Ziming then walked down the stage with a smile. However, his heart was filled with hatred. He knew that if he continued to fight, regardless of whether he won or lost, he would lose. He was at the domain realm and couldn't face Lin Xian. If he really lost to Lin Xian, it would be even more embarrassing. Therefore, he directly admitted defeat. This way, no one knew whether he would lose to Lin Xian or not. More people still felt that he wouldn't lose. Too shocking. It's really too shocking. I didn't expect to see such a battle today that can almost topple us. Lan Tianhai said in shock. Yeah, he can face a domain realm cultivator as a 5-star law realm cultivator and not lose. Under normal circumstances, a law realm cultivator would be instantly killed. It's really toppling us. His poetry is so sharp, and his combat talent is so strong. Elder Shao, your Shao family has found a good son-in-law. Shao Qingqing said with a smile. It's not bad. It's barely passable. In fact, he was overjoyed. He had face. Lin Xian then walked down the stage and walked toward Shao Runing. How is it? I won. Lin Xian said with a smile. If you win, you win. Shao Runing mumbled to herself.
So you lost the bet.
Shao Runing, Shao Xinyue, I knew it. She didn't know how her sister would be taken advantage of by this Lin Xian. Why was she so unhappy? Shao Xinyue thought. All right, everyone, it's getting late. Let's go back. Little Xian, if you have time, come here and see Uncle Lan. I like you a lot. Lan Tianhai said to Lin Xian with a smile. Of course. Okay, go. Then, they all left. The shock that Lin Xian gave them today was simply too great. As for Su Ziming, he really couldn't win. He tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Shao Runing's grandparents lived in Imperial Palace, so they didn't go back. However, They agreed to have a meal together tomorrow and have a good chat with Lin Xian. On the way, Xiao Zun and Yi Qianling praised Lin Xian. Xiao Runing was especially unhappy. However, she had to admit that Lin Xian really shocked her and everyone else. When they got home, Yi Qianling said to Lin Xian, "Little Xian, go take a shower and sleep early." "Okay, Auntie." "Ning Ning, don't forget what you said to little Xian. If he wins, you'll give birth to his baby, right? Mom remembers. Do you still need Mom to remind you?" "No need," Xiao Runing said with grievance. "She didn't say that."
Bastard.
"Okay, then you and little Xian can rest later." Lin Xian, Xiao Runing. Chapter 878. In Xiao Runing's room, Lin Xian looked at her with a smirk. "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian, took off her jacket, and hung it on the hanger. "I'm laughing at you for losing. If you lost, then you lost. Tell me your conditions." "Conditions?" Lin Xian rubbed his chin. "I want to have sex tonight." Xiao Runing. "Fuck your mother." She really wanted to curse. "Get lost." Xiao Runing walked into the bathroom with a face full of shame and anger. Sigh. Women are all bad people who don't keep their words. Lin Xian grumbled in an aggrieved manner and then lay down on Xiao Runing's fragrant bed. 10 minutes later, Xiao Runing walked out, wiping her wet hair. "Get lost and take a shower. I'm not your woman. Why do I have to take a shower every day in the middle of winter?" Lin Xian refused. "Also, you've really changed. You wouldn't yell at me in the past," Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Xiao Runing. Yes, she wouldn't yell at Lin Xian in the past. But you fucking came to my house and had sex with me. Who would feel good if that happened to you? Hurry up and take a shower. Otherwise, I won't let you on the bed. You must be sweating after fighting with someone today. Okay. Lin Xian shrugged and walked into the bathroom. "Hey, Xiao Ningning, can you take out your underwear first?" Lin Xian's voice came from inside. Xiao Runing. Her pretty face immediately flushed red, and she hurriedly rushed in. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Lin Xian hummed a tune as he took a shower. Xiao Runing sat on the bed with a red face, doubting her life. Really, this Lin Xian was her nemesis. Not to mention the flirting before. Even here, because of her mother, she lost her first time. Sigh, did she really have to let him be her partner for life? But he was so perverted, Xiao Runing was very confused. Lin Xian came out 5 minutes later. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Xian saw Xiao Runing sitting there in a daze and asked. "Nothing." Xiao Runing shook her head. "Then go to sleep, I want to have sex with you." Lin Xian smiled as he sat beside her and hugged her delicate body. "Go to hell." Xiao Runing pushed Lin Xian's hand away. "But you lost the bet. My condition is to have sex," Lin Xian said. Normally, he wouldn't dare to say this, but they had already had sex, so it was different. If there was a first time, then a second time was easy. If there was a second time, then there would be countless times.
No.
Change it. Xiao Runing. Lin Xian gritted her teeth and said. Sigh, forget it, so be it. Time to sleep. Lin Xian looked disappointed. He wrapped himself in the blanket and lay down, his back facing Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing. Lin Xian. Hey. She wasn't Lin Xian's girlfriend. She had no obligation to do that with him. But she did lose the bet. Let's sleep then. Xiao Runing. Lin Xian turned off the lights and crawled under the blanket with her back facing Lin Xian. Then, the whole atmosphere became silent. After about 5 minutes, Lin Xian's hands began to move. He first turned around and then hugged Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing's delicate body suddenly trembled. Xiao Ningning, turn around. Lin Xian whispered into Xiao Runing's ear. Don't bother me, go to sleep. Xiao Runing mumbled. However, Lin Xian found that she didn't remove his hand from her body. Instead, She held his hand tightly and didn't let him move. This was actually extremely good news. I want a kiss, Lin Xian whispered. Xiao Runing did not respond. Then, Lin Xian smiled and flipped to the other side of her, which was in front of Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing opened her beautiful eyes and saw Lin Xian's naughty smile in the dark. Don't move. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he kissed Xiao Runing's cherry lips. There was no need to say anything else. Just like that, Xiao Runing was conquered by Lin Xian step by step. Ding! The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Runing in his arms. He revealed a naughty smile. This Xiao Runing was more or less taken. All that was left was to wait for her mission to be triggered. Even if it wasn't triggered, it didn't matter. Lin Xian felt that he was really a scumbag, but his luck was really good. Which girl around him wasn't beautiful and outstanding? But he just let Lin Xian take advantage of her. What kind of logic was this? Lin Xian then rubbed his face against her hair and closed his eyes again. Xiao Runing slowly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Xian's side profile. She sighed softly. Why did she and him last night? Oh God. She wasn't a woman who didn't know how to reject. Some girls really didn't know how to reject, but she wasn't one of them. But why couldn't she reject Lin Xian? Was it because this bastard was too naughty? At first, she was determined to refuse. But after being kissed by him, her whole body and mind slowly fell into his hands, and then he gave her a slap. Ah! This wasn't what she wanted. After about 2 hours, Xiao Runing woke up after a short nap. She wriggled out of Lin Xian's arms. At the same time, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Good morning. Lin Xian couldn't help but kiss her pink cheeks. Go away. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian flirtatiously. Hee, Lin Xian grinned. I'm going to get up, Xiao Runing said with a red face. Get up. Turn around. Xiao Runing gritted her teeth and said, Wow. Xiao Ningning, we're so familiar with each other, and it's not like I haven't seen it before. Why are you still shy? Turn around. Xiao Runing's voice became louder. Lin Xian then quietly turned around and lay down. Xiao Runing quickly put on her clothes. I asked someone to buy a few concert tickets. Let's go see it together at 8 tonight. Xiao Runing stood at the bathroom door and said to Lin Xian, My dear wife, I'll go if you go. Lin Xian smiled. Get lost. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian again, and then went to wash up. Comfortable. Lin Xian stretched, and then put on his clothes. He walked in while massaging his waist. Xiao Runing saw Lin Xian massaging his waist, and couldn't help but blush again. Bastard. Xiao Ningning, give me a massage later. My waist hurts. No ways. Wow. I'm tired because of you. Xiao Runing. Did I ask you to move? Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian unhappily. But in the end, you were the one who grabbed my arm and told me not to stop. Xiao Runing. Get lost. Oh, okay. Lin Xian then walked out with a smirk. Xiao Runing looked at her pink face in the mirror and took a deep breath. Was Lin Xian her nemesis? Why did it feel like she was mad at him, but it wasn't real anger? So annoying. Chapter 879. Downstairs, Xiao Xinyue was sitting quietly on the sofa, reading a magazine. She was quite similar to Han Chuxue. Her every move was polite, but the difference between them was that Han Chuxue was colder than her. Xiao Xinyue was more like a cold girl next door, with a bit of a strong career woman. She was also more serious. It wasn't that Han Chuxue wasn't serious, but sitting there, one was an ice beauty, and the other was a colder girl. Anyway, they each had their own characteristics. If you put them together, you wouldn't think that they were made from the same mold. Xiao Zun sat on the other side, drinking tea and reading newspapers. Yi Qianling and a few maids were busy. Xiao Xinyue and Xiao Zun were calmly drinking tea and reading newspapers. It was as if they were people from two different worlds. They didn't care about the world at all. I say, you too. Can't you help me with something? Your grandparents will be here at noon. Yi Qianling rolled her eyes at them. What can we do? You'll say that we're causing trouble later, right? Xiao Zun asked Xiao Xinhua. Xiao Xinhua nodded. Yes, and Lin Xian and sister didn't do anything, right? You compare yourself to your sister? Your sister has more important things to do, Yi Qianling said. Then she looked at the time. It's already 10 o'clock and your sister and Xiao Xian still haven't come downstairs. It seems that they really went to bed quite late last night, Yi Qianling said with satisfaction. Xiao Xinhua. This mother was really indecent. I say, Mom, don't always rush them. Xiao Zun said helplessly. Don't rush them? How can I not rush them? It's not like you didn't hear Xiao Xian say that he hasn't touched our eldest daughter more than a few times. If I don't rush him, when will we get a grandson? Xiao Xinhua. Xiao Zun. Okay, as long as you're happy. At this time, Lin Xian came downstairs.
They all looked at Lin Xian.
Xiao Xian, you're awake. Hurry and eat something to fill your stomach, Yi Qianling said cheerfully. Thank you, Auntie. Ning Ning hasn't woken up yet. She's up. She should be coming down soon. Well, hurry up and eat something. At noon, the family ate a meal together. Xiao Qingcheng and the others also chatted a lot with Lin Xian. In any case, they were very satisfied with Lin Xian. The Xiao family didn't place much importance on things like matching families. The Xiao family was a big family. They didn't need their daughter's other half to be rich and powerful. As long as he was outstanding, it was fine as long as their daughter liked him. To be honest, in the current era, no matter which era, which world, such a family was really rare. After eating, they went shopping again, and then went home. Mom, we went to the concert. Xiao Runing changed into a set of cultivation clothes and shouted. Okay, go ahead and have fun. Then Lin Xian, Xiao Runing, and Xiao Xinhua walked out together. They didn't even drive because the stadium wasn't too far away. They could take a walk and chat on the way. The concert started at 7 p.m. It was 5 p.m. now, but because of the weather, it was already a bit late. When are you going back? Lin Xian asked Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing said, in the next few days, I have already done what I need to do. After watching the concert, there will be nothing left to do. I don't want to stay at home anymore. I think it's good to stay at home, Lin Xian said with a smile. Get lost. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes. Good, but what about her? Torture. Little Xinhua, look at your sister. As their daughter, she wants to leave just like that. She doesn't even want to spend more time with her parents. Don't you think that's right?
No.
Xiao Xinhua said faintly.
Hey.
Even little Xinhua said that it's wrong. Xiao Runing. This guy definitely thought that he could take advantage of her in Ice City, in the Xiao family, but after leaving, he couldn't do it anymore.
Bastard.
But it's time to go back. Xiao Xinhua added. Buy the tickets tomorrow and leave the day after tomorrow. Xiao Runing said. He still wanted to stay in Ice City and take advantage of her? Dream on. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Okay. There were a lot of cars and pedestrians on the road today. Lin Xian had been here for a few days and had gone out to play a few times. Logically speaking, it was just after the new year, and the closer it was to the end of the year, the more people there would be. However, today was an exception. There was a traffic jam on the road, and there were a lot of pedestrians. Most of them were young people, and most of them were couples. Moreover, they were heading in the same direction as Lin Xian and the others. Don't tell me they're all here to watch the concert. Xiao Runing nodded. The Ice City Gymnasium can accommodate 130,000 people. It can be considered a top gymnasium, and 130,000 people will definitely be full, so there will be 130,000 people coming to the Ice City Gymnasium one after another. Lin Xian. Damn. What kind of celebrity is so famous? 130,000 people in a concert with a full house? Even if Lin Xian didn't chase celebrities, watch dramas, or listen to songs, he could still roughly hear some news. A normal A-list celebrity would hold a concert in a stadium with a capacity of 70,000 to 80,000. Because of that, the stadium wouldn't be full. 130,000 people in a stadium, and it was full. This should be a super A-list celebrity. An Xian, you've never heard of her? Lin Xian. An Xian? Lin Xian suddenly remembered the beautiful girl he met on the plane. Wasn't her name an Xian? Could it be her? It couldn't be so coincidental, right? Moreover, didn't celebrities have to make a big show when they appeared? How could she be the only one on the plane? Even if she chartered a plane or took a private plane, it would be normal. It shouldn't be her. It's a pity that her tickets are too difficult to buy. Even in the first second when the tickets are sold, it's hard to buy them. The software directly jams. When it's not jammed, the tickets have already been sold out. I had to ask someone to buy 3 tickets for the inner field. Although it's the inner field, the seats are very ordinary. They're in the back row of the inner field. The front row was the kind of area that was very close, and even celebrities could interact with each other. It was a pity that it was impossible to buy tickets in such an area. Those who could buy tickets were the children of destiny. 130,000 people in a stadium, the back row of the inner field. That's still very far. What's there to see? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. There's no other way. I tried my best, Xiao Runing said helplessly. But you also chase celebrities? Lin Xian asked. I'm not chasing celebrities. I just like her songs a lot. There must be a lot of her songs in New Moon's song list. Since she's holding a concert in Ice City, I'll go and take a look. At this moment, Lin Xian's phone rang. Chapter 880. Lin Xian picked up his phone and glanced at it. Xiao Runing, who was beside him, sneaked a peek at Lin Xian's phone screen. Damn it! Although she couldn't see clearly, the profile picture of the person chatting with him on WeChat was that of a real girl. Bastard. Bastard. Chatting with a girl again. Lin Xian was still confused. Why did the system prompt that Xiao Runing was unhappy suddenly appear? Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinhue went to the side to chat. Lin Xian looked at the message. It was from an Xian. To be precise, she had sent 2 messages at 8 in the morning. However, Lin Xian was sleeping too soundly, and Lin Xian had muted his phone. Why did he mute it? There were too many girls in his WeChat. Who knew how many girls would look for him, and if Xiao Runing saw it, wouldn't that be detrimental to the development of their relationship? Anyway, it didn't matter. Those who were really close to him had his phone number. If there was something important, they could just call him. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't use his phone much. He didn't like using his phone. Compared to his phone, he preferred girls. Plus, he was eating, chatting, and shopping with the elders of the Xiao family. He couldn't possibly play with his phone, right? How impolite would that be? Therefore, it was as if he hadn't looked at his phone for an entire day. He didn't even open WeChat. He only looked at the time. It was only when Lin Xian pressed the mute button on the side of the phone that he heard the sound. An Xian sent a message to Lin Xian at 8 in the morning. Are you there? At 8:30, she sent another message. Are you still sleeping? Then, at 11 in the morning, she sent another message. Hey, do you want to watch the concert? I'll give you the tickets. Lin Xian still didn't reply. Hey, are you dead? Still no reply. Then there was this message. If you don't want to reply, then don't reply. You didn't even reply once. Goodbye, I'll delete you as a friend. Clearly, an Xian's imagination was running wild. She felt that he didn't care about her at all after not replying to her messages for an entire day. It was very depressing. Although they hadn't known each other for long, they had experienced life and death together. Moreover, she was also a beautiful girl, so why didn't she reply? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. My phone was turned off. I just turned it on, so I didn't notice. Lin Xian sent a message over. An Xian replied instantly. I don't believe you.
You just don't want to reply to me.
That's true. I have so many beautiful girls around me. Who do you think you are? Lin Xian sent a message over. An Xian. He really wanted to hit someone? Hey, are you watching the concert or not? Lin Xian asked. Yours? Lin Xian frowned. Her name was an Xian, and she just happened to ask him this question. The concert they were going to watch was an Xian's, so there was no need to guess.
Guess.
Lin Xian. Then, an Xian sent another message. Are you going to watch it or not? If you do, I'll give you tickets. Okay, I'll watch it. On the other side, an Xian revealed a happy expression. Ice City Stadium. You can go in through Gate 8. There will be people waiting for you there. I'll give you tickets for the front row, the ones at the very front. Do you have 3? I also have 2 friends.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll be there soon. An Xian put down her phone and made a cheering gesture for herself. She was very happy. Although this bad guy was a scumbag, she felt that he wasn't bad after getting along with him. Perhaps she misunderstood him. After all, she didn't feel that he was a scumbag, and he even saved her life. Anyway, he was very special. An Xian, why aren't you changing? Your concert will start in an hour. Don't let your fans wait too long. An Xian's agent, Zhang Ling, walked out and said with a smile, I know, Sister Ling. By the way, Sister Ling, I have 3 friends coming later. Please arrange for someone to wait for them at Gate 8 and give them these 3 front row tickets. An Xian handed the tickets to her. An Xian, this is your first time in Ice City. You have friends here? Yes. It's Lin Xian who saved me on the plane. I see. Then I really have to thank him. Yes, yes. Zhang Ling smiled. Okay, then you go and prepare first. On the other side, Lin Xian put away his phone and looked at the beautiful sisters next to him with a smile. By the way, how do I get the front row tickets? Lin Xian asked. The front row tickets have the least number of votes. Although it's also the most expensive, it's impossible to get it through the normal software. It's purely based on luck. Some tickets are even sold to tens of thousands of yuan in the hands of scalpers, so it's basically impossible to get the front row tickets. Xiao Runing said, I don't think it's difficult. You've never seen a concert before. How can you understand the difficulty of getting tickets? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes. Then, what if I can get you the front row tickets? Lin Xian asked. How is that possible? At this time, there was only one way to get tickets for the front row, and that was to buy tickets from those who had tickets for the front row. However, those tickets cost more than 100,000 yuan. How could it be so easy to find 1 or 2,000 tickets? And since they bought the front row tickets, they're true fans. How can they change hands? Especially now that it's starting in more than an hour. Xiao Runing said, Do you want to bet? Lin Xian asked. Xiao Runing. Xiao Xinyue. Why is it like this again? Now when Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue heard Lin Xian's words, they inexplicably felt that they were going to lose. There was a shadow. Bastard. What do you want now? Xiao Runing stared at Lin Xian. Nothing. I'm just asking if you want to bet. Let's bet on whether I can get 3 front row tickets before the concert starts. Moreover, they're the ones in the very front row. They'll be able to touch hands with the big stars, Lin Xian said.
Don't tisk.
You don't dare to bet? Lin Xian said.
We'll bet.
But you can't buy it with money. Xiao Runing said. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Buying it with money was actually a way. Would they sell a ticket for 500,000 yuan? Those people would definitely sell it. And Lin Xian wasn't short of money. So as long as they didn't buy it with money, they couldn't think of any way to get 3 front row tickets. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Did I hit the nail on the head? Xiao Runing laughed. Do you think I only have one way? Lin Xian said.
Keep pretending.
So, do you want to bet? Yes. Xiao Xinyue. Actually, she didn't want to bet for no reason. But her sister didn't hesitate to bet. Okay, if I win, each of you owe me a condition. If I lose, I owe each of you a condition. Sure. Chapter 881. Xiao Xinyu secretly rubbed her forehead. She now owed Lin Xian 3. If she lost, it would be 4. There's good food over there. Do you want to eat? I'll go buy it. Xiao Runing then ran over. Hey, if I win, I'll cancel the 3 conditions I owed you. Is that okay? Xiao Xinyu looked at Lin Xian and asked.
No.
-1. But if you insist, you have to add 3 more conditions if you lose. Xiao Xinyu clenched her teeth. She had a bad feeling. Forget it. She felt that if she agreed, she would owe Lin Xian 6 conditions. Wouldn't that kill her? After a while, Xiao Runing came over with a few egg rolls and handed them to Lin Xian and Xiao Xinyu. Let's go. It's time to enter. Then they walked towards the Ice Capital Stadium.
I'll go.
Lin Xian had never been to the Ice Capital Stadium. He didn't know what a normal stadium looked like. But now, the huge parking lot was filled with cars, and a dense crowd was pouring into the stadium. Within sight, there were more than 100 special police officers maintaining order. Throughout the stadium, there were many men and women giving out support items, such as light sticks, fluorescent paper, and so on. Lin Xian saw an Xian on the huge poster. It was her.
So many people.
More than 100,000. Xiao Runing sighed. How popular is this an Xian? Lin Xian asked. Well, she has a childlike innocence since she was young. She debuted when she was 4 or 5. When she was 16, she wrote and composed her own song, 16, and became popular throughout the 5 great empires. In addition to her beautiful appearance, she has won all the awards in the past 3 years. She has 300 million fans on Weibo and countless fans in the 5 great empires. She is probably the most popular celebrity in recent years. Xiao Runing said, but her songs are really good, and she basically wrote the lyrics and music herself. She's really talented. Talented people won't be buried in the end. Xiao Xinyu nodded in agreement. Lin Xian also agreed. If it was in the past, talented people would also be buried. But now, in the era of the internet, as long as you have talent, as long as you are really talented, you will not be buried. Basically, 50% of her fans are fans of her because of her songs. Of course, that includes her looks. She is indeed beautiful. What about the other 50%? Lin Xian asked. He didn't expect an Xian to be so famous. Wait a minute. Lin Xian suddenly remembered that Linglong Shui and the others had watched many of her dramas. The other 10% probably fell in love with her after watching her drama, and the other 40% were fans of her character. Characters? Xiao Runing nodded. For example, on some variety shows, she is really popular with the audience. Moreover, she has earned a lot of money over the years, and even her own company is very profitable. I don't know if it's because she doesn't lack money or something else, but she started a peace foundation. Over the years, she has earned several billion, or maybe even more. Anyway, the Peace Foundation alone has invested several billion to help the poor people. This is one of the reasons why I like her very much. In short, although she is young, she is very likable and admirable. She is a true idol. Lin Xian nodded secretly. This and Xian really couldn't tell. As expected, the girls who triggered the system's mission were all very good girls. Not only their looks, but also their character. Which one of the girls who triggered the system's mission wasn't good? And according to statistics, an Xian's fans are the most cohesive. No other celebrity can compare to her fans. In short, her influence is very big. As they spoke, they followed the crowd and walked towards the entrance. Wait a minute. Lin Xian glanced and then asked, where is door number 8?
Why?
We can only enter the stadium from door number 1. Door number 1 checks the tickets. The other doors are closed today or are guarded by other people's security. Don't forget our bet. Lin Xian said. Xiao Runing. She didn't quite understand Lin Xian's meaning. Anyway, just bring me to door number 8. Alright, I don't know what you want to do. Anyway, it's still early. Then, Xiao Runing brought Lin Xian and Xiao Xinyu to door number 8. There was a sea of people in front of door number 1. There weren't many people in door number 8. They were all passing by and heading to door number 1. What is it? Xiao Runing asked Lin Xian. She didn't understand why he was here. Lin Xian glanced and saw someone he had seen before. Just come with me. Then, Lin Xian walked over. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinhua looked at each other in confusion. Then they followed him. Mr. Lin, right? Zhang Ling saw Lin Xian and hurried over.
Yes.
Lin Xian nodded. Then, Zhang Ling took out the tickets and handed them to Lin Xian. She said, and asked me to give you these 3 tickets for the front row. But you still have to go through door number 1. It's okay.
Thank you.
It's okay. I won't disturb you. I'll help and with the preparation. Zhang Ling said, and then walked away. Beside him, Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinhua looked at each other in confusion. Lin Xian smiled and threw the 3 tickets in his hand. How is it? You've lost. Lin Xian said proudly. Xiao Runing then snatched the tickets from Lin Xian's hand and took a look. These were real tickets. Just a second ago, she was still wondering if that woman was Lin Xian's prop. Now, it seemed that she was definitely not. Do you know an Xian? Xiao Runing asked in surprise. Don't change the topic. You lost the bet. Don't forget. Lin Xian said. I'm not lying. Tell me, you know an Xian? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I know her. We've met once. Tisk, you've met her once. She specially got someone to give you the front row tickets? Xiao Runing didn't believe it. But in her impression, Lin Xian shouldn't have had the chance to know an Xian. Maybe I'm too handsome, Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinua's face was bitter.
For now.
She now owed Lin Xian 4 conditions. What should she do? In any case, she understood one thing, and that was to never bet with Lin Xian. Even if it seemed impossible for Lin Xian to do something, it was best not to bet with him if he felt that he would be able to do it. As long as he proposed it first, he must have the confidence to win.
Wow.
People's hearts are really sinister. Damn, what's going on? Lin Xian walked to door number 1 and said, It's nothing. I just saved her life. Saved her life? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, she was also on the plane to Ice City. She saved everyone on the plane. She was one of them. It's that simple. Chapter 882. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinhua looked at each other again. Lin Xian's luck with women was a little too good, wasn't it? He could even meet an Xian like this? He could even save her like this? Somehow, there was a relationship between them. No wonder Lin Xian had so many beautiful girls around him. Somehow, he was destined to be popular with women. You couldn't reason with this kind of thing. For example, some people were quite handsome and outstanding, but they hadn't been in a relationship for 23 or 24 years. What about others? They were sloppy and didn't want to make progress. The number of girls they'd had sex with was enough to form a class. Or they were all looking for jobs that were more or less the same. For example, being a salesperson in an office building. Other people had a lot of girls, but those who went were mostly men. The girls were also not young, had boyfriends, and were even married. How could you reason with them? Or, your friend had sex with a girlfriend in a week, but you had a girlfriend for a month, and they were only holding hands. You couldn't even have sex with her, because the girl didn't agree. You broke up with her before you could really take advantage of her. Therefore, luck with women was something that couldn't be seen or touched, but it did exist. Take Lin Xian, for example. His luck with women couldn't be called good. It was heaven-defying. It was fine if he had a lot of girls around him. It was fine if all of them had a good relationship with him. But weren't all of them campus belles and goddesses wherever he went? Which one of them wasn't beautiful? Find one and see. It was very annoying. Okay. You're amazing, okay? Xiao Runing said helplessly. I'm amazing, but I only know that you've all lost. Lin Xian grinned at Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing. Seeing this extremely familiar smile, Xiao Runing was a little flustered. The last time, the most recent time, this smile had made her sleep for the second time. This time when she went home to sleep at night, no, no, no. Absolutely not. This was absolutely impossible. Her current relationship with Lin Xian,
How should she put it?
they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, they weren't lovers, it was more like pal friends. That was right. This was the feeling.
Wow.
Since when had she, Xiao Runing, been reduced to such a state?
Fuck.
Xiao Xinhua lowered her head and walked forward silently. For conditions. With this scoundrel's character, she felt that her future would be bleak. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian and continued walking forward. There were still a lot of people at Gate 1. They followed the crowd and slowly made their way inside. I don't care, I want to see Sister and Xian's concert, I want to see it. At the side, a little girl about 10 years old was hugging a woman next to her, who should be her mother. She was constantly acting coquettishly and making a lot of noise, attracting the attention of many people. Be good, child. It's too late to buy tickets now. Let's wait for the next one, okay? The woman patiently comforted her daughter and sighed in her heart. Although she lived in Ice City, she came from a very remote area to work, so her life wasn't very good. The tickets for such a big star cost more than 1,000 yuan, which was equivalent to a few days' worth of money, so she couldn't bear to part with it. Although her child really liked it, she had no choice but to bring her child to take a look. What if she accidentally saw an Xian in person? When Xiao Runing saw this scene, she could tell from the expression on the child's mother's face that she was in a difficult position. Then, Xiao Runing walked over. Little girl, here you go. Xiao Runing passed 2 tickets to her. The girl took them, her little mouth wide open. Sister, and Xian's tickets, she said happily. Xiao Runing then smiled and rubbed her head, saying, Little girl, if you like an idol, you don't necessarily need to go to her concert, because those idols are out of reach for many people. As a child, you should pay more attention to your own parents. They're the ones who accompany you the longest. And, thank you, sister. Miss, this if you give us the tickets, then you... It's okay, I still have them. Xiao Runing said, and walked away. What a kind heart. Lin Xian said. No, I just happened to meet them. The 3 tickets I already have are useless, so isn't it better to give them to them? Xiao Runing said. Everyone, please take out your tickets in an orderly manner. We will now check your tickets. After checking their tickets, they entered the huge stadium. At this moment, the stadium was relatively dark. The whole stage was playing some songs and an Xian's music video. In the huge stadium, there were various colors of glow sticks and fluorescent signboards. Occasionally, there would be people screaming an Xian. Everyone was talking and waiting for the main character to appear. To be honest, the current environment was quite noisy. There were too many people, but it didn't matter. The noisier it was, the livelier it was. After a while, tens of thousands of people would sing along to the music video. They were unusually orderly. Oh, I've heard this song before. Lin Xian said with a smile. Of course, as long as you're a citizen of Sky Blue Planet, as long as you don't live in a place isolated from the rest of the world, there will be at least one of her songs that you've heard before. Maybe it's in the mall, on TV, in various shops, Xiao Runing said, and sat in the front row with them. This was really the front row, the first row closest to the stage. How close was it to the stage? If you bent forward slightly and stretched out your hand, you would be able to touch the stage. What was the best thing about this position? When a celebrity sang, they would interact with the audience. For example, as they sang, they would walk to the side of the stage and give the fans a high five. That's right. That was the best thing about this position. Perhaps Lin Xian couldn't understand, but for the real fans, to be able to shake hands with their idols, it was a kind of happiness. However, the front row wasn't the best position to watch the performance. But it was still okay. You could see the people in the front row, but the people in the back couldn't see the people on the stage clearly. They could only watch through the big screen. You don't say. She's quite beautiful. Lin Xian looked at the female lead, an Xian on the big screen. She was really beautiful. She was a little young, but her looks were top-notch. There's nothing that isn't beautiful in your eyes, Xiao Runing said in a displeased tone. Who said that? In my eyes, you're all beautiful except for the two of you. The two girls. Hey, I forgot to buy food. Do you want to help us buy some food? Xiao Runing elbowed Lin Xian. Errand fee. Okay, go buy it. Lin Xian was very willing to run errands for his woman.
But
Chapter 883. When Lin Xian got up and walked down the aisle, his whole body trembled.
why?
What the fuck? They were in the first row, about the fifth row, which was basically directly behind them. The distance between them was less than 8 meters. Lin Xian didn't know why, but he looked over and saw a girl who was munching on delicious food. When he took a closer look, he thought, what the fuck? Isn't that Ling Longyue? Then, Lin Xian looked beside her, Ling Longshui, Bing Lingyue. Why are they here? No one knew why Lin Xian was here. If they knew that he was here for a girl, wouldn't Ling Longshui be angry?
Fuck.
Why are they here? As the venue was rather dark, there were many people walking in and out of the corridor at this time. Furthermore, they definitely did not expect Lin Xian to be here, so they did not mind. Lin Xian, on the other hand, lowered his head and hurriedly walked over. Why are they here? Ling Longyue had wanted to tag along when Lin Xian came because an Xian's concert was here. They didn't really like her that much, but they had listened to a lot of her songs, watched a lot of movies, and watched a lot of dramas. They just wanted to see how she was like in real life. Since they had nothing to do, Ling Longyue spent a lot of money to buy 3 front-row tickets from a scalper. Then, they came. They were rich, but they didn't have any concept of money. For example, the front-row tickets, the official selling price was less than 2,000 yuan, but the scalpers increased it to almost 20,000 yuan. Ling Longyue bought 3 tickets without hesitation. She didn't feel like she was at a disadvantage because she didn't know how much it was worth. Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyue didn't care. Since they had nothing to do, it was better to watch a concert than to stay at home and watch TV. Also, after being in the human world for so long, they had never seen a celebrity's concert. When I get home, I'm going to laugh at Lin Xian. Ling Longyue took a picture and said, What are you laughing at? I came to the concert but he didn't. Maybe he's busy now. Didn't he say that he had something to do in Bingdu? Bing Lingyue said, Not necessarily. Maybe he's just playing. Ling Longshui knew Lin Xian relatively well. What could make him cross the border? She now knew that Lin Xian's Xian group was temporarily developing in Hua Nation and had not even cooperated with other families for the time being. Even if he wanted to develop his own power, he should start from Lin and City, various cities, and Hua Nation first. Why did he have to go to Bing Nation? It most likely had something to do with women. At least, that was what her intuition told her. After Lin Xian bought the food, he braced himself and walked past them. Ling Longshui and the rest did not notice because they were not the kind of people who would be swayed by the movements around them. For example, some people kept looking at the aisles beside them. They did not recognize anyone and just wanted to see the passers-by. For people like Ling Longshui, what was there to see? Only Ling Longyue would pay attention to it. Why do I seem to smell Lin Xian's scent? After a few seconds, Ling Longyue muttered softly. If Lin Xian knew about her, Lin Xian would probably cry. The Void Fox belonged to the demon race, and the Void Fox's sense of smell was extremely sharp. In such a noisy environment with so many people, she did not deliberately sniff, but still felt a little bit of Lin Xian's scent. Of course, she did not suspect too much, and just muttered. Really? Ling Longshui asked. I don't know, it shouldn't be. Forget it, forget it. Let's not think about it. Let's eat and wait for the celebrity to come. I wonder what a human's concert is like. Ling Longyue muttered to herself curiously. On the other side, Lin Xian sat down awkwardly with the delicious food. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinhua each took a bag of delicious food, popcorn, cola, and so on and ate silently. Why aren't you eating? Xiao Runing saw Lin Xian sitting there in a daze and asked. I don't feel like eating. Let's talk about it later. Then, Lin Xian silently turned his head. What should he do? The three of them did not even tell him that they were coming. If he did, Lin Xian would not come to watch the concert. Time passed slowly, and it was almost 7 o'clock. Click! Suddenly, all the lights in the stadium went off, and the entire stadium slowly turned into a starry sky. The big screen started playing a new song. Everyone knew that this was the prelude to the celebrity's appearance. Starry Sky, my favorite song. Anen. The stadium was filled with screams. The big screen was playing a very nice song. Some people were singing along softly, some people were paying attention to the huge changes on the stage, and some people were calling an Xion's name. The first half of the song was played, and the fans were shouting an Xion's name in unison. With hundreds of thousands of people shouting, one could imagine the feeling. At this moment, the song continued playing, but someone realized that something was wrong.
Why?
The original song's audio and some details made it obvious that it was played. But now, although it was nice, it did not seem to be played but sung. Click! A ray of light suddenly shone on a corner. A beautiful girl wearing a white princess dress smiled and sang while waving at the crowd. She walked towards the center of the stage. Anen. I love you. Anen, I love you. Goddess. Seeing her suddenly appear, the entire stadium was in an uproar. But it was only for a short while because everyone wanted to listen to her sing quietly. Tisk, tsk.
She's really pretty.
Lin Xian glanced at her and said. She sang very well, and her voice was very sweet. The song was quickly finished, and an Xion bowed in several directions. The pitch-black stadium was filled with glow sticks and fluorescent signboards. This was the time when the fan shouts were the loudest. It was simply deafening, and there was a boiling cauldron of voices. An Xion stood on the stage and glanced at the front row. She was the one who gave the tickets, so she knew where Lin Xian should sit if he came. Then, she glanced around and saw Lin Xian. Seeing that he came, she was actually quite happy. Then, she saw the two girls sitting beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian asked for 3 tickets, which meant that the 2 girls sitting together were his friends. Chapter 884. Lin Xian's seat was at the end of the aisle. There was no one on his right. On his left was Xiao Runing, and on his left was Xiao Xinhua. Next to Xiao Xinhua was another girl. Therefore, an Xion knew that the 2 on Lin Xian's left must be Lin Xian's friends. Moreover, the tickets were for these 3 seats. The distance was a little far and the lighting was a little dim. She could only tell that they were 2 girls, but she didn't know how beautiful they were. But women were like this. When they saw the girls next to a boy, they always wanted to know if they were beautiful or not, and what their relationship was, but after all, her every move was watched by hundreds of thousands of people. Although they wanted to see it, they definitely didn't want to leave any traces. Thank you, everyone, for coming to my concert in Ice Nation at the Ice Capital Stadium. Everyone came from all over the world. Although most of you might be from Ice Capital, there will definitely be people from the other 4 empires who came from afar. Actually, I don't think it's necessary. An Xion hugged the microphone and continued, Ice Nation, this is my first concert here, but I promise that I will hold more concerts here in the future. Besides China, I will even start my concert tour in the other 3 empires. So, friends and fans from other countries, please don't be too anxious. After all, it's quite expensive to travel across borders, and it's quite dangerous. So, I will often go to other empires to hold concerts in the future. Excited shouts came from all around. Goddess Anen, you have to be careful too. Yes, be careful. We're fine. You must be careful when flying in the other empires, some people shouted. As an Exion's fans, they definitely knew which flight an Exion was on. Naturally, they also knew that something had happened on that flight. On the day of the accident, this news directly rushed to the top of the trending list, but it was quickly suppressed. To be precise, the survivors of that flight and the captain were interviewed by the media. They said that they were about to lose all hope, but somehow, they appeared on the ground. They didn't die, and it seemed like someone had saved them. Then, some people guessed that it was the space attribute. Other than an Exion, no one knew that it was Lin Xian who did it, and an Exion didn't expose it either. An Exion held the microphone and said softly, "Yes, there were indeed some dangers on the way to the Ice Nation, and it was also my own fault. But fortunately, I was lucky and everyone on the plane was saved, so because I experienced this myself, I don't want everyone to go across the country and cross the dangerous demon beast territory to come to another empire, so I promise everyone that if I want to hold a concert, I will try my best to hold it in every empire." What followed was another round of cheers and screams. Alright, now I'll dedicate 16 years old to everyone. I hope everyone will like it. An Exion's sweet voice played one song after another. Time slowly passed, and the concert was about halfway through. Lin Xian felt that it was really quite good. Xiao Runing, who was beside him, could even sing along. In the next segment, I will draw a random audience member to sing a song with me. An Exion smiled as she looked at the audience.
I.
Pick me, pick me. Hearing an Exion's words, everyone stood up excitedly. The loud voices of the hundreds of thousands of people in the stadium were simply incomparably exciting. Then now, the big screen will randomly capture an audience member. An Exion then laughed evilly in her heart. Although it was said to be random, it had already been arranged. Don't let it be me. Don't let it be me. Xiao Runing muttered. Lin Xian. Hey, sister, there are hundreds of thousands of people, and a 1 in 100,000 chance. Why are you still praying? Then it definitely can't be you. Lin Xian laughed. That's true. The huge screen flashed one face after another. The flashing speed was so fast that it was impossible to see who was on the screen. There were probably hundreds of thousands of cameras in the entire stadium. Suddenly, the image on the huge screen froze. A figure was sitting there drinking Coke with an innocent look in his eyes. No, to be precise, this image captured 3 people most clearly. Lin Xian, Xiao Runing, and Xiao Xinhua. But there was also a seat number displayed on the screen, Section A, Row 1, Seat 24. Xiao Runing muttered to herself and then glanced over. Lin Xian, Lin Xian. It's you, it's you. Xiao Runing saw the person on the screen and then pulled Lin Xian's arm. Lin Xian. Fuck. Everyone in the stadium was looking for this person, to see if it was this person beside them. Lin Xian. It's Lin Xian. Ling Longyue saw the person on the screen, and her small mouth opened slightly. Ling Long Shui and Bing Lingyue were also stunned. Lin Xian was also here?
Ah.
Bastard. You said you came here for business. Did you come here for business just to watch someone else's concert? Ling Longyue was going crazy. What was more exciting in the stadium was Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinhua. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue's beauty were definitely top-notch. When they appeared on the big screen and hundreds of thousands of people saw them, beauties. Beauties.
Fuck.
There are beauties of this level? Where are they? Where are they? And there are 2 of them. What the fuck? What the fuck? They are beauties that don't lose to celebrities.
Those people were talking about it.
An Exion also took a look and saw Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue's faces on the big screen. How should she say it? There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. She knew that Lin Xian's friend was a girl, but both of them were so beautiful. Lin Xian was having a hard time. What random? A 1 in 100,000 chance that it would happen to him. Even if he used his toes to think, he knew it was fake. This girl was doing it on purpose. It was actually nothing. But Lin Xian was hiding it, but now what was there to hide? The big screen clearly showed him sitting with the two beauties. Linglong Shui and Xiao Xinyue were probably preparing to kill him. Wow, I didn't expect the big screen to capture such beautiful sisters. What great luck. However, row 24 in section A is the gentleman next to them. An Xian smiled and said, "But I think everyone must be hoping that the two beautiful ladies can come up on stage, right?" "Yes." Hundreds of thousands of people shouted loudly. An Xian smiled and said, "Then don't be anxious. Let's first invite the gentleman in row 24 to come up on stage and greet everyone." Lin Xian, I want to fuck you up. Then, an Xian smiled and walked over. She stood in front of Lin Xian, just 1 meter away. Chapter 885. Lin Xian really wanted to press an Xian down on the sofa, make her wear a little skirt, and then give her a tight slap. It was her. She purposely let him show his face and purposely chose him. Now he was exposed. Damn it. "Mister, please go on stage." An Xian smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. "Is it okay?" Actually, Lin Xian wanted to ask this question, but he didn't dare.
Why?
Lin Xian was afraid of being spat to death by these fans. An Xian invited you to go on stage, and you still asked if it was okay? Wasn't that asking for it? Then, Lin Xian stepped onto the stage and followed an Xian. Hey, an Xian must have purposely chosen Lin Xian, right? Xiao Xinyue asked Xiao Runing, who was next to her. Definitely. Xiao Runing said. They knew that Lin Xian and an Xian knew each other, and the 1 in 100,000 chance fell on Lin Xian. Obviously, an Xian had purposely chosen Lin Xian. But Linglong Shui and the others didn't know. When they saw that Lin Xian was chosen, they were also stunned. Why did he happen to be chosen? Can he sing? Linglong Shui asked. They couldn't blame Lin Xian because Lin Xian didn't say what he was doing in Bing country. Was he developing his career or something? Although it was unexpected that he appeared at the concert, he didn't lie to them. If he said that he was developing his career in Bing country, then he would be lying to them. But he didn't, he just said that he had something to do here. Something to do? That covered a lot of things. So, they couldn't blame her. Linglong Shui was still very rational. Anyway, she hated people who lied to her the most. If you didn't lie to her, even if you had other big sisters outside, she wouldn't blame you. At most, she would feel a little wronged. Linglong Shui shook her head. I've never heard of it. I haven't heard of it either, but with his voice, his singing should be pretty bad. Anyway, Lin Xian wasn't around, and Bing Lingyue didn't give him any face. Linglong Shui nodded. You're a man, yet you're so bad at gaming. How can you sing well? If Lin Xian heard what they said, he would probably have a mental breakdown. Wow. Is this how you talk about me behind my back? His heart ached. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Bing Lingyue could not help but laugh. He's thick-skinned. He's not afraid of losing face. Linglong Shui said. She had a lot of resentment towards Lin Xian, although she would never say it out loud. She was such an outstanding woman. She didn't feel wronged when she was with Lin Xian. It was just that she felt a little resentful when he still ran out and flirted with other girls even though she was pregnant with his baby. Lin Xian and an Xian then faced the audience and the camera. Sir, why don't you briefly introduce yourself to everyone? An Xian acted as if she didn't know Lin Xian and said with a smile. Not to mention, although Lin Xian wasn't a very handsome man, but he was very good-looking and was relatively photogenic. After all, he was meeting Xiao Runing's parents, and he was with a beautiful girl, so Lin Xian didn't dress sloppily or casually. Although he didn't give people the feeling that he was a celebrity, he didn't look ugly. A brief introduction. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Well, a brief introduction will do. An Xian said with a smile. She felt that Lin Xian didn't seem nervous in front of hundreds of thousands of people. She was nervous in front of so many people during her first 7 or 8 concerts. It was much better now. It should be Lin Xian's first time facing so many people, right? She felt that his expression and speech were quite normal. That was true. Lin Xian didn't have anything else. During this time, he had been flirting with girls. Anyway, no one could compare to his shamelessness. Although he was facing hundreds of thousands of people, he wasn't nervous at all. Compared to this, Lin Xian felt that he was being watched by Linglong Shui and the others. This was the most nervous thing. Then, do you have a ruler? Lin Xian asked. Ruler? What ruler? Why do you need a ruler? And Xian looked at Lin Xian in confusion. That's right. Hundreds of thousands of people were confused when they heard Lin Xian's words. A brief self-introduction? Why does this guy need a ruler? A self-introduction, of course. Lin Xian. Lin Xian's words left everyone scratching their heads in confusion. This was a fan that made people feel that there was something wrong with his brain. Logically speaking, if he was chosen, he should be especially excited. Even if it was a guy, he would probably cover his mouth and excitedly come to an Xian's side. He would then say all sorts of things like, "I'm so happy and I didn't think of it." However, this person seemed very calm and even said a bunch of things that no one understood. And Xian was puzzled. What was Lin Xian trying to do? All right, since this gentleman wants a ruler to introduce himself, although I don't know what it means, he might have some other methods. Then let's look forward to it. After all, a 1 in 100,000 chance has landed on your head. Then, we're quite fated. Everyone please wait a moment. I'll get the staff to bring a ruler over. After about 30 seconds, a staff member ran over and handed a measuring tape to an Xian. An Xian passed it to Lin Xian. Sir, there's only a measuring tape. Can you introduce yourself now? An Xian asked with a smile. Lin Xian nodded. Of course. Then, Lin Xian took out the measuring tape and pulled out 20 centimeters. Then, he pressed his hand on the 20 centimeters position. Done, Lin Xian said. What do you mean? An Xian and everyone else looked at each other on the big screen. Please give me a close-up. Thank you, Lin Xian said. Then, the big screen showed Lin Xian holding the measuring tape with his thumb and index finger on the 20 centimeters position. Everyone was dumbfounded. All right, this is my short self-introduction, Lin Xian said. Everyone. What did he mean? An Xian was also stunned for a moment. What did he mean? That. Sir, what do you mean? An Xian asked, puzzled. This is my self-introduction. 20 centimeters. Lin Xian said straightforwardly. Everyone. In that instant, about a third of the 100,000 people suddenly understood what Lin Xian meant. Then, the rest of the people slowly began to understand what he meant. Or they asked the others and understood. A short self-introduction. This self-introduction of yours is really direct and short. Ha ha ha. The next moment, those people couldn't help but burst into laughter. What the fuck? Talent. This is a fucking talent. Logically speaking, I feel like this is the effect set up by Goddess NN. 20 centimeters, a simple self-introduction. Ha ha ha, this guy is amazing. He's probably going to become an internet celebrity. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Is this a little flirting with our Goddess NN? It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Anyway, I'm really convinced. This fucking concert passerby gave me a surprise. I'm dying of laughter. Chapter 886. Those who were able to attend the concert were basically all adults. They all knew what was going on. It was just a matter of how fast they reacted. Xiao Runing also knew what was going on. She blushed helplessly. Bastard. You even dare to tease an Xian. You must be tired of living. Xiao Runing said helplessly. If she didn't know that they knew each other, Xiao Runing would be even more confused. This bastard was really thick-skinned. However, some people really didn't understand. Sister, what do you mean? Ling Longyue blinked her eyes and asked. Although Ling Longxue had done it with Lin Xian before, she really didn't know how to react. It was mainly because Lin Xian had never joked about the number of centimeters with her, so she didn't really understand. After all, they didn't always live in the human race. Oh, but what are they laughing about? Ling Longyue heard the thunderous laughter and didn't understand what was so funny about them. Hey, sister, what are you laughing about? Ling Longyue then asked a lady with glasses who she didn't know. I'm laughing about the person in and found. This short self-introduction is too short and too realistic.
Puffed. Why?
The lady with glasses saw that Ling Longyue was quite young and felt that it was normal for her not to understand. She then explained to her. Ling Longyue. Bastard. Stinking hooligan. Stinking hooligan. She blushed and kept mumbling to herself. To be honest, a National Idols concert with hundreds of thousands of people would probably be recorded on the internet. Lin Xian's short self-introduction would probably go viral. No, it would definitely go viral. And Xian's face also turned slightly red.
Bastard.
Stinking hooligan. Stinking hooligan. She didn't expect Lin Xian to tease her in such an occasion in front of so many people. It might not be considered teasing, but a short self-introduction could give him so much space to act. No one else could do it. This was the first time an Xian didn't know how to continue. Cough cough, this mister is really humorous. I was asking what your name is. Where are you from? Not this. An Xian said helplessly. Ha ha ha. The people below laughed again. Seeing an Xian's helpless look, they felt that she was so cute. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, Lin Xian from China. China? Ice Nation from Hua Nation. Did you come here just to listen to the concert? An Xian smiled and asked. Of course, she knew that wasn't the case. She was just trying to get some information out of him. Anyway, she cared a lot. No, I'm here to accompany my girlfriend, Lin Xian said. Anyway, he didn't plan to hide it from Ling Longxue when the time came, so he might as well tell her. Sister, look at him, look at him. When Ling Longyue heard Lin Xian's words, she was flustered and exasperated. When Ling Longxue heard Lin Xian's words, she felt that he was right. But whose girlfriend is it?
Could it be his teacher?
Ling Longxue had seen Xiao Runing before and knew that Xiao Runing was Lin Xian's teacher. She was indeed beautiful, but wasn't that too sinful? Girlfriend? Is it the beautiful lady beside you just now? An Xian asked. Which one are you asking? An Xian. Everyone. Xiao Runing. Xiao Xinyue. The fuck? What the hell? What the fuck? Fuck, did we meet a god today? Aha. The fuck. Don't tell me that those two super beautiful goddesses on camera are his girlfriends? Could it be that he's a big shot? An Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Scumbag. That's not right. How can there be such a blatant scumbag? He's probably teasing me on purpose. Forget it, I shouldn't talk to him. If I do, I'll be the one losing face. Lin Xian was still so calm. She wanted him to make a fool of himself, but now he was the one in the limelight. Ahem, Mr. Lin Xian, you're really good at joking. Anyway, an Xian felt that Lin Xian was joking. One of those two beautiful ladies should be his girlfriend, or neither of them. She inexplicably hoped that it was the latter. It's all right. Didn't the internet say that girls like humorous guys? I was thinking about how there are so many people here. There are more than 100,000 people here. I don't know if any of the pretty girls will take a fancy to me. If there are, I'll wait for you after the concert. Everyone. An Xian. An Xian even regretted letting Lin Xian come up. All right, everyone heard that. Mr. Lin Xian is looking for a girlfriend on the spot. If you're interested, you can look for him, an Xian said with a smile. Another wave of laughter came from below. Then, Mr. Lin Xian, let's start the duet. What would you like to sing? An Xian looked at Lin Xian and asked. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't know anything. I'm a little nervous, Lin Xian said. An Xian. Why the hell are you nervous? Also, I'm tone deaf. I only know how to listen to music and can't sing at all. If I sing, I'll ruin your concert. Lin Xian said.
Sing.
You must sing.
Sing one.
Countless people below echoed as if they were injected with chicken blood. They inexplicably felt that this person who was chosen was quite funny. Even if his singing was terrible, the effect of the show was there. They felt that it was quite good. Lin Xian. Wow. Are these people beasts? I already said that his singing was terrible, but they still want to listen to it. Are they idiots? Mr. Lin Xian, you see, everyone wants to listen to it. It's okay if it's terrible, but the main thing is that everyone likes your humor. Also, you're the one who got chosen in this segment. If you don't sing, everyone will feel that it's a pity. What's missing, everyone? Yes. The voices echoed like a tsunami. Lin Xian. Then all right. An Xian, then what would you like to sing? Why don't I sing a song that I wrote? I'm worried that I'll lead Goddess Sindin astray. That would be my fault. An Xian's mouth opened slightly. He actually wants to sing alone? And it's a song that he wrote himself? Is this for real? Isn't he tone deaf? Anyway, an Xian felt that she didn't know what to believe in Lin Xian's words. What does everyone think? An Xian asked with a smile. Let him sing. Let him sing. Lin Xian's appearance caused the entire concert to be in a state of excitement. Everyone looked on happily and couldn't help but laugh. You're tone deaf and you wrote your own song? Everyone was ready to hold their bellies and laugh. All right then. An Xian also wanted to see what Lin Xian was up to. Anyway, it was her concert. She could do whatever she wanted. Lin Xian looked at the piano and asked, "Can I use the piano?" You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.